their teammates and superiors, as well as the audience.
We weren't live for
customers.
any of that, but now we're live.
You know, not just your teammates. Like we always just think about like you make your teammates better, make your teammates better.
Right.
You know, like in this case, like you're making your teammates better and your coaches better and your fans better,
right?
And the non-fans more interested. In like like it can have that all-encompassing effect. But that was all I wanted to throw in.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. And from my perspective, it's different because I'm not a musician. I don't have that talent, but what I bring to the table is something completely different.
Well, don't speak on it from that perspective then. Speak on it as a fan of music, because that's where you're going to have the most credibility.
Or it's a component in the wheel, though, a very vital part of it.
I'm not discounting
it's a big organism. Right,
I don't want to dismiss
a functional
I'm not
music
doing
industry,
that.
But when it's good, is awesome.
But don't
magic.
I mean, feel free to speak from any perspective.
You're right. You know the
real magic.
You know, he's a very big part of it. You know what I mean?
Magic.
It's big deal. Oh, it's real magic when it's fucking fully rocking. You know, when it goes to shit. It's but I mean, you need a functional chaos in there. You know what I mean? So. You know, don't sell yourself short.
Is that a band name that's copyrighted? Functional Chaos?
I don't know.
Dang, that's a good one.
That's a band name if I've ever heard of one.
Look it up. Go to the USPTO website.
So check this out, though. From my perspective, what I bring is, in a sense, a character to life when I work a show for Strange Days.
Yeah.
Rody J comes out, and it's my personality, and it's like a WWE personality where I take my normal personality, which
alter
is already
ego.
Yeah, it's like Travis,
ego.
our merch guy.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
I have one. His name's Jared Lee Roth.
Okay.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah, I can dig that, man. Sounds good to me. Yeah.
Oh,
like Roxo.
And
he'll
that's what I
fuck your
do.
girl.
Yeah, I bet he will.
Get you fired from your job and ruin your mother's credit
Just a total nightmare.
in a single weekend.
Total fucking nightmare.
And he has a mullet.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. It's me.
It's a total
it
nightmare.
looks just like me.
He looks just like me, actually.
Your credit.
Yep.
He looks exactly like me. All right, let's see if our commercial break is working. All right, that's how we get rid of our display for the commercial breaks.
Nice.
I had to set this up in a whim before you guys got here. So we'll see if she works tonight. It'll be interesting.
What does everyone think is going to happen in this game tonight here? What do you think?
I don't know. I haven't even thought about it.
Baltimore is going to show that this is their year.
Dude. I'm so pumped for fantasy, dude.
Same.
Yeah.
I smoked you guys in our draft.
I know he started talking about that, and he's very happy about it.
Do we want to talk about my team?
Yeah, let's
Do we want to talk about
and...
how elite my team is at every position? I have zero weaknesses. You fucking plebs.
Bitch,
Let's do this.
please.
You fucking bitch.
You're
Let's do
fucking
this.
injury away from your whole team.
That's
you're
literally not true. That's literally not true. So
You're going to be like
Caleb Williams, Devin
by
A.
week
Chain.
6, you're going to be rebuilding,
Wrong.
talking about a new stadium.
Look at my fucking depth. Listen to my depth.
I'm not a
Caleb
big.
Williams.
I'm not a big A-Chain guy.
Let me talk. Caleb Williams, A-Chain, Jahmyr Gibbs, Puka Nacua, George Pickens, Sam Laporta, Zay Flowers. Those are just my starters. My bench, Tyler Algier, Trey Benson, Chase Brown, Justin Herbert, Luke McCaffrey. He's probably the one that I'll drop. Jaleel McLaughlin, Oliver from the Vikings, tight end. And then I have, this is where it really gets interesting. I have both Jaden Reed and Xavier Worthy because you idiots allowed them both to drop to me, and I picked them back-to-back at 11.
I don't want anything to do with Xavier Worthy.
I don't either. That's why I left him on the
Jaden Reed,
board.
I've got him on one of my 3
but
teams.
I took your
Yeah,
lump
you're
ball,
going
bro.
to want Xavier Worthy after tonight.
But if I remember correctly, I took your
was
lunk.
just fine with fucking A.J. Brown slipping to me in the second round. I didn't think that was going to happen.
Say that in the mic.
I was just fine with A.J. Brown slipping to me in the second round.
Oh, how could you not be? That's incredible
huge, dude.
value.
Who'd
That's
you
great
grab in the
value.
first?
That's great value.
Hold on. So who'd you
Jamar
grab?
Chase.
Great grab.
That's incredible.
You could have reversed those the way Jamar Chase fell for a lot of people.
Right.
You could have literally gotten those in reverse
I was
positions.
like, well, here's the thing.
Those are great wide receivers.
At certain points in time, you overthink yourself, right? So I was like, all right, whatever. It was either Chase or Jefferson in this league. That's where I was drafted. I'm like, it's going to be one of those two. You can't lose with either of them. And then it just turned to me. I'm a big Burrow guy. So I'm like, I'd rather have Burrow than Darnold. So I picked Chase. That's why.
Smart.
That was why I picked Chase. Then on the back around, I thought somebody would take fucking AJ Brown. I thought somebody would because I've had AJ Brown, and when he's on, he is
but
fucking
he
on.
took Jordan Love.
But yeah,
That is
just
correct.
love
Touchdown
Jordan.
total.
The
first
touchdown
round.
total so
And
low
I
with
stand
AJ.
by
That's
that
the one
pick.
drawback.
And
Right,
fucking
right.
and Jeremy from Stormbreaker took Patrick Mahomes. That's the other one.
Yeah,
Buster
the
pick.
QBs went early, and so I was like, "Fuck!" I had to do
That's
it.
why he dropped to you, though.
I had to do it.
Right.
No,
I just had to
absolutely.
do it. I'm like, I don't. I looked at it. I'm like, okay. I hit
We're
the button.
building
I'm
a
like,
key
I don't
We
even
should
know.
tell people that don't know.
That early in the draft,
should
you
tell
have
people
to
that don't
take
know.
big board value
Yeah,
over
Scotty.
position
Right.
or whatever.
Right.
Scotty, hold on. We should tell people what the fuck we're
Exactly.
talking about. So we started with friends of the podcast. Basically, almost everybody in this league has been on the podcast or affiliated with the podcast in some way, shape, or form, except a couple of Patrick's friends from the West Coast who are radio guys, right? So the guys that aren't friends of the podcast or musicians, they're all radio guys, like across the country. So it's a pretty cool league to be in. It's a lot of fun. And it's a dynasty league for the people that don't know what we're talking about. So what we did is we created a dynasty league where we're starting from scratch, but these guys that we drafted this year, anybody, any position, 0 draft picks to be given up. It's just like the real NFL. You get to keep 1 quarterback, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, and 1 tight end. And that's why I'm so fucking pumped about my team is I got 3 or 4 of my 4 franchise players in literally perfect order without saying I'm going to grab Jordan Love early because he's my guy, right? I didn't
Right.
have to reach for a single guy.
And I
waited
respect
till,
that.
and that's my point. What I did is I said, okay, I got a few guys that I'm identifying in round 1, franchise guy. Round 2, franchise guy. And I did that through 4 fucking rounds, except fucking all of you motherfuckers took all the quarterbacks I had my eyes on.
Really?
Right? So I didn't get a single one of them. I didn't get Mahomes. I didn't get fucking Richardson, Daniels. I didn't get a single one of them. So luckily, you forgot about Caleb Williams.
No, I didn't. I just didn't want to be too. I got a thing with Bears and Packers. Is that I don't like to gamble
Into the
on
mic.
the Bears.
Into the mic.
I don't like to gamble on the Bears, and because it's too much all in, and I don't like to have Packers on my team. And the same thing is that I just don't like to.
Are you worried about being a homer?
Well, yeah, well, kind of. It's too much. You know what I mean? I like to keep the fan thing separate in it. Too much, yeah. But I think Caleb Williams is gonna be fucking dope, dude. I mean, I think
he's
gonna
mini
be
Mahomes, dude.
I think he's, dude. I'm not
least
just
in
saying.
fantasy. I don't know
Just,
about
some.
real
Here's the
life.
thing: some of the shit that you see him do is just fucking wild. That's just anybody with a set of eyes can see that,
The difference
and it
is
just
like,
translates over immediately. That's what you want to see.
but here's the
So
thing. Here's
I'm
what
excited
scares me.
about it, man.
So here's what scares me about Williams is I've never seen a quarterback do what they do in college in the pros.
Well,
Like including Mahomes.
It's just
like
instinct,
Mahomes,
though. It's
if
instinct that you
look
can
at-
just
if you
see
look-
on somebody, you know?
But if you look at Mahomes in the pros, he's way more of a pocket passer and a check down guy than he ever was in college.
Yeah,
In
but that's
college,
Kingsbury
it was
to
scramble
read.
like crazy and throw it fucking deep, right? Like,
Right.
And yes, I'm way oversimplifying this, but you kind of have to do that when we do these discussions. Like you can't really break down all the nuance.
Because
It's just too much.
I think you can
Because
just see
the-
because we'd
instinct
spend
in
an hour and
someone.
a half
the
on
end
it.
point
I mean, you're
is going to
right,
make sense
but
with the
there's
basic
instinct.
information.
But that's what worries me about the Caleb Williams thing is like he is Mahomes, but in college. So
Right.
that's
You don't want
I
to
think
see
it's
Go
a
ahead,
true
Scott.
relevant point because literally, can you think of one example ever in the history of you watching or knowing about football where a quarterback's college game translated
Perfectly.
identically
And, right, in like
into
an
their
athletic, in
NFL
like an
game?
athletic
it's
sense,
never happened.
like an athletic
I
sense,
mean-
or like I mean,
No, I mean
Peyton
like
Manning.
a
straight up
I mean
play
like
style.
a
Peyton
just like
Manning,
an overall
maybe.
like a style. Like we're thinking
even he
like,
evolved.
just
So
like,
he was so Peyton Manning. The thing about Peyton Manning is when he was in college, he was a system quarterback.
Sure.
That's the difference, right? Whereas when Peyton got to the NFL, he became his own offensive coordinator.
Right.
And Tom Moore just became a literal quarterback's coach.
I mean,
But
he'll
at
have
the
to. He'll
offensive
have
coordinator
to
position-
But like it's the nature of anything. It can't just go like this.
Right.
It either has to go in a direction one way or a direction the other way.
And if there
you
was
know?
going to
So,
be
like,
one that translated perfectly, it would always be a pocket passer
Right.
style quarterback who was in a pro style offense and then went to the same pro style offense.
I just you
Which,
see
again,
you
I
see
just
how
don't-
they make how he makes throws though.
Hey, man,
and
I
that's
drafted
the thing.
him.
Here's
and then
the thing,
Jaden
though.
I drafted
Daniels,
him as my
how they
potential
make
franchise
throws
quarterback. I hear
is
you,
how
bro.
you and even
Here's
with
the
Jaden
thing.
Daniels, I'm saying the same thing. How he throws the football is just different. It looks different. You know
People
what I
are
mean?
always
I
going
agree,
to
but I
gamble.
also still remember Johnny Manziel.
Right.
Well, right. Then you got to
Right.
execute it. You have
Yep.
to execute it over
I
and
also
over.
But here's
remember
the
That's
Baker
a whole other
Mayfield.
thing too.
I remember Baker Mayfield.
But here's the thing:
There's a
people
lot
are
that goes
always
into
gonna
it.
Here's a
gamble
great example
on
of
the
here,
athletic
then here,
quarterback.
then-
They'll
Right.
always gamble on the athletic quarterback for one reason, because they typically have raw talent, and because of that talent, they're typically able to hone their skills. It's either they're boom or bust,
Right.
And
Right.
that's what we've seen throughout the years.
So
like
you're new to the
RG3.
podcast.
high ceiling,
You're
low
new
floor.
to the
Yeah.
podcast, so you haven't heard my theory on this, but these two definitely have. So I believe the exact opposite. And here's the theory, right? And I'm not saying I'm right, but this is how I operate. And now we're going to separate this conversation because I've been mostly talking about fantasy, but now I'm talking about actual
football.
longevity in the league,
Right.
winning important games or Super Bowls late into your career. Here's my theory. When you have the athletic superiority, you actually lose the chance and the ability to work on your quote-unquote skills, and here's why. Because typically these guys are always the strongest, fastest athletes, not only on their team, but in their entire league through high school
Right.
and mostly through college, right?
These are the
so they
studs
can
of the
literally,
studs.
but they can literally, and I mean literally, run away from their problems. Okay?
Right.
Whereas a Peyton Manning, a Tom Brady, a pocket passer is forced because he can't outrun anybody, literally anybody.
It's
Everybody
decision-making
can catch-
skills.
A fucking kicker can catch Tom Brady, right?
Right.
So what you have to do is take your entire high school, college, into the pros and learn how to be in the pocket, read the defenses pre-snap and post-snap,
Correct.
develop pocket presence, develop perfect footwork, and learn how to navigate all of those things,
Yeah.
including
Them hoes.
including knowing when to take the sack.
Yep.
Sometimes it's better to take the sack than to
Yes.
scramble out of the pocket.
You gotta know
where
when
you
to hold
don't-
them.
where- Sometimes it's better to take a sack in the pocket than to scramble out of the pocket where you don't have 5 multimillionaires who are 300 pounds protecting
Right.
you from other 300-pound multimillionaires that are literally coming at you like a fucking
Those
missile.
motherfuckers are huge now,
and
too,
here's
right.
what I'm getting at. Here's what I'm really getting at. This is
Sports
what I love
science.
about football. Here's what I love about football. It's fucking cyclical. This exact discussion was already done in the 1930s because college football used to be more popular and they ran the option, right? They developed the pocket passer because quarterbacks were getting injured and they stopped putting their best athletes in the quarterback position because it was too risky. It's the most risky. So you put your smartest, least athletic player who can actually handle making play calls like a Joe Namath, right? Not the best quarterback, but he was a general.
Right.
This is where I'm going with this. Just like politics, we ended up here for a reason. So I think it's super amateur hour. I think it's super amateur hour to literally think we're reinventing the wheel by going, no, the future of the NFL is these mobile quarterbacks. Bro, I've been hearing that since Fran fucking Tarkenton.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
But
didn't-
pocket passers win the Super Bowl
Well, right,
still
right,
to this
right,
day
right.
more often
Okay, so
than
here's
these
the
mobile
thing.
guys.
Sure.
And
Right.
Grant.
Jared, here's the thing.
Nope.
I absolutely agree with you. And
And
this
don't
was
even get me started on Gaza.
same here. You don't want that. You don't want that
hasn't even
smoke.
started yet.
Y'all don't want that smoke. But here's the thing. You're right, and this is where I was going with this.
It's just my theory.
90%
I
of
don't
the
know if I'm
time,
right, but it's just my opinion.
90% of the time, that athletic quarterback is going to be boom or bust, and even
did say
when
that,
they
and that
are
is true.
boom, that percentage of time that they're effective is far less than a pocket passer.
Yep.
Also, a pocket passer's intelligence is what he's relying on and instinct built over years
Correct.
of play.
Right.
Where and
and it's a
athlete
necessity
is
because
running
he
away
has
from
to.
his problems.
Well, the pocket passer too
I would
knows
rather have-
the defense.
But it's because
Typically,
they have
because
to.
they have
Right.
to. They have to diagnose it before.
because
don't
they
even
don't have
dissecting
that
it.
skill to
Exactly.
run.
Whereas the other dude,
Exactly.
When
most
you have
likely
that
just
skill
does
to
not.
run, most of the time you don't have the rest of the athletic prowess.
And that's why the best
and the
mobile
intellectual
quarterbacks
prowess.
eventually become pocket passers.
Right.
The shitty mobile quarterbacks just fizzle out of the league.
Right.
Look at Dante Culpepper with a knee
Correct.
injury. Look
Why
at
is
fucking.
that, though? Let's talk about that.
Well,
Why
RG3.
The nature
It's
of
because
most
what I
things
just said.
is
It's because they
the
never
brighter the
developed
fuse burns,
the other
quicker
games.
Right.
it burns out.
Otherwise,
Okay, hold on.
Nature of
RG3.
man.
Or the universe
No,
or whatever.
Just in general.
No, listen. It's
interesting.
Because, it's because even Tom Brady said it, who was always a pocket passer.
Yeah.
Like at most he
But he had no
scrambled.
choice. I guess
think-
what I'm asking is, if you
But-
had
but-
all the athletics,
but the-
why wouldn't you just be a pocket passer to begin with and cut out
Because
the
they
middle?
don't have to.
Because you don't have to. It's easier to just bail out and outrun
I see. So you're not doing it unless you absolutely have to.
Right.
Right.
And there's an intellectual
So a
I got
hybrid,
you. Yeah.
so a
I
hybrid
got
is
you.
really
Okay,
what
okay.
we're going for.
It's
and we've
literally
always
just
been
because you
going
don't have
for.
to. Now, the best of both worlds is your Brett Favre's, your Steve Youngs, where when
Josh
they were
Allen.
young, they
Right.
could, right? But as they age,
The
we don't know
gunslinger.
about Josh Allen yet. But as,
I love the gunslinger.
I predict him going that way.
John Elway,
That's why I love Cutler.
Brett Favre, Steve Young.
Me
These
too.
guys were
He kept
super
both teams in
mobile.
it.
But as their
suits.
physical skills declined and they couldn't scramble as well, they compensated by becoming better mentally.
Right.
Okay? That's the difference of
Cutler
what we're
did
talking
not.
about. Late in Steve Young's career, he wasn't doing
Terrible against you
49-yard
guys.
runs to score touchdowns
Right.
on the Minnesota Vikings like
Oh,
he
he was
was.
Steve Young is great.
Right, but he changed
Far better
his
than
game.
Montana.
Brett Favre, by the time he was playing with the Vikings, he wasn't scrambling for shit.
Right.
He was getting out of the pocket and throwing the ball away, getting out of the
Right.
pocket and throwing the ball away. When he was young, that motherfucker was like John Elway, running 15, 20 yards,
Yeah.
diving in the air.
Oh, he was on so
getting
much
spun
Vicodin,
in
he
the
didn't
air.
even know where
Here's
he
the
was at
thing.
half the
Favre
time.
was good at keeping both
But
teams in it.
They changed their game and stopped relying on their physical skills other than their arm,
Right.
and it became the mental game.
Right.
That's the difference, and pocket passers have to do that. The hybrids, like you said, the ideal is the hybrid. But when those guys, when we think of prime Brett Favre, we do not think about him scrambling. When we think
I think
about
of how
John
my
Elway
team
at the top
wasted
of his
a
game,
generational talent and only got one Super Bowl.
when we think about
Fuck
John
Ted
Elway,
Thompson.
when we think about John Elway at the top of his game, we think about him winning 2 Super Bowls as an old man and a pocket passer. We don't think about him as a young man getting spun at the goal line, diving for the touchdown.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
I
Like,
do.
It's and to me, here's the point. It's super fucking obvious. I do not understand how. Maybe it's sheer arrogance that these billionaires think that they're gonna study something that's, dude, for me, it's a lot like politics. It's cyclical. This shit is a solved issue. It's been proven.
Right.
And now it's just a matter of finding the right guys.
It's the sports science.
I understand the excitement and I understand wanting to sell tickets and be profitable, but at this point, you're the NFL. You're forever going to be profitable.
Right.
So think about
Forever.
Think about what is actually going to win you a real championship. What is the best way to get a quarterback and keep him on your roster healthy and alive for 20 years? It's a fucking pocket passer,
I
and it
think-
always will be.
And this is
It
a bold
always will be.
statement.
Unless
and-
he's Sam Bradford.
Okay, so this is a bold statement. And yes, I am a Packer fan, but I truly believe as an NFL fan that Jordan Love may be that first true hybrid where he has the
Russell
instincts.
Wilson was the first one.
Jordan Love it.
He had to rely on
No,
his
Russell
skills
Wilson-
because of his
But
size.
you're a Packer fan, though.
Russell Wilson won the Super Bowl as a mobile quarterback.
Russell
he
Wilson
was
was
the first
awesome.
one who really proved
Jordan
my
Love was
theory
really
wrong.
good for
And
half
he's
of the
really
year,
the
though.
only one, because even by the time fucking
Yeah, but look at him later in his career.
yeah, he sucks.
Well, he's old now.
Exactly.
He's old now.
I gotta
Because
chime
he's
this
not
in
a
'cause
mobile
it's gonna work to
quarterback
the point
anymore.
wanted
No,
to
I
make,
think the
okay?
difference is head injuries. I think Russell Wilson took too many shots to the dome. And I think he,
that's
I,
a fair
I do not
statement.
think he has the mental
Mr.
capacity to
Unlimited?
be a functional human being, let alone an NFL quarterback.
That's very possible.
Wow.
And I think that's why
He's gonna be in
Justin
diapers
Fields was
shitting
traded.
himself.
Russell
at
Wilson?
60.
I didn't realize it was
That's
that
why
bad.
Justin Fields is in Pittsburgh, because when Russell can't do it anymore, they've got Fields.
This will be very soon.
who sucks also sucks.
No, Fields.
He'll be better
is
than Russell
trash.
Wilson.
Fields
Fields
should have
is ass.
stayed in Chicago. That was a 7-win team, and with that first overall pick, they could have traded that first
Yeah, it was
overall
never
pick.
gonna happen, though.
Once
Do you guys
again,
never
remember
gonna
the
happen.
draft cast when
Never
I
gonna
screamed
happen.
Michael Penix's ass?
He was in an impossible situation.
Justin Fields is
Fields.
the only
I'm
one
a
who's
Justin Fields
more
fan.
ass than
Highlighted
Michael
it.
Penix.
Yeah,
I'm a
well,
Justin
the
Fields
impossible
fan.
situation just gave them Caleb fucking Williams, the prima donna,
Caleb-
who's about Caleb fucking Williams.
I tell you what.
Facts.
And as a Packer fan, I'm happy that the Bears drafted Caleb fucking Williams because I'm laughing my ass off at him. As an NFL fan, it sucks that they felt they were forced to do this, but if they really wanted to do the right thing and expedite the rebuild of that franchise,
Are we not
See,
getting this game?
they don't. He don't like the fact that
Yeah,
now
what
we
the
have
hell?
Caleb
Yeah, we
Williams
clearly
as the
don't have it on
quarterback.
the game.
Caleb Williams is anybody
That's all right.
watching. There's no way you could say
Yeah, we clearly
by
it's not
watching
on there.
Caleb Williams and Justin Fields. Come on, you two have to. There's no way.
That's hilarious. We just
There
noticed
is no
that now.
way. Anyone that watches
What?
football,
The game hasn't been on the whole time.
Well, because I had it on NFL Network.
anybody that watches football will agree
you
with the
go.
statement that Caleb Williams
Wanna
is
get-
a
is that it?
naturally
It hasn't kicked
better
off,
looking
so still
quarterback
hasn't
than
kicked
Justin Fields.
I don't disagree,
No,
but
it
the
got delayed.
issue is
Weather
this.
shit.
Yeah.
That's right. they
Caleb
said like
Williams
750
is
or
a
something was
head
gonna be the
case.
earliest.
Worked out.
And that's going to
Perfect.
prove
See,
in
you're
time
brilliant.
that he's
That's a-
going to
that's
be
a
a
Bob
cancer
Ross
in the
moment
locker
if there
room.
ever was
He's
one
going to
right there,
disrupt
man.
the chemistry of that team, and he is going to cause problems. He caused problems pre-draft for Chicago.
I mean,
Who
here's all.
did?
Here's,
I gotta
Caleb
talk
fucking
for a
Williams.
second.
Yes.
I gotta talk for a
I
second.
actually heard that was all fake news.
yes, it's fake news. They love him.
I heard that all that shit we heard was made up.
It's
by,
fake. It's bullshit.
By just like internet trolls.
because anyway, it'll tie back.
I don't know
but
if it's true, but I heard everything we heard.
They love
about
him.
all that
a
was
little
made up.
while ago, Jared did an excellent job of like literally listing off all the things that successful quarterbacks have in common with each other. You know, and it was a diverse list, but it was accurate. And they all have that in common. Whether it's for a 2-3 year window of success or a 10-15 or whatever, you know, they all have that in common. At some point in time, they have that collection of things. And the thing he mentioned that I think is the most challenging and the biggest difference between all the quarterbacks that don't really make it and the ones that do is the reading post-snap.
right.
Because the more film the quarterback gets on tape of themselves playing, the easier it is for defensive coaches to game plan against them, to disguise what they're actually
Yes.
doing in
To
coverage and
confuse
stuff.
them.
Exactly, and then that's where all the mistakes come, and that's where like, oh, you had 1 or 2 good years at the beginning of your career, but now you're kind of flaming out.
Right.
That's why, because they can't make that jump at the post-snap
Right.
read level.
Right.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
and,
once
and
we
so
figure
like,
out how to trick you, you're not putting in the work to try to figure out our figure.
Right.
Exactly. And so even if you do have a successful first 1 or 2 years on a young quarterback, you do still kind of got to wait yet to see if it's the real deal or
Right.
not. Or do they regress just a little bit now that everybody has them figured out,
Right.
you know?
Right.
So
It's
Who are some great examples of that? Let's give some actual, because there's not everybody, including older guys, not everybody cares as much as we do. Not everybody watches teams that aren't theirs. So what are some great examples of that? I would say Baker Mayfield.
well, and
is a
sometimes
perfect
injury
example
plays a
of that.
part too.
right.
Like Carson Wentz.
Baker Mayfield had
Right,
a great
right.
Baker Mayfield had a great rookie year, and then
Yeah.
his second year they brought in OBJ, and then his second year he just kind of like was like exposed as average, right?
Right.
There's Drake. Not
He
Drake
got him
May,
into the
not Drake
playoffs,
May.
though.
Mac Jones was actually
I
another
mean-
example of that. Mac Jones had a great rookie year, and I was sold.
Yep.
Baker was
I
the number one
yep.
pick, though. That was the
I was
thing. He
never
was the
sold.
number
Pro
one
Bowl
pick.
rookie of the year.
Baker Mayfield was the number one pick. Like, he
Yeah.
got Cleveland into the playoffs. I think they might have won a game, maybe even one of his years, but he was the number one pick. And it didn't live up to that expectation, I don't think.
The problem
And
is
then
And
kind
then
of was
when
a
Alex
loudmouth.
Smith on the bit. When
Yeah.
he,
Kinda
you
was a
know,
loudmouth,
after
too,
like a
and
couple
it was
really
like-
even worse stops.
Yeah.
So
wherever
who's some
he
more
was.
rookie quarterbacks that looked great their first year and then got
RG3.
figured out?
Sam Bradford, maybe,
RG3.
but
RG3
again,
injury.
Injury.
Sam Bradford injury because
Oh,
Sam
see.
Bradford was dope his entire career when he was healthy. Set a franchise record. For
Teddy
completion.
Teddy
Bridgewater.
was good there.
Teddy
I mean,
looked-
he was,
Nah,
Hey,
Teddy
well, he made the
Bridgewater
Pro
was-
Bowl.
He
Yeah,
showed
year,
he
like-
showed
No.
potential.
No, Teddy Bridgewater did not have a great rookie year.
Or
No,
well, at least put it this
you're
way.
right.
He
He
started
showed
out
potential.
at the
That's
top
what I
of
meant
his
to say.
ceiling,
Yeah.
and then it regressed.
Who are you talking
Teddy, just another example.
He
Injury,
didn't have
but
enough talent to recover
started
from that
out first couple
injury.
of years were the
Yeah.
best, and then
Mentally,
it got
that
worse.
injury
You know,
destroyed him.
I don't know. I feel
not
like
Think
saying
about
that they
that.
ever
He almost
made
lost
it.
his leg.
you
I
know?
feel like
Right.
Teddy.
Like,
I feel like
That's
Teddy.
traumatic.
Very
feel-
much, yeah.
I feel like Teddy's rookie year was second year was but
His second
third
year
year
to
looked
me-
like it was going to be great before he
That injury.
lost his leg on the football field.
Right,
mean-
like it looked like he was progressing in the right direction, and I was.
But it wasn't a great rookie year.
No.
And then shit the bed.
a
The
guy
second
like
He
year.
showed
Jamison
flashes.
Winston, maybe.
No,
he
no,
showed
like,
flashes.
Teddy doesn't fit the mold, is what I'm
A
saying.
guy like
Okay.
Jamison Winston, maybe.
Jameis
Great,
Winston,
great,
yeah.
great example.
we go.
Jamison
Him
Winston.
and
Because
him
that
and
rookie year, he threw
Mariota
like fucking
were drafted the same
38
year.
touchdowns.
1 and 2.
What did he throw in his rookie year? 38 touchdowns or 28 touchdowns, and then the same amount of interceptions. Like it was.
The year he was
was
cut,
an
he
interception
led
machine.
the league in like yards, touchdowns, and interceptions.
just- I
Like,
mean, it was just like
crazy.
video,
yeah.
like
I mean,
a
he'll throw it to
Tannehill.
anybody.
Maximum
He'll throw it to
boomer
the hot
bust.
dog stand. He'll throw it to anybody that's just willing.
Like Tannehill.
He'll steal crab legs. Remember, he did that in college, I remember. That was a big news thing,
Tannehill had a
'cause he,
pretty
like,
good rookie
like Jameis
season.
Did
Winston
he?
busted for stealing crab
And
legs.
then-
at the
Well,
grocery
let's
store.
stay on.
From-
Let's stay on Winston for a second. We got to stop over talking to each other.
Yeah, that was it. I just recall, fond memories of him stealing crab legs at the local grocer. Jameis Winston, when he was in college, and that was a big thing. He's like, I'm sorry for stealing the crab legs. I didn't mean to in my Heisman campaign. I don't want this to ruin how I get drafted in the pros. And it didn't. He got drafted number 1 or whatever.
Winston, he was first round, but he wasn't number 1.
Jameis Winston?
Yeah, he was.
He went number 1, and Marcus Mariota went number 2.
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yep.
That
Yep.
was the 1-2 QBs.
Yep.
Tampa
Yep. Yeah.
and Tennessee.
I believe
Tennessee,
That to be
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tennessee with Mariota.
And Mariota was the replacement for another dude the Titans picked, and I'm trying to remember Jake Locker.
Yeah, Locker.
That's right.
for like-
he
that was
retired
Christian
super
Ponder
early.
draft.
Didn't
Yep.
do that great. Yep.
Retired really early. He was a super high fucking prospect. I think in baseball too. Jake Locker was a big athlete, and then something happened. He got injured or something. And then some dudes, it's almost like you can tell they lose their fucking minds,
Yeah.
Yep.
and whatever. You make a bunch of money.
But like
So-
the
Like
other
Johnny
thing I want to
Manziel.
specify on
Just-
it is like
Head
I f-
case.
Yeah.
I feel like with the quarterback more than anything, like it's not an athleticism issue.
Right.
When we're discussing the quarterback position,
Right.
It's a mental issue.
Right.
Right.
It's a cerebral issue. When we're talking about like running backs,
Right.
or wide receivers or DNs or anything like that,
Okay.
no, it's almost always physical.
Right.
There's a level
But
of maturity.
quarterback is the exception where
Right.
no, it's actually mental that makes the
Right.
difference
Well,
on
and
whether
everybody knows
you
it's the
know.
most important position.
There's also
It's
maturity.
all of the pressure.
Maturity is a big issue when it comes to quarterbacks. If your quarterback is immature and he's raw and athletic, he is going to be a problem
Well, then his
for
dad's
you.
out there getting
There's
his
the
8
leadership
DUI.
intangibles too. I
It's
didn't
just
even
wild.
think of that. I
No,
didn't
yeah,
even think
that's
of the
where
leadership.
I'm
His-
coming
his-
from on that.
his
It's a
wife's out
nuance.
there-
Cerebral.
His wife's
internal.
out there,
Yes.
saying whatever she wants, and then his dad's getting his 8th DUI, and he's just stone cold killing everybody. Patrick Mahomes. Like, that takes a special motherfucker
Right.
to do that repeatedly. You know what I mean? Everybody else around him is just like,
Because Patrick Mahomes is a professional, and this is
Oh, dude.
what people missed because our live stream wasn't
Ice in
going.
his veins.
Our
I
conversation
think him
about
growing up
professionalism.
with a pro athlete.
And- I thought
you were
dad
gonna say 'cause he gets
made
paid
a
to do it
big-
for a
was
living.
a big part
well,
of that.
he's a professional.
Well, right, there's
And
no,
Jared.
and now looking back on the discussion, I see
Is he a
there's a lot
trained
more to
professional,
it.
though?
I would have
This is a
got
very good
more
example.
into
But
it,
Greg, is he a trained professional?
Huh? Well, he may very. I hope he is.
But
You'd
this
be
is
able to
what
see
we
it in
were
his
talking
eyes.
about with professionalism.
See, that
take
would
you down.
that would
Yeah, right. Yeah,
We'll take you
that-
down.
And we are in the basement. Right, so there it is. Here we go.
Is it original? He's
I'll
original?
take you down original. Yeah. So dumb.
It's a great.
It's
a great
I mean,
song.
you know,
it's a great song.
some of those songs, man, even to this day, I'm just like, it'll take me back to those times or whatever, just fucking playing shows at like Mr. Heavy's. And
Now, my favorite is when I seen you guys at First Ave, and I don't know. I don't think you sold it out, but that entire bottom area was full for
Yep.
sure.
never sold it out, but we were always good to have that. It was always full and nice. And then the bar was a
Dude,
couple
it was-
deep.
yeah,
People would be
dude.
getting drunk upstairs. You
It
could
was
get-
sick, dude.
It was a party
Like,
for a
You came out in the
Sunday.
cowboy hat, dude.
Yeah.
And you had like you had the black and white like Beetlejuice nylon things
Yeah.
on your arms, dude. It was fucking cool, dude. You
All
had a
right,
little
so what do
hand
people
move,
think of this
dude.
new
You still
kickoff
kind of
rule?
do the hand move a little bit. Trump stole it from me.
yeah. It's those were good days, man. They were good days.
We should actually. Do any of you guys know in
you're great front man,
detail the new kickoff rules? Other than not the onside kick ones.
Yeah, so it's basically you
like,
gotta
I know
you gotta
those.
you got to put it in between the goal line and the 20, and if you don't, right? So if you're short of it, the receiving team gets it on the 40, and if you kick it out of the end zone, they get it on the 30. If you get it between the 0 and the 20, they have to return it. If you get it to land between the 0 and the 20 and it bounces through the end zone, it goes to the 20.
So what
Very
was the
convoluted.
purpose?
Okay.
To try to keep it safe but encourage kick returns because the new rules, nobody returned kicks last
It was
year.
just the best.
It's not even an element of the
I'm a
game.
Bears fan,
Yeah.
obviously, but it was
It's
the
a
best when Devin
formality
Hester
the
was
way it
running those
was.
fuckers back, and anybody could run it back. Like, I mean, that was when it was exciting.
The way it was
Yeah,
a formality.
Dude, Devin Hester.
You
when
know,
Devin Hester
right.
would run the shit back, that was when it was awesome.
There were
Rocket
no returns
Ishmael.
last year.
Yeah,
and the
Rocket
year
Ishmael.
before,
I mean, people
you
would get
know.
hurt and shit.
they-
That was when it was fun. You could break
Dude,
a game
kickoff
open.
returns are some of the most exciting.
Exciting.
Plays in
Exactly.
Punt and kick
Absolutely.
I mean, kickoff returns, though. Devin Hester running that kickoff back in the Super Bowl. They lost the Super Bowl, but that moment was
Right.
awesome. And then Prince
Desmond
playing
Howard
halftime.
for Green Bay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
mean,
Oh,
it's dude.
yeah.
It's those moments. That's why you watch sports, right?
Right.
So
it's for those moments.
It's for those moments, right? I mean, they lost the game, sure, but that moment with the and then you could see it always with the photos going off
Percy
before.
Harvin returning the opening kick at half.
It's great.
To score a tutty. Like, dude, they're fucking like when Cordero Patterson a couple times took the opening one to the house, and the Vikings just automatically start up 7-0. Dude, it's
He's
such
good.
an
He was good
exciting
for those.
feeling,
Cordero
dude.
Patterson. good for
So
those.
remember when years ago when the Saints and the Colts were playing in the Super Bowl and the Saints were down at halftime, came out and kicked the onside kick?
Yes,
because
yes.
the Colts were getting the ball yet and they recovered it and
Yes.
stuff. Can't do that anymore. You
Right.
can only
Right.
onside kick in the
Right.
fourth quarter,
And you have to declare it.
like declare it.
Which
Yep,
is-
you
that's-
can't
like, now it's
fake
not
it
an
or do
onside
anything.
kick anymore.
or-
right.
They're
Now-
really trying to decrease. I think the percentage,
sucks. Which sucks.
its conversion percentage got too high for what they want it to be. Like they still want
Yeah.
the play to exist and the possibility to exist, but they want the percentage of success to be in that like 3%, type of range. And it was starting to flirt, way too far north of 5% for their liking.
Right.
Same with the kick return. Like they
Right.
want the return to be this percentage of the game yet, but we got to make it safe.
Right, but it's not
You
the
know,
same.
as
It's
well,
not the
too,
same
so,
as
like-
you can't. It's like you're trying to do
But
something.
like
I
they're
see
they're
what
trying to
do, but
regulate how much these elements of the game still are.
It just looks
yet,
goofy.
Yeah, it does.
There's a goofy ass flow
and
to
it,
it. You know,
looks like they're regulating the game.
right, right.
They are.
They're coming
It's-
in and they've fundamentally changed the game forever.
It looks like they're
under
there's
the
some,
guise
it looks
of
like
safety.
some robots and shit
Right.
moving around right now, right?
Every single one of these players recognizes that they put their body on the line week in and week out to make a contract that is going to set them up, if they're smart enough, for the rest of their lives.
Yes.
And it's going to set up their families.
Generational money.
Exactly. They're going to find generational wealth, and the trade-off is probably 10 to 15 years off their life and a chance that their brain becomes mush from CTE. They understand these risks. They take these risks because they're talented, and they hone their craft and spend years of their life training to do this to make millions of dollars. They accept this
Yeah,
is
that's
the
facts.
ultimate
Yes.
responsibility, and the NFL is coming in and fundamentally changing the game on them. It makes it more difficult for them, and on top of it, the owners are making more money, so now the players should be getting more money. And once again, there's going to be another fight coming up on this. Hockey looks like it could potentially lock out again.
That's why you know what? For all the older that I get, I have more appreciation for pro basketball
Oh, I
because
love
they
pro
handle their
ball.
business Trump tight, so to speak. It's
Yeah.
always handled. The TV contracts handled great,
Right.
And they always market it, and they just do it the right way around their fucking
Right.
stars, and they keep it moving. I mean, the season's long, but they keep it
Except
moving.
it's the shittiest
It's
league with
good.
the least amount of
I
integrity.
mean, but well, it is that way a little bit, but you
But
got
they-
From like
Oh,
a business model.
from a
Oh.
business model, entertainment. I mean, and you have
Right.
highly trained
What's this
athletes,
flag,
highly,
Scotty? Did you
highly,
catch
highly
the flag?
trained
Is it
athletes.
holding?
You know, they're just and they're
gotta
at
be
each other's
holding,
throats.
right?
Likely.
They're
It's
at
gotta
each
be
other's
holding.
throats
My
too. Those
dick.
athletes are at each other's throats. They want to beat each other in pro
I
basketball.
mean, could have been a defensive holding though too. No.
illegal formation.
that
That's
flag should have
rare
came out
for the Chiefs.
That flag should have came out right away. Then it felt like
No, because it's not an illegal formation until you snap the ball.
right. That's what I'm saying. But like as soon as the ball was snapped,
I think it did.
That flag should have came
I
out.
think it did.
Okay. I thought it. I didn't notice it until later in the play.
Oh, it's the Ravens.
Here
Wow,
we go.
I was flipped
Yeah,
around,
see-
dude. I haven't been paying attention. I'm just
Topic
checking
of
into this game.
discussion. Harbaugh, overrated or underrated?
Which Harbaugh?
Perfectly
John?
rated.
Which one?
John or
Perfectly
Jim?
rated.
This Harbaugh.
Perfectly rated. Great coach, should go to the Hall of Fame.
I agree.
I would agree with that as well. I
Yeah.
just wanted to see where everybody else
4-4
was.
on that one.
Perfectly rated.
I think both Harbaughs are good coaches.
Yeah.
I think Jim
Absolutely.
Harbaugh is underrated.
Yeah.
I think
I
he's
agree.
disrespected.
I love
think
it.
so.
I
Right
love
away.
Jim
Zay
Harbaugh. He
Flowers.
takes a shot.
God, is that the exact
That's a
pass
same
flag, too.
interference.
That's a
again?
Pass
flag, too. They're going to
interference.
take
That one
flag,
might
yeah.
be that first flag.
take
I
that,
feel
yeah.
like was the
I
same
think
damn
Jim Harbaugh-
penalty
I love
again.
Lamar
Jim
Jackson is an elite quarterback.
It was either
I
that
would
or
Well, he's
I
won
would
2
agree with that.
It's
MVPs.
either that
That's
or
hard to
neutral
argue.
zone
I mean, with
infraction.
2
I
MVPs.
think
The problem
Lamar
with
Jackson's
Lamar-
underrated.
Is the division he plays in.
I think Lamar Jackson is exactly the quarterback we
It's
were
a
talking
murderer's
about
row.
earlier.
Right.
It's a murderer's row.
Athlete who's
Okay.
never
This is-
properly
he's against
developed
Burrow.
the mental game.
Okay,
Well,
Burrow's,
so
Burrow's a stud.
Right.
that raises a question I want
Also,
all you
though,
guys'
Mahomes-
Illegal
opinions on.
formation.
See, same
Pass
penalty
interference.
again. I
Oh,
told you
so
the
it's-
second that flag
those will
came out, I'm like,
offset.
that looks like
Those
the
will
same
offset.
damn penalty again.
That's
Replay third down.
that's a killer.
Okay, so
If you're
here's
the
the question I
offense.
want to pose to you guys. Because, we all define things differently, and that's perfect. Can you be an elite quarterback? Because, that's what was being discussed here, elite quarterback. Can you be an elite quarterback without being a championship quarterback?
Yes.
And at what
Dan
point?
Marino.
At what point in the scale of winning do you kind of draw that line of okay, I don't care what numbers you put up.
Yep.
Your team never won more than 6 games in a season for
Sure.
10 straight years.
Dan
How
Marino.
great can you be? Dan
The
Fouts.
answer is Dan Marino. The answer is Dan Marino.
Jim Kelly.
So just curious on
Jim-
where you
yes,
guys
Jim
stand on
Kelly.
that. Because
Dan Marino.
That was the first thing I thought too. Was Dan Marino.
I agree. I think you can be elite.
He made it
without
to
being a
one Super
champion,
Bowl and never made it back again.
Jim
whereas
Kelly
Jim
was-
Kelly made
I
it
mean-
to 4 in a row.
And
Right.
was not elite at all. Troy Aikman was not elite.
No, Aikman was a good
They
game
were elite
manager.
as leaders, winners,
Yeah,
audible
right.
callers.
Yep.
They
They were
brought
elite
that
winners, but they weren't
intangible.
elite
They had the right
quarterbacks.
I mean,
intangible
they
to work
were-
with the talent they had.
were. I mean, they were accurate. They were fucking. They put
Right.
up yardage. They scored touchdowns.
They
It was
were-
a different
there?
league
Warren
back then.
Moon.
Aikman.
But is
Moon.
above adequate elite?
I like Warren Moon.
But I don't.
Is
see,
he elite,
this
though?
This is the point. Why do you
I don't think
they
Warren
were
Moon's
just
elite.
adequate?
No, he's
I
in
didn't say
like
they were
that
just
Matt
adequate, I said
Ryan
above
level.
Okay,
adequate.
so what
and
does
that's
that
not
mean?
elite.
No,
Hold
you're
on,
absolutely
hold on.
right.
Let's-
It's that.
Hold on. Let Scotty
Okay,
answer
so
this.
comparing a Troy Aikman to a Dan Marino is basically what we're doing. The one was successful and I
Well,
don't
no,
think was
no,
all that
I'm
good,
just simply
and the other
asking-
one
no,
wasn't
no,
and was extremely
no,
good. That's
no.
what I'm talking about.
I'm asking you to define when you said I'm asking you to define adequate because you said above adequate. So what is
Yep.
adequate? Don't
Ad-
define above adequate.
well,
just define what is adequate.
Adequate is competent, efficient. You get the job done, but there's absolutely nothing above expectation,
Trent
really,
Dilfer.
that you do.
Geno
it's-
Smith.
It's all relative to expectation.
Right.
Adequate is meeting expectation without exceeding expectation.
Right.
Okay. Whereas, like,
is how
the
I would
reason-
define that.
And so you're saying Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, these guys were above that, but not elite.
No, I'm saying that Troy Aikman, for
sorry,
example,
not Dan
Troy
Marino, Troy
Aikman was above adequate,
Yes.
but not elite.
Because
Well,
not
he
as,
also
not
had
as an
elite
individual
talent
quarterback.
around him,
If you
too.
put Troy Aikman on literally any other team other than maybe the Niners in that time
He
period,
wasn't elite
he's not
at
in the
what?
Hall of Fame.
He wasn't elite. At what?
Right.
He
Physically?
wasn't that
Like
top
athletic?
tier
Yeah,
quarterback.
He's not
look
an
at his
elite
completion
athlete.
But you
percentages.
can't say this,
look
though.
at his
He's in
completion
like that-
percentages
I would agree
and
with
his
you.
interceptions
But,
and things
but
like
you guys,
that.
slow down. He wasn't elite athletically.
right.
Okay, but he was absolutely elite in his accuracy.
He
as
was
a passer.
clutch. He was
He was the
They were
ultimate game
awful
manager.
when
You
they
guys-
picked him,
but-
and then
but-
they went to that.
But the thing that made Troy Aikman,
So there's
you
something
guys,
to that.
You guys, the thing that made Troy Aikman was his fucking accuracy, specifically his pocket presence and accuracy under pressure. That's what made Troy
Clutch.
Aikman elite.
His
Right,
talent
the
around him was
clutch.
elite
Well,
too,
I
though.
think
He had
clutch is
great,
like
he had a
he
great
was-
fucking
game in
line.
big moments.
Okay,
He
or,
did it all.
or
He did it all
poise,
day.
poise, composure.
I would
He did
lean-
it all day.
Listen, I
so
don't.
I'm just, and I'm not arguing with you.
He
I'm
was the
asking
best
to
game
define these so I can
manager.
properly answer your question.
He was
so
the
when
best
you're saying
game manager of
non-elite,
all
you're
time.
just talking athletically.
I'm talking like individually. Like I'm disregarding the
Because he also had
success.
Emmitt Smith.
I'm
Like,
Well, yeah,
disregarding.
and a great offensive line. I
I'm-
take
I'm-
Aikman under Kelly.
Michael
and
I'm
Irving.
trying to like forecast that into other variables and X factor situations, and they would
Jason
still
Witten.
have the same level
Right.
of production and success.
Right.
You know, where it's not as system dependent, it's not as supporting cast dependent. It's more individual skill,
What a
individual
dumbass.
talent. You know,
You're
like
just begging to get him hurt.
Right.
your level of responsibility in the actual like.
It's
how
the whole
things
Brock
played
Purdy
out,
thing
you know?
right now.
Yeah. There you
It's the
go.
whole Brock
Thank
Purdy
you.
thing
That's
in
a
the
perfect
Shanahan system.
Touchdown,
Right.
Derrick Henry.
Perfect. Thank you.
Right.
Thank
You guys
Greg.
got Derrick Henry in any?
No, but you know what? I was interested to see how this is going to play out, and it's very quick. If this is a good omen for people who have him,
I just felt like
I'm a big
Derek
Derrick
is
Henry
on
fan.
the backside of his career. I'm definitely a Derrick
He'll
Henry
get
fan,
20
don't get me
touchdowns
wrong.
this year, though.
in
He is, but he'll get 20 touchdowns
If
this
he
year.
has a resurgence year or he has one last really good year, this might be what Baltimore needs to finally push them over KC and get them into the Super Bowl.
I don't think they can because it's exactly what we were talking about earlier. I don't think Lamar Jackson is a Super Bowl winning quarterback because he hasn't developed the mental to offset his declining physical. Whereas
I think this is his
everybody
last
else did,
real
including
chance
Troy
at it.
Aikman.
Yep.
Like, dude, Troy Aikman was a very, very good quarterback all the way through, I think, like 1998, 1999.
Because he was the best
Years.
game manager that existed.
No, I'm not saying that, dude. I'm talking
91
about,
to 96 was his window. He
Right,
played
but
a
he
little
played-
before, he played after,
Yep.
and neither
But he
of
was-
those periods were any good.
But what you're talking about
But
is Super
91 to
Bowls.
96,
You're talking
no,
about
I'm
Super Bowls.
I'm looking at his career stats on my phone right
They
now.
They won their last Super Bowl in 95 or 96.
He played. What did he play here? Freaking what? 11, 12 years?
three-time
something like
Super Bowl
that.
champion, 6-time Pro Bowl,
6
NFL completion
seasons, less
percentage
than
leader.
60%.
That's what I'm talking about. That's
He was
the
a
shit I'm
one
talking
here,
about.
but that's the
That's,
thing.
I mean, that's pretty good.
But
I'm
here-
not arguing with you. I'm just trying to establish
Can I
a baseline.
Can I give the entire perspective on it though?
Well, let me finish my
One
thing first,
time
though.
he led the league in completion percentage. 6 times his completion percentage on the season
I
was
thought he was
under
all-time.
60%.
It's really not that impressive.
His completion percentage career is 61.5%.
It's really not that
It's a hair
impressive.
above 60%.
His passer
It's
rating is
career
81.6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I get that, but he also never
No,
had
I
a great
guess it's
receiving
not
core.
Isn't Michael Irvin in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, but I
Isn't
think
Jay
for the same
Novacek
reason.
considered
But I think for
pretty
the
good?
same reason. I think
Wasn't
it's
Alvin Harper pretty decent?
Yeah, right. But
And wasn't that the running era anyway?
but that's
With
but,
Emmitt Smith.
Yep.
but now we're kind of contradicting ourselves. So what I'm getting at is that that's his wide receivers were never they were no Carter Moss,
Right.
right? Like
Okay, it's
you're
a balance,
never, you're
though.
Never
Well,
gonna
most
put-
people's
you're
are.
never going to put Michael Irvin in the same category as a Jerry
Because-
Rice,
right.
So
It's balanced.
and
though.
you have like Greg said, you have
I
Emmitt
didn't realize
Smith.
he started
so
at Oklahoma.
You're forced to give this guy the ball.
Oh, before
Like-
going to UCLA.
Right, here's the thing, though.
No,
idea.
I didn't know that.
It's a balance because Irvin, Harper, Novacek, Smith, and Aikman are all above average talent. And they
he
worked well
Played until
together.
He broke his ankle.
Aikman.
Yeah, at Oklahoma.
Aikman, his career derailed because
Yeah, and
of
I think
injuries.
He lost his starting job.
One
so
time he threw
transferred.
20
then
or
he
more
transferred.
TD passes
Right.
in a season.
Aikman
Yeah, but this
took
isn't
a
a
lot
time-
of
but
injuries.
Mel
this is-
Holloway,
I'm just,
I remember
I'm
that
just,
Mel Holloway.
just
But
stating.
this isn't a time where throwing 18 to 24 touchdowns in a season was extremely good. Like you guys, this isn't a time where the absolute elite level quarterbacks were throwing 30 touchdowns.
Right.
That's why Dan Marino's 1980 fucking whatever the shit it was
With Clayton
of
and Duper.
49 was insane, and everybody said it'll never be broken because in the early 90s, through the mid 90s, through the late 90s, the
game was
best in the
different.
league were only doing 30.
Right.
That's why when Peyton Manning and fucking Tom Brady started throwing 40 every year, everybody was like, these are the two greatest of all time. Yeah, none of them have done 49 yet, but they're doing 40 every year. Nobody's done this. And then both of them threw more than 49. You know what I mean? So it's like, but now again, we're back into a league where nobody's throwing 40.
Right.
So again, this
Because
is why we
we're
started this
into-
podcast. Everything's cyclical in this league.
Right.
And so we got to
Because
be
it's the
careful
ebbs
about
and
just
flows.
looking at stats for these quarterbacks and going, he wasn't elite. Because look at Joe Namath. Joe Namath wasn't elite.
No, Joe
I watched
Namath
him play. I
was
was never
a game
impressed by
manager.
him.
His accuracy was
Troy
his
Aikman.
accuracy
I watched
was
him play. I was
undeniable,
never
dude.
impressed
I'm
by him.
reading
Right.
through this, and you know
His
what?
accuracy
He's
is
Phil
undeniable.
Sims. What do
But
you
he's
do?
still a game
Right,
His
manager.
accuracy
right,
is
right.
Dude,
undeniable.
I'm
I would
sorry.
much rather have Jim
I'm
Kelly
sorry.
than him.
I think if you're in the
Exactly.
Hall of
Jim
Fame,
Kelly's way better than Troy
way
Aikman.
better.
I think
Way
if,
better.
way better.
I think if you're in the Hall of Fame, you're elite. That's where I'm going to end my.
I mean,
rant.
I'm not going to bag on Troy Aikman, but I mean, looking back on things,
I think if you're in the Hall
it
of
was
Fame,
his
you're
supporting
elite.
cast.
I
He had
think
a
if
great
you're in the Hall of
supporting
Fame, you
cast.
had an elite career.
Yeah.
He had a great
Which
supporting
is
cast, a
compromise
great
with
coach,
which is
No.
elite, dude.
some great
No,
coaches.
I think it is, dude. I think it is because like I personally know somebody in the Hall of Fame, and like this small percentage of athletes that get to that level, to even remotely try to discount their career, I think is like very Monday morning.
I
quarterback,
didn't.
dude.
I said their career was elite, literally.
Yeah, which I mean.
Well, I mean, if
which
they're
is
in the
what
Hall
I'm
of
saying.
fucking
I
Fame,
think
that's
that makes
that's pretty
I
good.
think that makes you elite. You may not be like a fast runner. You know, you may not have a
Right.
huge arm. So depending on how you try to define athleticism, I think it's a little wonky at
You've-
that point.
you've done
and that's what I'm
something-
getting
Can
at.
you
That's
be
what-
in the Hall of Fame
so-
and not be one of the 20 best players ever at your position?
That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to say. I guess
And so if you're not one of the 20 best players
you're
ever at your
still elite.
position,
You're still
like,
elite. In my,
okay.
So that's where
Also,
I'm answering.
yeah,
but that's-
like-
I'm just
so
saying. I'm just
finally
like saying.
answering your question. I'm not arguing with you. I'm
I'm not
finally.
either.
Can I just
we
add
did
a
our
little
thought
extra
experiment.
to that?
Hold on. We did our thought experiment. I'm finally answering your question. So, I think Troy Aikman, Jim Kelly, they are elite. So you asked me, when do you become elite? Well, for sure when you make it to the Hall of Fame. Like if you're Hall of Fame, you're elite.
Sure.
You're elite because that's the best of the best of the best of the
And you
best
gotta
of the
define
best
it in some way.
in every possible way. Saying
fair.
Now, here's the real question, which is I think the better version of the same question you asked is, can you be elite without ever winning a Super Bowl
Yes.
or going to the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Sure.
That's the question, and what does that
That's like a
mean?
Philip Rivers question.
Which he might go to the Hall of Fame.
And
But here's
we
It may
something
not
to
be
add
first
on to
ballot,
that.
But
but
let's
he'll
just say
probably
he
end up in
doesn't.
the Hall.
Let's say he
People
doesn't.
in
He
the
never made the
NFL
Super
Hall
Bowl.
of Fame.
I would say Philip Rivers is elite. He was a fucking damn good quarterback, man.
And that's the
Woo!
that's the
Right.
question is because once
He
we
did
put
more
you
with
in the
less.
Hall, you're
he
elite,
did more
right?
with
Right.
less. Like Philip Rivers slung that shit, and sometimes he had LT, but that's a running back. He didn't have dick shit for wide receiver some years. Rivers, he had Antonio Gates.
Because you could be elite and
That's
just
a
be
tight
on the
end.
wrong team or the wrong organization, or you could be RG3 because
Yeah.
RG3 could have been elite.
Yeah, and
got
Rivers
injured,
is in San
fucked his
Diego. They don't
career.
pay nobody nothing. You know
Willis
what I mean?
McGahee could have
Shitty
been elite.
franchise.
I don't think there's any scenario where Dante Culpepper ever becomes
That's
elite.
a horse collar right there.
I agree.
You know
Should
what
be.
I mean? Like,
A lot of
I
people.
don't think Donovan McNabb was elite, even though he went to 4 Super Bowls.
Okay.
Or almost went to. he
That's a
went to
lot of
4
Andy Reid right there. He
Follow
was very
me on
good.
this one. Follow me on this one. So
Great
everybody
play
in the
right
Hall
there.
of Fame,
That took a really long time to
Look at
answer your
that! Look
question.
at that! Wow,
touchdown.
There's
your boy,
Xavier
that's your boy
damn it.
Worthy.
There's Worthy.
There you go.
That was a
Good call
well-designed
on that.
play. You could see that right off the rip. Oh,
I left him on my bench for the night, but I do have him started in our fantasy
well,
contest
once he
tonight.
saw daylight, he just was gone.
Everybody in the Hall of Fame
Fastest 40 in the history of the combine.
Well, he's
4.21.
contributed something
Look, watch
great
this.
to the NFL, whether it was great
This is
moments,
good looking
Hold
here.
on, let's check this
elite
out.
athleticism.
Hold on, Jason. Look at this. See?
He sees a seam.
This is just like
Oh.
Jaden Reed.
And then bam.
Reverse jet sweep,
No, nobody got a shot.
right? It's a reverse jet sweep. I believe that's
They
what
don't
that's
have an
called.
answer for that.
That's what he can do.
Well,
he can
all he
run.
needs is one
That's what he
crease.
can do. That's a
Exactly.
great job of.
That is
You know-
an elite running back.
Well, he's a wide receiver.
Yeah, anything. I mean,
But
anything. Get him
he's
in
a wide
space.
receiver.
and
Yeah.
he-
At
He's
that
a wide
moment, he was a
receiver.
running back to me.
True. I mean, he got the ball out of the backfield and
Yeah.
ran with it. So, but yeah, that's what he can do. He's not
He's
going to
a
run
running
great
receiver.
And
routes.
they picked
He's
him.
not
No,
going to
we
run
were
great
watching
routes. He
this.
doesn't
we
have
were
great
watching
hands.
this all together when they picked
He doesn't
him.
have great hands. You know.
So
when
finish
they,
your
when
rant,
they picked
Jason.
him, yeah, we were
So
watching this
Jason,
together.
finish your rant. Finish your rant, dude.
So to me, anybody in the NFL Hall of Fame also brought something to the NFL. They contributed something great to the NFL, whether it was elite talent, incredible moment, record, things like that. Not every one of them was elite. They were consistent. they brought something to the NFL, and most of them were elite talent.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I stopped paying attention halfway through what you were saying.
I love the honesty, and then you know how many times that happens over the course of just a general day.
Oh, so I'm just
with
boring.
everyone.
Okay, I got you.
No,
it's not that.
Literally,
It's
more
just-
what he just
Yeah,
said.
it just happens. It's not. You're not boring at all.
Yeah,
it's
because
just
I looked
fucking
over
happens.
here.
the
I looked over
marijuana.
here.
And
I
we're
looked
close.
over
It's
here. I
probably
got
the marijuana.
distracted.
Yeah, it's
and then I
the
was like, oh,
marijuana,
fuck.
and it's just things get busted up, and then there's just the unbridled honesty, which is fantastic.
I love that.
Well,
real
and I
respect,
just don't.
real.
I have a hard time
it's great.
bullshitting. I have a hard time bullshitting. I barely exaggerate things.
No, Jared.
I really do. I barely exaggerate things ever. Like I really try to just be as
I love it.
straightforward as possible.
I
I
love
respect
it.
that.
What are you
Very
going to do
much
when the
so.
election's over? We're in prime. We're in
Are
prime.
you guys going to come for the election
shit,
podcast?
Shit talking. Oh,
I'm in.
absolutely. I'll come for the
Oh,
election.
I'm
podcast.
in.
I'll come for the election.
We're
podcast.
doing one election night.
When is election
in.
night? I got a show on
Tuesday.
November 9th.
It's always Tuesday.
Yeah, it's always.
It's that same week, but we're doing it Tuesday night. So
I don't want to
we're-
scare everyone away from coming.
We're doing it.
That
we're going
next weekend.
we're going to start at like 6 p.m. and we're going until it's official.
I'm
so it could
in.
be 2 a.m. Like we're
You
going
know what? I
basically all
probably
night.
shouldn't do
I
that.
can't do that.
I probably shouldn't do
I'm
that.
in.
I got to stay away
Here's
from
the
that
thing.
deep of a
You
dive
guys
into
could just
politics.
stop in. You,
I'm the
hey,
comms director
Greg,
for the Libertarian
Greg,
Party.
because I kind of have a lineup for it, so you
Yeah.
guys can just pop in if you want to hang out
I'll
for a
pop
half
in.
hour.
I'll pop in.
Yeah.
I'll pop in and
You can hang out for
talk.
3 hours.
My,
It doesn't
my,
matter. But
my
you're not
beliefs are
obligated
pretty
to do
well
the
out
whole
there
night.
as it is in general. I don't keep much hidden at this
Okay,
point. It's pretty.
But I'm just saying, you're not obligated to hang out for the whole night.
I'm
you
just
can
gonna
pop
say
in.
this.
We'll leave the door open. You guys know how it rolls. You pop in. You just show up. We'll throw up an extra chair. I got a bunch of them now.
in the
This is
end,
a good-
all I
this
want
is
to
a
be
good
is
collaboration.
acceptable to
We could get
That's
8,
it.
9 guys
To
back here.
everybody.
Right.
You know what I mean?
This will be a
It's
good
just- that's just
collaboration
the way
for us.
It should be.
It'll be fun.
Accordingly, though.
It'll be fun.
Right.
I'll be
Accordingly.
able
It
to
should be.
live
It
stream
should be
it,
that way.
or you'll live
Accordingly
stream it.
Well, I
respectful.
already have an
Right.
official
But
libertarian.
If someone
guy
pushes things to
will
a
be
point
here
where
all
they
night.
don't.
If it
Deserve
doesn't go
no
that way,
respect,
then
but you
it's not
can-
gonna. Right. I'm not gonna
we're talking over
operate.
each other
It's
here.
not
Guys,
gonna.
We got to quit doing this.
Yeah.
We got to quit talking over each other.
Oh, we're gonna be saying that all night. Trying.
I feel like Joe Rogan right now during a fight companion. Because that's literally all he says all night. Guys, stop talking over each other. So don't feel bad. I'm not attacking you. It's very common.
It's all good, bro. It's all good.
It just makes it chaos for the listeners.
I get you on that, and I'm working on it.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a concussion.
That's not-
That's
They're
concussion
fine.
protocol for
They're
somebody.
fine. They're fine. Get up, pussy. You got your bell rung, you little bitch. That's where I would step up and be like, no, I played football. Like I got my bell rung. Get your ass up.
Yeah.
Like the concussion shit is a little too Nancy. It's a little too Nancy boy. Like I get it. Leave it up to the player. Leave it up to the player at that point. Like if you want to risk your fucking life and your career,
Right.
that's why we're paying you millions of dollars.
Exactly
It's not
the
up
point
to
I was
me to be
making.
like, I didn't like the way your head twisted. Meh. Like I hate it. I hate it. I fucking hate it, dude.
I get a couple safety protocols like the horse collar tackle and stuff, but this
Isaiah Likely's a little thinner than I thought. Did he lose weight? He's built like a wide receiver. That is barely.
They
I heard on
protect
the way
the
here they've
quarterback
been
way
using
too
him in the
much.
slot and moving him around a little more wide
Dude, I got
receiver,
him in our
fullback.
league. I got him in our league, dude. So Scotty and I are in 2 leagues together. The 4 of us are in 1 league
Yep.
together. That's going to be fun this year. If you guys want to come over and do some football
They're-
podcasts sometimes, that's going to be
I'm
fun.
in.
They're great. It's having a league, yeah, and then we can keep it going. It's fucking great. I've been in a couple leagues with Pojo several years in a row, and they're fucking great. You get good competitive leagues.
What do you guys think of this? What do you think of, regardless of whatever the entry fee is in this Dynasty League, what if, hear me out, because it's going to sound absurd at first, but every year you only ever pay out half of the pay-in. So every year, I've done the math,
Yep.
it always increases.
Okay,
So every year, the longer you're in, the
Yep.
more you can win.
I like that.
You know what I mean?
I
And I'm
like
not
that.
saying we should
It's-
do
I
it
think
right
it's
away
cool.
this year, but it's something we should consider in the when we have
I
a
agree.
real core
Yeah.
where we know no one's leaving, or
Right.
if we do, we lose 1 guy, 2 guys,
Right.
and then we
Right.
go, okay, let's really make this like, because eventually that motherfucker will build to like 10 grand.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Well,
But
right.
but it'll still only be half.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like $5,000 this year and then $5,000 and $200 next year, whatever it ends
How
up.
I
You know
would
what I mean?
propose the details on that is like we just agree on a number that like the first person to 3 championships or the first person to 4 or whatever the number we agree upon is, okay? That's the winner of the dynasty pot. Okay, so we have we have a season champion pot, and then we have the dynasty pot.
Okay,
you know,
because
and then
a dynasty is multiple titles.
Redraft. Then once the dynasty pot is won, then we just start back over where we were at this year.
So here's my compromise to that, right? Because it'll get super what if it built to $5, $6, $7,000, and then somebody takes the whole thing, and then the next year it's back down to like $1,100? That gets really anticlimactic. So what if there's just a bonus? Instead of the entire pot, it's an extra. It's half of the extra pot, right? So that way, there's always like theoretically a few grand in there. You know what I mean? That way, it never bottoms out, and that way, even new people. And this is what this is where the idea came from. Is what is the incentive for a guy to come in and take over a dynasty team that some guy fucked up so bad?
Right,
Not only is his roster trash,
but it's
he
gonna
doesn't
be
have
a
any
couple
draft
years
picks left.
Right.
But if you really pull your shit off, not only this year could you win big money, but dude, in 3-4 years when you fix this fucking thing, you could win $5,000. And your entry fee is still only, I don't know, whatever it is, $50, $100, whatever because that'll probably grow as inflation grows.
Here's
and over
the thing,
time,
though.
as we all get farther in our careers and our kids move off, you know, people got more money. Like eventually, here's the brass tacks. Someday, it might be 20 years, but someday it's going to be $250 to get into the league. You know what I mean? Like.
And
you see what I'm getting at here? Like,
and another entry fee of
it's
like
just an idea I'm floating
500,
out there.
Like an entry fee, like say we're 5-10 years in, and somebody sells their team off. Well, that person
we need to figure that out.
Entry fee.
Do you have to
into
sell
the
your
league.
team, or do you just walk away?
Yeah.
And then
and then you take inflation into account and the global economy.
If
all
we
of this
do that,
is what we have to think about.
Or if the
we
league
do that,
falls apart,
Right. And so it's all about it. Now you got to think about who you're going to vote for again.
or if the league disbands before that money is paid out to somebody or won by somebody. You know, like what do we do then? Like
I don't think the league will ever quote unquote disband.
Right.
But just to have a plan for.
But
you know,
here's the thing:
what ifs.
like if somebody walks away from their team, then we as a league could sell that team for like $500 entry.
No,
fee.
we can't. We can't. It has to be an equal entry fee every year to every owner.
Yep.
But
there has to
you
be a
could
buy-in
But
fee.
here's the question. Right. That's the same.
Yeah, but if you're
that's
buying
the same.
shit,
Well,
if
right.
you don't have a choice. in
That's
what
the
you're
same
buying,
entry
you're, like,
fee.
buying shit.
Well, yeah, they would have to pay that $50,
Well, right. I mean,
but on top of that,
but
because
by
we've been in
nature,
the league for
it's
so
all
long,
Hear him out. Let him talk.
because we've been in the league so long and we've put so much money into this, it's a balance issue because we've put this amount in at this point that they should also be obligated if they're going to win the pots that we're going to potentially win off this team they just got.
I hear you, but I think these guys are right.
The long-term pot should be prorated based on how long you've been in the league and how much money you put into
that's
it.
too much.
Like,
That's too much, dude.
That's why
I think they take us
simple
all out to
buy-in
dinner.
Fee, an extra buy-in fee.
So the
for
money we've put in
acquiring
for
the team.
10 years can be won by somebody that's been in the league for 2
it
years?
would never.
That's
in
what
this
I'm talking
theory, It
about.
would never be more than half of that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Or how about this? How about this?
In this,
If you
in this
invest
theory,
more
right?
on the front end, when you buy in, you could have an opportunity at that.
Right, because that's just
How
my
about
only
that?
concern is like if you've got
If they
something
buy
that people
in
are
and
paying
grease into it, right?
for
So
like 10
say
years,
they see the pot,
and then
right?
someone comes in new and pays in for like 2 years,
They see
and
the
they
pot.
end up winning that.
And
They
they want a
still
piece of it.
theoretically
Right.
in
They're
this
like,
model, they would
I'll
not
pay
win
another
the whole pot.
grand
Okay,
to get in.
Cool. That's all I want to be
Exactly.
clear about.
Because
They would
Awesome.
win
the
they would
financial
win
risk,
at most.
they're the
half
reward
pot
to that
because
risk.
Okay,
That's
gotcha.
we never pay out more than half, right?
Gotcha.
Unless you win it 3 years in a row, and then we give you an extra
'Cause there's no guarantee they win it.
which is
That's the
half
thing.
of the half.
Gotcha.
There's no guarantee that
Cool.
they
I
win
just
it.
needed some clarification on that.
Well, I'm
Thanks.
just making this up as we're talking about it. Like none of this is set. This is me brainstorming out loud. These are things I've thought about because what I want to try to do is encourage people to get into the league to replace a team. That's what the problem is when you lose a guy, getting somebody to step in.
Right.
When you try to make them pay more to jump in, that immediately shrinks the amount of people who want to, can't afford it, or willing to risk it, don't have bitchy wives, whatever the situation might be. So I wouldn't if the fee is always $50 for every owner every year, then it's $50 for the new guy because he's taking over a team that he might not like, right?
That's a fair statement.
Or if next year, like what I want to do is eventually add 2 more teams and have 14 teams, and then
Hell
2
yeah.
more after that and go 16 teams.
Booyah,
Okay.
let's do it.
I'm not going to make those guys pay $200.
I'm
when
totally
we're all
in.
I like
paying 50.
14.
No,
So
they just
then are
pay
we
their
going to
50.
prorate?
Good.
No, they just pay their 50.
It's difficult.
Just like we
it's
did,
difficult.
man.
I've done all 3
Because they're
I like
starting at a
14 the best,
disadvantage
but-
by
I've
not
never done
getting-
16.
Not starting
I've done
where we
16
started,
once.
which is
it would
we
seem to
all
be a
got to
lot.
draft the
It
entire
is.
team day one.
Too many.
Quarterbacks
Okay,
is
that's
actually
a
really
fair
tricky in those
statement.
drafts.
They're either
Right.
taking over
Like,
somebody
you're
else's shitty
thin.
team.
Right.
Like, you're going to be thin.
Now, if you want to
It's
sell
the
your
position
team,
that scores the most points.
That's what we
and
need to
there
talk
ain't
about.
necessarily 16
if you
good
sell
ones.
your team
and there
to somebody
definitely
for
ain't
$200
more
and
than
the entry
16
fee's only
good
50,
ones.
Right,
You
right.
know,
None
So
of our
you're
business.
and that's the thing
Okay,
is that
I
it's
see what you're saying.
That's a
fantasy
private
football
transaction.
can be
Okay, that's
kind of
fair.
unenjoyable when
That's
you
fair.
know
But again,
you're going to be
I'm
shitty.
not making the rules.
I
These
mean,
are just
it
my
happens when you
opinions.
get injured or whatever.
You know what I mean?
You got to plug the holes, but
I'm
like that's
trying to
like
treat it
almost
like the
too
NFL.
thin. You know, 14,
Right, but I just
14
feel
is
like
good.
people that have put into the league,
We
like,
could
say
charge
we're a
people
decade
expansion
in.
fees every
That's
time we
exactly
add people
it.
to the league. You could go. Okay,
you
it's
go.
$50 to get in,
And
but
a
if you want to
$50
start a
expansion
brand new
fee.
team, you got to pay a $50 expansion fee.
Yeah.
It just goes
Sure.
into the pot.
Right.
Sure. There you go.
That's
That's a
that's
beautiful
fair.
compliment.
Could
That's
do
fair.
that because again, I'm trying to do it like the real NFL. You own a
Right.
team. You're building for now and the future. Like you might take over somebody's shitty team and go, bro, let me make 2 right draft picks and I win the whole thing first year.
Right.
That was
But
the
you
draft
might be selling out
strategy.
because the guy he has is Tom Brady in the last year at Tampa Bay. You know what I mean? Like, you see what I'm saying?
That
Like,
was the draft strategy I went into our draft with. Was like, I was actually more of a like, no, I want to treat this like year
Set.
0. Just get my 4 keepers that are
Yes.
going to be
That's what
studs,
I
and then
said.
be champion 2, 3, 4, 5 years in a row, whatever. You know,
That's
or at least
exactly
be
what I
competing
did,
for
yeah.
it.
That's
The way the
admittedly, I
board,
didn't
like
like
the
it.
way
I
the
believe you guys
board
let me
kept
get Caleb
falling,
Williams.
I kept going. Fuck! I've either got to
That's why
reach
I
or
took
go
Bo
for a
Nix.
win now mode. So I'm gonna go win now
Yep.
instead of reach. You
That's
know?
exactly what I
But
did.
It wasn't my intent going into it by any means.
Something I have
But
to admit.
I don't know. Hopefully, I got some balance. I mean, I got CeeDee Lamb and Dalton Kincaid, so those might be 2 really
Oh, that
solid
contest
keepers
didn't
for a long
fucking Go.
time.
We didn't get enough people in it. That sucks.
I personally am not as up to date on the NFL.
bummer.
I'm just getting back into the NFL. I've been taking a
You've
break.
been doing a lot of WWE.
I've been doing a lot of Debbie Does Dallas.
All right, yeah.
But the reality is,
classics.
I only said that because this motherfucker's into pro wrestling still.
Hell
oh,
yeah!
I love the pro wrestling show.
AEW, AEW,
AEW,
You guys
AEW.
are fucking nerds, dude.
Yes, we are. But the reality is, I'm working on catching up. I used to be just as versed as all of you are right now in the NFL. That's how I was back then. And I won my league 4 years in a row, and then I stopped playing because I'm like, I got so invested that I stopped rooting.
Let me ask you this: what do you define as being versed in the NFL as?
Knowing who has potential to,
The players? You mean the
Yeah,
players?
the players.
Okay, you're talking about the okay.
and knowing about
Because I agree with that. 100%.
right, like Scotty's
exactly what I
level
would
of
refer to.
investment in the NFL, basically watching every snap of every draft eligible player and basically coming up with his own
Which he
rating
definitely
system.
doesn't do. I know he says he does that, but he doesn't.
Damn right I do.
He doesn't.
Yeah, because he
He
pulled out
doesn't.
the
He's
notebook.
Damn right I do.
And
I'll
I
bring
love
the
the
other
notebook.
notebook.
He's better
He
than
doesn't.
Mel
No.
Kiper.
He watches
A couple of
the
my friends,
highlight reels.
my
every
brother-
That is
day.
the opposite of what I
A couple
do.
of my
That is-
friends were like,
that
after
is
the
the
draft
opposite
podcast,
of
were
what
like,
I
that
do.
one dude
The
knows
reason
what the
I
fuck
know
he's
he
talking
doesn't
about.
is
They just
'cause
love
it's not
Scotty.
possible.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they love Scotty. They're like, that one dude knows what the fuck he's talking about. That
Exactly.
was awesome. I got good reviews on the podcast, and
appreciate it.
Scotty was a bit. They just.
I'm gonna be-
I love the notebook. The notebook was a big one.
Well,
yeah.
like, we're all trying to like prognosticate and
You're right.
forecast, and so like there's gonna be tons of wrong.
Right.
Always, like no matter who's doing it, no matter how well educated or logical or you know in the know or whatever anybody
Right,
is,
yep,
you know.
yep.
So like you
Think
just
about
I was
this.
looking at my draft picks for quarterbacks over the last 12 years because memories pop up and it's draft time, right?
yep.
And it's fucking sorry, not draft time. It's fantasy draft time, right?
Right.
So my memories are popping up over the last 12 years where I'm like, this guy's going to be the man. The amount of times I've been wrong are fucking hilarious. It's so
Same.
high. However, I'm still at quarterback way more accurate than everybody else. That's what's crazy. But I'm overwhelmingly inaccurate. I feel like getting a guy right is like a batting average. Like a
sure.
good batting average is 3.5 out of 10 times.
Correct.
Actually, that's an elite batting average.
You're right.
A good batting average is 2.8 times
Yes.
out of 10. Less than 3 out of 10.
If you're hitting
Right?
over 250, you're making
I'm
money.
I'm actually depending on like what you call a success and depending on how you rate my accuracy, I'm actually at like 35 to 40%. But
Right.
that's still way more wrong than I am right.
But still
Especially
way
when
more
there's
right
more
than most of
one.
the experts are right.
Right,
You
right.
know?
But I can only do that at one position.
Right.
The one I didn't realize I was as good at, Scotty, the one I didn't realize I was actually good at was wide receiver. Like, I've always been like, I don't know that much about that position, but I'm like, I like this guy. I like this guy. Again, same thing, dude. Like, one memory came up, and it was like I had this thing about Justin Jefferson, but I was like, oh, but he'll never fall. But if the Vikings can somehow get him because they trade up or he falls, this would be a great pick. But I moved on in my little blurb that I used to do. You remember I used to try to like, and that's why I quit doing this. The way you guys all try to do it, I tried to do it. And nobody respected my takes, no matter how right I was. So I was like, I don't see the effort. I'm just going to do a podcast so I can talk. You know, like I'm not going to do all this typing and worry about typos and grammar when nobody respects me or it.
That's
So
why
I'm
I
just
prefer
gonna
the
start a
podcast. Yeah,
yeah.
it's a better way
I
to
can
go
just
about
rant.
it.
It's great.
A good rant is there's nothing wrong with a good rant. There's
Right.
always a place for it.
Well, and like I
Oh, fumble! He's
I-
got it
I
back.
try to
Oh, he
learn-
lost it! He lost it!
It looks like he got hurt
he lost
too.
the fumble.
He might have got hurt.
He's not hurt.
Oh, it's going the other way.
Wow, dude. Okay, let's replay this.
Dang.
I'm gonna hit this replay.
Here they're going to show.
because-
They'll show it.
I know. But I'm saying for the viewers. So I'm going to hit this replay because he fumbled it.
Here.
He gets it back. Okay, he gets it back. Here you go.
Chris Jones
Right here. He gets it back and then loses it behind
on
him.
the ground.
Watch,
yeah,
behind his
yeah.
ass.
He lost it behind him.
Yep.
Good call. He lost it. It was
So
bad.
he got it. He had
Yup,
it and then
yup.
lost
Bear-
it.
he
Right
half
behind
had
him, and he knew
half
it
had
too. He
Switch.
knew it. He knew
Switch
it.
back.
Yep, there it
Come
is.
on.
He knew it. He knew it. Smart.
Son of a bitch.
He had it with his
Yep.
hip and like the bottom of his.
That
Man,
and
man.
Mahomes is just foaming at the mouth right now. Well, look at this play call. Whoa. Yeah,
Dude, I don't like the way they're running Pacheco right now. Like, they're just opening him up to injury.
I liked him going into the year. I never drafted him
I
in
like
any of the
him.
leagues, but I
like
like the
him. I
idea
just
of
don't
him.
like these play calls tonight is what I'm saying.
Too aggressive.
No, it's the way they're leaving some of these smaller, vulnerable players out with zero defenders.
Just to
like,
get
like
popped?
that.
Like just
watch-
on an island.
Yeah, exactly. Now watch what happens when they swing Kelsey out here and they pull that tackle. Okay, see how
Blatant
Why
hold.
would-
Look at that hold?
now watch.
Why
Now
would
watch.
anyone on the defense go with
see
Pat?
zero coming through here? Oh, they cut it. off.
That was just a blatant hold.
That was a play call to set up a play call in the AFC Championship or Super Bowl when they're going to call that exact same play, but they're
Against the
actually
same
going to
team.
throw it to. They're actually going to reverse shuttle it to
Yep.
Pat.
You know
Right.
what?
Because
You're right.
nobody's
That's
going
a
to
great
fucking
call
go
right-
with
oh,
them
you
on
gotta
the
catch
play.
that, man.
We've got it on film. There's no reason to respect or go with
That's
Pat.
can't
Greg
drop
and then
that.
boom.
Have you
Like,
seen that Greg Maddox clip?
I think this is a wheel route right here,
slow
and he's got to
play,
catch this right
long-term
here.
Devontae
story.
Adams,
He heard
that's
footsteps.
Do you know what I'm
pretty
talking
hard.
about?
I'm not
Okay,
sure.
I'll
I
wait.
don't
Heard
think so.
footsteps.
I'll wait till I have the floor.
Yeah. He went full Devontae Adams.
You got to catch
Oh,
that.
you do have to
Is that
catch that.
Pacheco again?
That
Yep.
was
Number 10.
Pacheco.
Yeah.
That's a wheel route
Yeah,
that
you
needs to be
gotta
caught.
catch that.
And
Yeah,
he knows
it. He knows it. You know what they're going to do next series? They're going to call his number on almost the exact same play.
Yeah, I mean,
And then he's either going to catch it and everybody moves on, or he's not going to catch it, and now there's an issue, and we have to
yeah.
take you out of the out of a formation.
you got to get a hold of
or
himself because
something,
they can't
you know?
come away. If they come away with a field goal, that's not what Patrick Mahomes wants at all.
No,
My man.
I mean you never prefer the field goal, but sometimes like points are points, and you just got to take, what points are available yet. I feel like it's a really common mistake now in today's NFL to get overly aggressive with the play calling when it comes to that, where instead of taking a fairly guaranteed field goal, they're going for it on that 4th and 2 because the analytics say that on 4th and 2, the percentage, this is the right call. It's like, yeah, well, the analytics don't take in the score on the scoreboard or the time of game or the field position or like there's so many other factors.
No, they actually
There's so many other factors, not the ones that they cite. They cite just the 4th and 2 analytics. They don't cite the 4th and 2 with a 2 possession lead.
They do.
No, they don't.
No, they do.
No, they don't.
They do. They have a
message
whole
in the chat, Jared.
They have a whole ass graph.
No.
Dropping loads. What?
No.
It's our buddy.
Oh, it's the commissioner of the league. So he's collaborating with us. So he says, let's have new guys get vested after 3 years.
As detailed as they try to get.
Yeah,
those
bro,
analytics.
I was fucking talking.
Well, there's Jeremy Blake's in there too.
There's always stuff that's going to be missed.
Let me read this chat comment from the commissioner, the actual commissioner. I'm just co-commissioner. So let's read from Patrick. He says, let's have new guys get vested after 3 years. If they win year 1, they get 33%. If they win year 2, they get 66%. By year 3, they're fully vested and can win the whole pot. Okay, that's a decent idea, but as long as what you mean by this whole idea that we're talking about is as long as the whole pot means the full half.
Yes,
because this whole thing was birthed off the idea of only half the pot ever being paid out, ever, because that way the pot will always grow.
I'm on board with any and all of these ideas.
Sure. But I don't think we should do it right away. I think we should wait until we have like at least 8 to 10 guys that are religiously going to be in this league every fucking year. And then when we finally go from 12 to 14, whether it's this year, next year, or 5 years from now,
it's going to be about
that's
5.
When we start it.
We really
when we go to
5.
14 teams or 16 teams, that's when we do it.
Right.
That's my opinion.
No,
that's just my stupid opinion.
I fully get it now. My brain wasn't wording it properly, like to get it, but champion for the season gets 50% of the pot. The other 50% goes into next season's pot.
With all
then
the new year's
just
buy-ins.
repeat and repeat and
it'll
repeat.
Just constantly grow.
So that half
slowly and incrementally.
Yep.
I also like the idea of the expansion fee.
But we have nothing but time, hopefully.
Yep.
I'm not going anywhere as far as leaving the league or nothing. I want to be in the league for a long time, as long as I'm alive. You know,
because wouldn't it be fucking cool?
I'm an able-bodied employee.
Think how cool it would be, though.
God willing, that's the case.
But think how cool it would be 5-10 years from now. You're only putting in $100-$150, but you fucking win the championship. And you win $5,000 and take your family on vacation.
Right?
How fucking dope would that be, dude?
That'd be nice.
That's
going
maybe it doesn't pay for
World.
it entirely.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't pay for it entirely.
Right.
But $5,000.
Well, again, that depends on the state of the global economy.
But right now,
U.S. dollar.
Right now to the right place.
How it performs.
Don't get me going.
Right now to the right place. $5,000 is 5 first-class tickets.
Right.
If you're a married man with 3 kids. Right now, to the right place, $5,000 is 3 round-trip first-class tickets,
or $5,000.
I mean? So, like, that could just like supplement your vacation,
right?
Or, dude, it's a badass road trip to Wisconsin.
Right, that's exactly it.
Or a hell of a weekend in Vegas,
Sioux Falls. Yeah,
States.
I mean, if you don't have kids, dude, you bring just
fantasy
the wife.
football. Here's the thing that I've always noticed about winning fantasy football prizes too. It comes
I think we're
right
going to
at
get people
Christmas.
excited about this that want to join our fucking league that
right
don't even
Christmas
play
time.
fantasy football.
So it's like
it's
a Christmas present, and it comes right at the holiday time. That's when the fucking hits, and like whatever you could broker deals with fucking. If it's you could just do a lot of shit. It's fun. Yeah.
We'll have to do like a formal meeting and like actually propose this. And what I want to do is a competition committee, right? So there's a small group of us. And it'll probably have to change a little bit every year just for the sake of brevity, right? But at the end of the day, basically, everybody gets to put forth ideas. We all vote on them. And that's how changes happen. Instead of having 1 or 2 guys that just dictate everything. I hate that about leagues, especially when guys aren't willing to hear people out. Like sometimes a member has a great idea, and it should be implemented like right away.
Well, you thought about it primarily from the bringing people in perspective.
Replacing people.
Currently, I'm thinking about it of what a great incentive to keep people in it.
Oh, that's a great point. I didn't even think of
You've
that.
been
Very good
paying
point.
into this escalating pot year after year.
Right.
Like, I mean, you know.
Yeah, in order
Why not stay to get the bigger winnings?
in order for you to win $5,000, you don't have to put in
Very
500.
good to fucking.
You still only have to
I'm
put
very
in
excited
your
about this.
100
I'd forgotten
or your
about it.
150,
Yep.
whatever it
Fucking
is.
hell yeah.
Because the more we put in, the faster it escalates
Yep,
too. That's
yep.
the other thing.
Like, yeah.
Totally.
I
Oh, dude,
got to
if the
pay the same
economy-
100 I did last year, but now this year I can win 300 more bucks or whatever it
and
is.
check
like,
this out: if the economy really shits the bed one year, and we're like, let's say we're up to 250 at that point, and it's like, oh fuck, dude, nobody can afford 250. We got to go back down to 150.
Right.
The overall pot still doesn't go down.
Right.
The overall pot still goes up. Your potential to win still goes up. It just doesn't go up as much as it would.
Look
have.
at this.
I
love this
really
idea.
like it. The
The
more
more
I
I
think
think
about
about
it,
this,
yep.
the more I love this
Look at
idea.
this.
dude.
Look at this
Right.
whole
Brilliant.
thing.
Because
Hey,
we're
I'm on
building a
board. If you
solid
guys are that
league with a
excited
solid
about it, I'm in.
foundation.
Because
Every year, every year you pay the same entry fee, but every year there's more money. There's a bigger pot to win than
It
the year
never
before.
goes
So
down.
that's the breakdown of it
Sold.
in the simplest. Like,
Sold.
yeah, that's
Hey.
it.
It'd be
You got
the
me.
more I think about this, dude, the cooler it is. And actually, your point is more important than mine. I was thinking about it to replace guys, to encourage people to come in. But you're right. It actually equally, if not more, encourages guys to stick around.
Well, look, we're gonna
Yeah,
have. It's
no,
gonna
I
be
love
like
it.
Field
It
of
works
fucking
from-
Dreams.
It's a
People are gonna
well-rounded
fucking be
idea.
coming,
Like,
wanting to get in the league.
Right.
It covers all
'Cause
the
this
angles
league is
that I can
some
see.
really
I love
cool
it.
people.
Well, you know what? A competitive fantasy football league is fucking awesome to be in. I mean, when it's good every week and it's like when you win it, it's a big deal. Those are fucking good leagues.
Yeah, this is like the Dungeons and Dragons for jocks.
It's a big deal when you know, that's a big deal.
People who care as much and are as active on their teams when they're 2-8 as they are when they're 8-2.
Well, yeah, because it's like, I mean, it takes a lot to fucking stay. I mean, there's a lot that can happen. I don't know.
Dude,
well,
think
and then
about-
like
think
even
about
just
if
like
you
the
finish
keeper
third.
elements and,
Yeah.
and things like
Think about
that.
if you finish third in the league like I did last year and you just get your money back, right?
right.
But again, so this year was free. Next year, I still have the opportunity for huge money.
Right.
Like, the more I think about it, it just really helps retention, and it also increases the idea of bringing new guys in. I don't hate Patrick's idea of like the vested idea, but I do think that would discourage certain people. But at the same time, it's
Maybe,
like,
but
dude,
it's
What if
gonna
we offer
still
you
filter.
some
You're-
profit sharing or stock options?
Are those the type of people you
Would
want
that do
to
anything for
discourage?
us?
Well,
though?
here's
Right.
the thing: is you're
That's
still
my
only
point.
paying $50 or $100 to get in, and you still get to potentially win $1,500 or $2,500.
That's why we need to gatekeep that. That's all we're saying is because
But it's still then going to be bigger the next year. Like I
Right,
don't know.
that's why I just
don't
say
know.
give 'em access
The
to the
more I
first
think
one.
about it,
Just give them
I don't
access
know.
like everybody else
How
because
about
they
the
still
first
paid
year-
the same entry fee as everybody else.
I mean, you
Okay.
don't. You want to? Yeah, just let's let her buck.
I got it. How about
There's no
compromise?
guarantee they
They have
win
to
it. What are we afraid of? Too?
especially if they're a brand new team. Especially if they're a brand new team,
How
they
about
don't
this?
even have keepers, good or bad. They
How
have
about
0
this?
keepers.
They're signing up for it. The team's already both
I
of
say
the league.
I just say
I don't
we
know.
just
I ain't
never
afraid.
pay
I ain't
out
afraid
more
of
than
nothing.
half.
Here's
Just let
the
it fucking roll.
compromise.
Fucking who cares?
How about
Unless you
this?
win 3 years in a row and then you pay an extra.
So the
half of
first
half.
year you can win 50% of the pot. After that, you're vested. It's a 1-year vestment period.
Or I'm fine with the other idea too. That's cool too. If the pot's
It's a
obscene,
compromise.
If
you
the
get
pot's out of
50%
control
the
when
Right,
it's
first
if,
year.
if the pot is
if the pot's
20
$5,000 when someone comes in and it's like, oh, year one,
He
you know,
pays
we've been
50
grinding
bucks.
at it for 7 years.
Right,
let's just
that's
say,
what I'm saying is
arbitrarily.
we have to have some backing for our investment. Somebody can't just walk in year one, make a couple of tweaks on a team or buy the expansion team. That $100, they still should be gatekeeped a little bit.
Yeah, I would say.
If we were gonna go that, I would maybe then adjust the number to something more like 75% or 80%. I
Right,
don't
yeah.
think 50% is really enough incentive then to get that person to join the league in the first place.
Right.
You know.
But
But
if
you're
it's a-
saying 50% of the
Of the season, 50%. Yeah, because there's
Right,
the
they gotta
season
have- there's gotta be some
50%,
juice.
Like, yeah. Whereas, like, Yeah, because that's the thing. Like,
we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that.
What
When
that
people ask-
season? Well, what
if
that
people
season
ask, they go, "How
50
does this
is.
work?" It doesn't make any sense. The math doesn't add up. You
Wait
just
a minute.
answer real simply. It's a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah.
But we have two different
That's
pots
fuzzy
going,
math.
right?
What that
Technically,
is.
it is, but
It's fuzzy math.
it's not. It's just exponential
No, it
growth.
just that's just
It's just minimizing
Right.
returns. To
you're
have two different pots going, correct?
you're putting more on top of your. It's like
I'm
progressive betting
talking
at the
about.
casino.
The more I think
The
about it,
season pot, they can win 100%. It's the long-term pot that the first year they would have 50%.
That doesn't make any
access.
sense because you can't win the long-term pot
The-
unless you
yeah,
win 3
yeah.
championships in a row.
So they would automatically not
Right.
qualify
That
until,
makes sense.
until year 3.
Okay, so
Exactly.
yeah, that
They would
was-
have to win the first 3
Yeah,
fucking years in a
exactly.
hyper-competitive
Okay.
league.
that
Hopefully,
makes
we're not
case-
that bad.
In which case,
Right.
you
Okay.
deserve it.
Congrats to you.
Right.
Yep, you deserve
Yeah,
it.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
earned it.
If somebody comes in and
that's
beats the
ga-
shit out of us 3
yeah.
years in a row,
then they've earned the right to win that
Exactly.
money. That's
Yeah.
fair. Okay, I didn't realize. I
Oh,
missed
it's
the
all
point.
just
Yeah, it's
brainstorming.
pretty-
man.
it's
Like,
pretty-
It,
that's-
it
it's
took
pretty
my
much
brain
that
a while
simple.
to
Yeah, now
coming all the way back
get
around.
to it,
Now
but
I'm
like-
there.
But
Now I'm
again,
there.
now that I
all
get
of
it,
these
I'm like,
things
oh,
are
duh.
mitigated. All of these things are mitigated if you simply never pay out more than half of the pot.
right, and the
Then it
fact
doesn't matter if a guy shows up the
And
first
that's
year
what I
and
was
wins.
just gonna say.
Because
Because
he's
it
still
really doesn't.
only winning half,
Right.
And the next year it's still gonna be
Right.
fucking 12% higher or
Yep.
whatever the growth
Yep.
is.
right,
Yep, no, I
because
love it.
that pot is only accessed by league rule winning 3 championships.
No.
that doesn't exist at all. That
Or
doesn't
something
exist
of
at
that
all.
nature.
No, what I'm saying
no.
is just like you just simply never pay out more than
So
half. It's
so
just an
so
idea.
okay. So for example, just simple
let
math.
Scotty explain.
For example, simple math. Okay, there's $1,200. Let's just say we all paid $100 entry fee, and there's 12 teams. So there's $1,200 in there, right? 600 of that, because it's year one, that's all we're starting with,
Right.
is what gets paid out to the winners in
Okay,
whatever
yeah.
agree. Okay, the other 600
Gets put to the
carries
secondary.
over into next year's pot. Now next year, everyone pays in their $100. We're at $1,200.
Sure.
But there's also this extra 600 carried over from last year, so it's actually an $1,800 pot this year too that then gets split in half, and
Okay.
the winner of year two gets
Gets
$900, and
Okay.
it carries over, and
Okay.
that's like how it cool.
So it
Yep.
always
Or
increases.
technically
down.
the payouts would be $600, right? So like
Okay.
second place would still get something.
R-
Third
right,
place
that's
would
for
still get
all
something.
the
Right.
total money distribution. That's
Right,
not
but the
actual
point
like
is the
champion or
overall
whatever,
pot
but-
would just slowly keep
yeah.
growing. So even if you come in year one and win it,
yeah.
so even
Every
if
year
you
you're
come
in,
in year
there's more
one,
money to win.
I think it,
because here's the thing, I don't think anybody's going to come into this league in the future, year one, and win anything. Because you're either going to be taking over somebody's roster that they fucked up,
Right.
or it's not your roster, or they abandon it. Like you might not have any draft picks because you can trade draft picks in this league.
I didn't
You might
take the
not have any.
dynasty into account at all, but
You know
looking
what
at
I
my
mean?
team, I'm still
I don't
pretty
want to
comfortable.
have to
You know what I
come
mean?
up with
Like,
a
yes,
way
I
to
do.
start with a completely
what I'm saying?
scratched team
Right.
with
Or
no
I'm
keepers.
really
expansion
comfortable with
team,
my
you don't
team,
have
even
any
looking
keepers.
at it still.
Like you got to
Exactly.
go grab 4 assholes from free agency and then
Right.
go into a draft where everybody else has had 4 years of an advantage on you.
And you can't
so
just give 'em the
every
first
new
4
guy
picks in
is
the
already
draft,
at a
like-
disadvantage,
Right.
and if somehow he pulls that off, good for him,
for him.
dude.
So-
Just like a brand new head coach who takes a
Right.
brand new team to a Super Bowl, or a brand new owner who takes a brand new team to a Super Bowl.
Okay.
In the real NFL,
Right.
fuck, dude. Then we need to get our shit together.
Right.
Like
Does
it
that
or
mean we're
not,
gonna
you
do an
are
expansion
inheriting a
draft
team,
then?
and
There is Jalen
like it or
Hurts.
not,
You
you
gotta
are
rebound
inheriting
here,
a
buddy.
team, and like it or not, you have to keep one quarterback,
Right,
one
right.
running
But
back,
here's the
one wide
thing,
receiver.
I mean,
Are
I
we-
don't think you have
You
to.
know, like-
I think you could if you really wanted to keep one.
Okay, see, because to me that'll complicate draft selection order and stuff. Like if
No,
people
because your draft
are
picks are your
keeping
draft
less
picks.
than.
So
but
say
draft
we
picks are your
but
draft
there's
picks.
not going to be the same number in each round if people have
Then
a
you gotta
different
fill-
amount of keepers and,
But
and
you-
rosters.
but we
and
might
then
not have the same
what
amount in
orders
each
is
So how
everyone.
does
Trade
it,
no
okay,
draft
does it
picks.
work
I think
then?
it should
How does
just
it
be
work?
mandatory
Scott,
that you
hold on,
keep a
hold on.
quarterback, a running back,
No,
a wide
no,
receiver,
no,
and a
no.
tight end
Hear
off
me-
your roster every year. Otherwise, it's going to be super complicated.
It's not, because here's the thing: if I trade you 2 draft picks for 1, I have less draft picks.
See,
So
I
it's
think
the same exact thing.
I think with the dynasty thing,
We can trade
should
draft picks now
simplify.
because we
Fill up-
couldn't trade draft
Okay.
picks this year.
no,
this would be
not
my
this year
30,000
because we're
for
just
two.
starting this.
Okay.
Right, but
You
that's
take-
the point. We can going
you can
forward.
keep
Okay.
two
And what
guys.
I'm getting at is like, then you just
It
have to
can't
fill
be in
out your
your
So
roster.
I
in
do
three
have the
rounds.
option to clear house. Like, let's say
And
I
you
don't
can
want to
any
keep
position you
either
want.
of my quarterbacks. I can
Pass
use your
those
okay.
three
Yeah, you
rounds.
can.
Cool. Okay.
You're putting
Okay.
Those
yourself
guys
as a
that you take,
disadvantage.
Right,
you forfeit
right,
next
sure.
year's
Your-
draft.
But it is it is an
right
option
to do
right?
that as an
Cool.
owner.
Also,
Love it. Wasn't sure on that.
If
See what I'm
we are
saying?
going
Awesome.
to
Love it. Cool.
expand,
Cool.
if we're talking in future expansion,
You want to go complete rebuild? Every owner has the opportunity to do that every
Exactly.
season.
I believe-
Trade your guys,
Okay.
blow them
Okay.
up, do whatever
All right.
the fuck
All right.
you want.
Love
I
it.
And same
believe
thing. If you have
that we should have an
so same thing.
expansion
If you have what do
Right.
we have 18 roster spots? If you have 24
That being said, I'm
picks,
open to whatever.
You get 24 players.
I
but
just,
then
in
you gotta
general,
cut it
I'm
down
a
to
big
18.
believer that
You know
simplifying
what I mean? But
things
it's the same thing. It's
is a good way to go about things. Overthinking
know what I mean?
things fucks things up.
Yep. Well, yeah.
Right?
The number of
So
people you can
that
have
would
on
be
your
my
roster preseason
big
and then
contribution to
irrelevant.
things
Roster
in
day
every
one,
in
exactly.
every discussion.
Exactly,
Is let's
dude.
not
Trying to make
fucking
this
think
a
we're smarter than we really are.
Right.
Which is really just a
And
bunch of dudes
fun.
playing fucking fantasy
No.
football.
Right.
I love it.
You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
But if we're trying to
and I
build this
love
into
the
something
pod- the
more.
half pod
Right, we're trying to
idea,
build
man.
into something
I really
more.
Do just
I
as
think
is,
sometimes-
as is,
I
I
think it's a good
fucking
idea.
love it.
I think
Just
it's a
knowing
good
you got
idea,
something good. That would be all that I'd
just
say.
keeps
You know what I
growing,
mean?
dude.
Like, there's been a number of good ideas that have
And
come
you're
up
right,
that
by
I've
the way.
heard.
It's retention.
Right.
Retention is better.
I like the
than
pot growing.
new people, but I
Yes.
still think it helps
And
bring new
I
people
think,
in.
whatever. If you got to win 3 in a row to win that second pot anyways,
Is for this year one then, since
Or
it's
win
the
3
smallest
titles.
the pot's ever going to be.
that's going to be hard
maybe
to do.
Make the pot
I agree.
25 to 50
That's going to
bucks
take
more
a
this
long
year,
time.
just to kind of establish
Yes.
a little bit bigger
And
of
try
a
to
number,
get
and then
everybody
like
through
the
them.
next year we'll bring it down to 100, or you know if it's 100 next year we'll bring it down to 75 or
Sure.
whatever. Like just I don't know, just an idea to ponder and chew.
We'll
on.
have to have
I don't
a
I'm
even
just
know
happy
if
to
I
be in
like
the
it.
league with you
meeting.
guys.
I don't
This is
even
gonna
know
be
if I
fun.
like it,
soon
but-
before
Yeah.
before the season gets too far. And honestly, I think we just push it to next year.
And something for future, what I'm talking about is if we're going to expand by 2 teams, say, we do an expansion draft where we're able to protect our keepers, and then our rosters are available, and then they can draft
Worthy
their
looks
roster.
nasty, dude. Worthy.
I don't
Worthy,
like
honestly,
how I don't like how intelligently they're using him.
Well, right. That's what's right. That's
Like they are giving it to him at a kindergarten level. We're just like, dude, we're
Just
gonna
letting
get the
his
ball in your hands and let
athleticism,
you run. Okay, that's all you have to do.
Here's what his problem
Well,
is. He needs to just take a breath and read before he makes his burst. He's catching it and going 0 to 60 instantly, and that's
that's
why,
what he does.
Honestly, he'll slow that down real fast.
He's a run away after the catch guy, not so much make you miss running after the catch guy.
I liked Kansas
You know what I'm
City laying
saying?
the points in this game big time. My brother liked the Ravens. I like the Chiefs. I never bet against Patrick Mahomes ever. He's in that category. Never got bet against Patrick Mahomes. Never bet against Tim Duncan back in the day on the Spurs. You just
Yeah,
don't
never
fucking
bet
bet
against
against
Tom
some guys.
Brady,
Never
yeah.
bet against Tom Brady. Patrick Mahomes is squarely in that
Never
fucking
bet against
category.
Brett Favre.
At least not
Yeah,
when
some
all the
guys.
chips are in.
No, you
not
don't.
when it's for the whole shebang.
You just don't do it. It's not smart.
Yeah,
Do it
I think,
sometimes.
I think he's talking. I think he's talking gambler like long term, like you're playing.
I just-
slots
some
or
guys
something.
just don't.
Like
You just don't
never-
do it.
Like
You know?
like you never split tens, like that idea.
Yeah, you just
know?
don't do it. It's not smart to
Like
do.
you're
I mean,
I
going.
gotcha.
Well, I might. and
No,
he's
I
gonna
got
be
you.
taking a
I
fucking
got
hit
you.
every
I got
time,
you
but
now.
it's
Now
just
that you put it
yeah.
that way, I
long
got you.
term.
It's not smart to fucking do. So he's in that
Yeah,
category
don't
for
bet
me.
against Mahomes. It's
When
not gonna win you
there
a
was
lot of
when they
money.
played the Eagles, they were the underdog, and me and my buddy of mine. This is a true story. Me and a buddy of mine we'd gone in all year, decent money, and kind of brought even whatever kind of, and then at the end of the year went down. I had called it, and I got fucking writing on this. I had called the alternate line. The Eagles were favorites, and I think he would put the last of the money in the Eagles, or he'd put a different bet in the Eagles. And I'm like,
Yeah, they're
here's-
trying to get the ball to Worthy, dude. They just threw it to him.
That's not his strength.
Going for the jump ball?
Right.
Run
No,
a
that was a
route,
jump
run a
ball.
route, and go up for the ball. Like
Yeah.
those aren't
Yeah,
his
he
strengths.
just reached up his head. He
His-
played DB
His,
right
his
there.
route is a post route. Run that post route. We'll give you 20 yards to get past
Yeah,
the
he
guy,
hasn't learned-
and then boom.
So what
You
you're
know?
really saying is he hasn't learned, and I saw this in scouting, which is why I said I'm going to put him on the bench.
Yep.
But it's basically he hasn't learned how to create separation. He only knows how to run faster than somebody, which actually is one of my biggest criticisms I saw with literally all the major wide receivers in the rookie class this year. I saw it with Malik Neighbors. I saw it with Marvin Harrison Jr. I saw it with Xavier Worthy. They're just faster than everybody. So all their highlight reels are them just catching deep balls behind guys. And so it's going to take them at least half the season to really learn how to run these routes and get guys without outrunning them, without being faster, just getting them to go the wrong direction, which is what Justin Jefferson excelled at day one. Remember when I
Yep.
called you
Yeah.
on draft night?
Yep.
And I told you, I go, this guy's fucking route running. And I said, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to compare him to two guys. And I'm not comparing them directly, but there's no other way to do it. He's got the best route running I've seen since Chris Carter, and he's got the best playmaking ability as far as like yards and stats since I've seen since Randy Moss. And I told you that on draft night.
Yep, route running and production.
Yep. And I'm not saying he's Randy Moss because nobody's Randy Moss, right? But he is absolutely the single greatest wide receiver the Minnesota Vikings have ever had outside of Chris Carter and Randy Moss. And there's a very good chance that inside the next 3 to 5 years, we say he's better than both those guys. Whether
Very
it's
possible. Very
just
possible.
total career yards production, success, Super Bowl win. If he wins a Super Bowl, I mean, whoever is the quarterback for that team, he's our Jim McMahon. Like he'll go down in,
For sure. Perfect example.
You know, like-
Perfect example.
Like we will worship
Yep,
him.
yep.
Like,
Who's this?
whoever wins the quarterback or whoever wins the Super Bowl as quarterback for the Vikings. It could
Oh.
be Trent Dilfer, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
would build a statue, and he would have
JJ's
the biggest
gonna
dick.
get
Oh,
you
same,
one.
yeah, same in Chicago. It's just you automatically own the city forever.
Yeah, that's why I said he'd be our Jim McMahon.
Yep.
Okay,
Just
as
don't-
a
yeah.
Packer fan, I am going to say this. The NFC North is nasty, but JJ is getting you a Super Bowl. It's going to happen.
Wow, you
I
think
actually
so?
think so too. Yeah, dude.
I
Really?
100%
The more
believe
I-
McCarthy, really?
The more I learn about this kid, dude, the
Really?
more I think he is the real deal, dude.
I don't know much about him.
I'm just
I mean, I
worried
don't know.
Queasy is going to get fired.
I don't know.
Which means
Do I-
KO might get fired.
It doesn't. I
'Cause
don't
the
like
next-
O'Connell.
the
I don't
next
like
guy
O'Connell
might
as a
not like
passive
KO.
observer.
Can I give you guys the dumbest reason for why I'm skeptical of that or would put money that it won't happen?
Because he's a Vikings quarterback.
No, actually not. Actually, no. That has nothing to do with it.
That
This
would have
is
been
it.
the smartest.
There is a
thing you
there
could've
is
said.
a really
That's logic.
there's a
He
dumb
did say it's the dumbest reason.
it,
so I
it
just
is a
said that
really
would've been
dumb
the
reason.
smartest.
It is a really dumb reason. There are only 2 quarterbacks ever in the history of the game of football in America, well, obviously in America, that have been the starting quarterback.
Canada.
Sure, fair point. Okay, so NCAA football and NFL football.
Canada's
There
a
are
weird one,
only
too.
2 starting quarterbacks ever that have won the national championship as the starting quarterback of their team and won the Super Bowl as the starting quarterback of
Peyton
their
Manning.
team.
No,
Not
Peyton
Peyton,
didn't
not
win the
Peyton.
national
They didn't
Can
win
you
it at
guys
Tennessee.
name either of them? I'll give you the chance here, quick. That's a great
Okay,
idea.
give-
hold on,
give
yeah.
a second,
Hold on,
just one
let's slow
second.
down. It wasn't Peyton because Peyton didn't win the national championship.
Correct.
It wasn't Tom Brady because Tom Brady also didn't win the national championship. I think they won the Rose Bowl,
I believe that's correct.
and that's where it gets muddy,
correct.
right? That's where it gets super muddy. Is like, yeah, they didn't win
Right.
the national championship, but they won their proverbial championship.
Correct.
That's where it gets, and that's why I
Was
don't
it
like.
Steve-
But as far as
Was
like
it,
Associated
you were correct.
Press,
You are
know,
correct, but this is why I don't like this. Is
Steve
because
Young?
it's like
Was it
some
Steph
of them
Steve
didn't
Young?
even have a chance.
no, BYU did not.
Right? They
no.
didn't. No, the
They
BYU
did
didn't.
win one like 1 year in the 80s, like a little bit after him, I want to say. They had like a fluke one in the 80s.
Was it a
That was very,
Nebraska quarterback?
you know, controversial as far as who they voted.
I feel like it was,
Was
a
it Ty
Nebraska
Detmer?
quarterback.
No.
This is a really wonky one.
Nope. Ty never started for the Super Bowl.
That's right.
Oh
Let-
wait,
just
was
let
it
me
Troy
know.
Aikman?
Nope. Never won the
Testaverde?
national championship.
Testaverde?
Nope. Never won a.
No,
Never
'cause he
started
never
for a
won the
Super Bowl winner.
Okay, so that's what we got to do is go back through the Super Bowl winners. Okay, it wasn't Mahomes.
There's at least one big name for Super Bowl winners you guys haven't thrown out there.
Yeah, you got to think about Super Bowl winners. That's
Yep,
your
that's
filter.
the first. That's the
That's your
first step.
filter.
Yep, that's the first filter is the Super Bowl winners.
Wouldn't have been Rodgers.
Nope.
Oh no. He didn't
Yeah,
win
I
the
said
Super Bowl.
wouldn't have.
I was going to say Burrow, but he didn't win the Super Bowl.
Came close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could become he's the most likely to become
Yeah.
the third person by
I'm
far
a big fan.
based off
Oh,
of what
Matt
they have in
Stafford.
common. And
Matt
that's the only
Stafford.
clue you get. Based
Yep.
off of what the two have in common, Burrow is by far the only person in the NFL right now who has a chance to become number 3.
Stafford.
Nope.
I thought
Never
he
won it at Georgia. Never won it at Georgia.
Oh, I thought he did.
Joe Flacco.
You got really close. He could
He was-
actually.
he
No,
went
he
to
didn't
Delaware,
win a
though. He
college
went to
one. He didn't win a
Delaware.
college one.
He was a
Yep,
blue
he didn't
hen.
win a college one.
That's right.
Yep.
So he
Yep,
played like
missed
one
the college
double A or
part.
something. He
Way to
didn't
go,
even-
Shane Falco.
But you're also on the right track though. Like when he said Joe Burrow, And when you said Joe Flacco,
Are we thinking
you're
Joe
both,
Montana?
you're both. There we go. There's number one is Joe Montana.
Are we won it at Notre Dame?
Yep, he did.
That's
Really?
right, he
Yep,
did.
He did.
Really?
I didn't know he won a fucking.
Yeah, I
He
didn't,
did.
I didn't know that either.
And he is the most recent of the two. The only two who have ever done it. Yeah.
Terry Bradshaw?
You guys want it?
Yeah.
Joe Namath.
Really?
Get the fuck out of here.
Where did
I
he
am
play?
100%
Where did he play college
serious.
at?
USC, I want to say.
Elite.
Wow.
Elite.
Yeah,
Elite.
he's the
See,
man.
that's
So-
what I'm talking about. You win the
Yeah.
college
So-
championship
yeah.
and
So-
the NFL
yeah.
championship.
Since
You're
only-
elite.
Yeah.
Since
I
only
agree
two
with
people
that.
ever
I
in
agree
the
with
history
you
of
on
that.
college
Joe
and
Namath is
NFL
elite.
football
If you
have
have the
won
ability
the
Yeah.
to
Super
win
Bowl and the
both,
national championship,
you are
and
correct.
both of their names are fucking
Are
Joe. Both of their names are
Right.
fucking Joe.
Wow, that's a trip.
When I saw J.J. McCarthy, I'm like, oh my God, what's his real first name?
Right, what is it?
I went and looked it up. It ain't Joe. It
What
ain't
is it?
Joseph.
What is it?
It's like Jesse
Jesse,
or
okay.
some shit. It ain't Joseph. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. But it ain't Joe. So, yeah, so Joe Burrow still by that whole,
Well,
you
I
have
hope
to be
he's good.
Joe.
I mean, I hope he's good.
you
I
know.
want the best competition.
I do too. But like,
yeah.
I mean, I hope
think
Love
it's
is
such a
good. I hope
dumb
Williams is
reason
good. I
to
hope the
say
division's good.
it's such a dumb
You know what
reason
I
to
mean?
say it's
Right.
not going to
I
happen.
mean, I
but
don't
like,
think
thing.
Goff
not?
is
There
going to
are
be good for
so
long.
many quarterbacks in this
No, I do.
league
I do
now
think J.J. McCarthy
that
will
aren't
win a
gonna
Super Bowl. I
win
just don't know
or
if it'll
are
be
going
with
to
the
win
Vikings.
But if
fewer
nothing else,
because
it
the
speaks to
quarterbacks
how
in this league, like
rare
Mahomes,
of
or
a feat
like
that is to win
guys
both
like
the
that
college
where
national
they're
championship and the
perennially
Super Bowl.
You guys
there.
are talking over each other. You're both having different conversations.
Sorry,
At the same
the
time.
point is still the same, and then I'm done. Like the whole just point being whether your name's Joe or not. Like it's insanely rare and uncommon and difficult to win both the national championship and the Super Bowl as the starting quarterback of
Well,
your team.
you are a true
It's only ever happened
champion,
twice.
You know,
So ever.
You just win everywhere.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
You're a leader
Right.
of men.
Yep.
That's what you do.
Well, and that's why you got to give respect to Tom Brady too, because he didn't have a chance at the national championship.
Exactly.
But he won the bowl game he was given the
yeah, the
opportunity
Rose
to
Bowl,
win.
which is the championship.
Which is why I don't.
for
And
the
I
Big
said
Ten.
this. That's why I don't like that stat. I don't like doing that
I don't either.
because for years, you didn't have the. You could have went
Yeah.
13-0. 4 years
In a playoff
row,
system,
but
Tom
if you're
Brady
not at the right school,
would
to
have
beat
made
the
a
right
run.
opponents. You're not in the right polling,
Yeah.
so they don't consider it the national.
Sounds
I'm
like
not
Boise
betting
State
against
for
Tom
a
Brady
decade.
in
Fuck
the
outta here,
playoffs.
dude.
I'm not betting against Tom Brady now in the playoffs. If he had a shot in a playoff system like now, back then,
There was
I think he
times-
could go on a run.
There
Oh,
was,
I agree.
Listen
Clutch.
to this. Listen to this. And I remember this. You can look this up. There's years where they had shared championships,
Oh, yeah.
even
Yep.
though a certain team won and another team lost.
2 polls.
Yep.
And they were
I
like,
remember this.
there's 2 champions
It was
this
back
year.
in like the 80s.
So
And
fuck
one
that
poll,
stat, dude.
one
No,
poll
went
could
through the
still
90s,
result
I
in a
remember.
tie.
Yeah,
One
there was
poll
even
could still
some in the
result in a
90s.
tie.
I think
You're
I
right.
remember
Yeah,
it through,
poll,
and
too.
I actually, I think
Like,
I remember it through the
one of
early
them was the
2000s,
coaches'
which
poll.
is why they
Like,
developed the college
Bingo.
playoff.
Yeah.
Miami
Bingo.
and
It was
Nebraska.
the Associated
that
Press
one
poll
comes to
and the
mind.
And the
In fact,
coaches poll.
You guys know, I think this happened. This is why there's a college playoff, because I think there was a double champion year.
Playoffs.
And they
Talking
were
about
like, we can't do
playoffs?
this anymore. We need a definitive college football champion.
Playoffs.
I think Nebraska might have been one of the
Oh,
2
talk about
champs
playoffs.
that year. And I
think
can't
we just
remember
wanna win
who
a
the
game.
other
This is
was,
super
but, like,
recent,
We
though.
stink
Well,
right
it's-
now.
Like within the last 20, 30
Yeah,
years.
but to some people that's super old too.
Fair.
Like it all depends. Like
Fair.
time's relative. So,
Fair.
but yeah,
We're talking about shit going
history
back
of
to the
football.
80s, though.
History of football. It's fairly recent.
Yeah, and when
but,
we're
like,
talking about going back to the 80s, and I'm saying, no, this was in the 2000s, which is like why we have the college football playoff.
Like
is
Miami and
because
Nebraska.
This happened recently,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
I think it was.
There you go. I thought it was Nebraska and
Was it?
someone.
Yeah, it was
Nebraska-
Miami and
Nebraska's
Nebraska.
the most
It's
recent
like the
one.
triple
That was the
option.
most
Shit.
recent. It was like
Okay.
04,
See, I thought it was
05.
like I thought
Tommy
it was
Frazier or something.
Like, no, I thought it was like
Scott Frost.
Alabama,
Scott
LSU.
Frost.
Okay.
or-
That was the McGahee era in Miami,
for
when
Miami.
he broke his leg and
He
fundamentally
broke his leg everywhere.
That's fucking tough
Yeah.
tennis. That's
in
really tough.
Buffalo, in Denver.
Yeah.
Freaking dude, it didn't
Couldn't stop
matter.
breaking his fucking leg. That
Yeah,
poor
he had
fuck.
an, he
Didn't
had an
Marshawn
insurance
Lynch
Clinton
policy on
Portis?
himself.
Maybe it's a Miami curse.
I don't know, but that's
that
a
could
hard
be.
thing.
Like a USC curse. Like
Louis
Caleb
C.
Williams.
Here,
We're
didn't-
talking over each other again, guys, one at a time. Jason, finish what you were saying.
So
I try to get everybody to shut up, and then you also stop talking.
yeah, that's the
You're
problem.
supposed to just keep going.
I suck at that.
Turn that mic towards you.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. So I was talking about McGahee and how he actually had that that insurance policy on his leg because I think he knew better. He was very fragile. But that Nebraska-Miami game is when he broke his leg in that national championship game. And I think that was one of the last times I can remember there was a co-championship because of the poll. They had Nebraska, and Miami won the game. And they handily won the game. It wasn't even close.
Something like that, for sure. And, yeah, it started a massive controversy, which, again, we had been through many times before.
Yes, controversy.
And they finally did the fucking college football playoff. The crazy thing is, you guys, it was 4 teams, and now what is it, 6?
I think it's 12 this year.
It's never been 6, and that's what I always wanted it to be was 6.
They went from 4 to 8?
It's 12 now.
Yeah, it's like 12 now.
So
they went from 4 to 8 to 12. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't like
more
it.
money.
Everyone get a lot of.
I like 12.
Here's
more
why
money.
Automatics to the winners of the majors
Here's why I like 6
conferences.
If you make it 6, then you can reward those top 2 teams that in past generations were your 2 national champion contenders or whatever.
Yes.
With a first round bye in the tournament.
Sure.
And then you've got all these other new modern wild card incorporations into the old traditional system. So like it's like a balance of old and new.
Sure.
And I don't like not rewarding the best team.
So are you saying turn the bowl
with
games
nothing
into playoff games?
You know,
yeah.
like well, basically you make it 6 so that you can give 2 first round buys to the 2 best teams in all of college football.
Right.
Because don't they deserve a little bit of advantage
at
over team number 5 and 6?
Absolutely.
You know, than just like
Absolutely.
where
And
the game is
I
played.
think they'd
Like,
be
are you kidding
well
me?
served to watch what the pros do too. Pro
Yeah.
football hasn't licked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the biggest fucking sport anywhere.
So that's just where I really like the number 6, given
$11
like
billion a
you
year.
know
Yeah, I mean, they don't do much wrong, you know.
the more teams you put in the college playoff system, the less important and the more it takes away from the regular season.
Right.
And that's always been the beauty of college football is every game in the regular season is life or death.
Right. Well, exactly.
You know?
But you know what though? And here's the thing: if you're big in college basketball, you watch the tournament.
March, I am.
March, yeah. Right. So typically speaking, I mean, yeah, you'll get some wonky ass years, but typically speaking, the good teams shake out. Okay, you'll get some upsets or whatever, but the good teams shake out. Right.
Yep.
And I think
Yep.
you'll see the same thing.
And that's why there's as many rounds in it as there are.
Right.
You know, we get surprises for the first 1, 2, 3 rounds, but by rounds 4 and 5, it's the cream of the crop.
the good ones, the good players come out.
he missed it.
Oh, he don't miss much.
No,
Wow.
Justin
He
Tucker
almost
does not
never
miss
misses.
often.
Wow,
That
Is
guy
he
in-
the most accurate in NFL history?
To me,
Or is he the
yeah.
highest points in NFL history?
he may be both.
He's one of the two.
To me-
he's something
Yeah.
of all time.
if there's
I think that's my
kickers that are
kicker.
Maybe
first
the
ballot
greatest
Hall of
kicker of all
Famers,
time.
I
Yeah.
would put him at the top of that list. Like he should be a first ballot. Hall
All
of
these
Famer.
things are
Like,
accurate. Yes.
So how you guys doing tonight
I
in your
think he might
fantasy?
be my kicker.
The only difference between him and Adam
No action.
Vinatieri is how many times they each got to be on the biggest stage of them all.
Yes.
Like
So I'm going up against Jeremy from Stormbreaker, and I already got 7 points, 5 receptions, 39 yards from Zay Flowers.
5 receptions.
5 receptions, 39 yards for 7 points, and that's the first half. You give me double that, Zay Flowers,
Yeah.
and I'm going to suck your dick.
I didn't play the Ravens defense. I got rid of them. I took the Bears.
He's also 5 for 5. 5 receptions, 5 targets for 39 yards. His projection is 12.3, so
It's a healthy amount of. I mean, that's
We're
solid. Yeah. Oh yeah.
that's our league, the one we're all in together. I got nobody
I
going.
mean,
I'm
I like
playing you
Lamar
in our league
Jackson. The
this
Chiefs'
week.
defense is good. The
yeah,
the
for
Chiefs
week
are no
1
joke.
in our
They're-
league, I'm
yeah,
playing
you guys are playing each other.
Yep.
You guys can jerk each other
Yep.
off all night now.
Heck yeah.
You fucking-
Yeah, have fun jacking each other off over there.
I would say Rashee Rice is on pace for me for the one team I got him on. And in the other league where I'm playing against Patrick Mahomes, he's definitely below what he could be putting up. So
Right.
I like where I'm at in this game currently in my
Mahomes' an
fantasy
interesting
investments.
fantasy case.
See, I feel like he's arguably the most overdrafted
Yep.
person in all fantasy drafts. He was not a top 5 quarterback last year.
I agree with you on that one. They've adjusted
like-
how they play. It seems.
Just type in 2023 fantasy football leaders.
Yep.
Elliott's my
and then
kicker.
click the link, and it will tell you where everybody actually ranked, how many points they averaged, how many total points
Patrick's
they got.
calling me.
Patrick Mahomes was not a top 5 fantasy quarterback
Patrick's
last year.
calling me from the locker room. Hold on.
Oh shit!
Let alone where you're drafting him at.
And that's why
Patrick, tell us from the locker room, what is the game like right now? Patrick, you're on speakerphone. From the locker room, tell us what it's like right now.
Hey.
Patrick.
there he is. Hey Pat.
Yo.
What's up, brother?
Oh wait, you're back on the field.
It's sweaty balls.
We must
Interception.
be on
Oh, look at
delay
that.
or
Yeah,
something.
There it is.
We must be on delay or something.
What was it like to just throw an interception in the middle of the game?
Hang on. Let me set up my setup here. Hello.
What are you doing with your life right now?
Right on cue about not producing fantasy points.
What am I doing? Hey,
No,
what's
see
up?
it's that 7-second delay.
Dude,
He
I'm
just
gonna
got
hang up
done
on you if you
throwing
don't
that
start fucking
interception
talking.
and then came to the phone. It's that
Can you hear me
FCC
now?
7-second delay.
Oh my God, Patrick.
That's a pick right there.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
up?
it is.
Hey, what's up?
Pat, you just threw that pick and then immediately came to talk to us on the phone. That is absolutely amazing. I'm honored. We're honored.
Patch me in via YouTube.
How about you turn the fucking volume down on your TV, you goddamn amateur? I thought you used to work on the fucking radio.
Hi.
It's the crowd in the background. It's the crowd and
I
the
can hear
TV
us
production.
in the background.
That was
Delay.
real.
Let me shut my phone. I got the Bluetooth on. Hang on. Let me shut
You're
the
the
Yeah, this is an odd turn of events. You
I
being,
cannot
you being
believe we
asked
have
to turn
Patrick
your volume
Mahomes
down.
Can you,
on the phone here during the
can you hear
podcast
me now?
while he's on
Dude,
the sideline.
We've heard you the whole fucking time. What do you want? You're on the podcast. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh my
All
God.
moved. Love
Hey,
you.
yeah, how's it going, man? It's it's good. It's going to be a fun year in this league. This is good.
What's shaking,
Hey,
bacon?
hey, Patrick Mahomes, are you going to be a top 5 fantasy quarterback this year because you weren't last year? What's up
That's
with
what
that?
Lamar
We
Jackson
gotta
does.
drop the bit. He's not getting it. We were trying to pretend you were Patrick Mahomes from the locker
He
room.
kind
calling
of sounds
us.
like him, actually.
Oh, got it. Okay, yeah.
That might have gone on for a while. So yeah, now we're moving on, but that's fine. How's it going out there, P? On the on the left
No,
coast.
It's good. The game's looking good. It's 100 fucking degrees out here again. I wish summer would go away, actually.
Right.
I know I live in California, and I shouldn't bitch about heat, but here I am. But no, I've enjoyed listening to your conversations about what's going on, and I'm rolling with Worthy tonight, motherfuckers.
Oh,
I don't know
you got
if
you got
know
Worthy
that. I'm
going?
fucking hammered on Worthy.
It's a good play. I mean, very early, it's already paid off.
Yeah, 8.1. I'm already happy.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he was a flex. There was a choice between him, Watson, and Ford, and I'm like, you know what? Go big or go home.
you've
They got the kid.
you've already won.
Feed him the fucking rock.
Yep, you've already won. Likely.
I was going to comment on something you guys said already, but I fucking forgot because you guys have been going a million miles an hour. I haven't seen a mirror with cocaine on it, but it looks like, Jesus Christ, dude. You guys are fucking into it.
Oh, are you talking about this? That's not what that is.
No, I'm just talking about all you guys, man. You're just fucking...
There's zero
What's
cocaine
going
being used
on?
here
I know
tonight.
this, I know that.
Hey, Patrick. Smoke o'clock shout out, yo.
Yeah, it's,
You're not wrong, Patrick.
It's a buffet of fucking ideas. we were
No shortage of personalities.
no,
either.
no. We were talking about the pros and cons of being here for an extended period of time for Jared's election podcast. and the conclusion that we've come up with, right, I think, is coming in for a short period of time is probably the best move as opposed to sitting down for a long time.
come in, say your piece, get yelled at, head on out.
and that's that, and that let that be that. Right?
What are you trying to infer? I'm not yelling at you.
No,
I'm speaking to the subject of politics.
I just know I could go off on one.
No, what you
I'm
going to
be here for an extended period of time.
Come in, sit down, do some yelling.
Yeah.
Take off.
There you go. That's what I meant. There you go. There you go. That's what I meant.
That's what I am saying.
Much more eloquently put.
Yeah.
There's the same thing, but just in a different order.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but literally, guys, I was just playing slapjack with my daughter
likely
at the fucking
sleeper
dinner
time.
table, and then I just jumped on. So I'm going from dad mode to fucking heathen mode right now. I don't know
brother.
what the fuck I'm doing.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Well, be a heathen with us,
no,
dude.
I'm trying to be dad of the week anyway, and I did that. And, bedtime's coming up. It's Sacramento, California. We're doing good out here. 49ers.
Oh, California sucks. Fuck you. Shut up.
Stupid. Oh, give me a break, George Floyd lands. Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Even
I think you're both
California
right.
ain't
You
that
know,
fucking bad.
I think you can both be right about something. So
I went back to Minnesota last year, and it was fucking scary.
It ain't good, dude.
Of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're a little pussy-ass bitch.
I ain't from here. This place is slid.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Cali
It
knows how to
slid
party.
bad, man.
That was straight up hood if I've ever heard hood spoken.
But it has
before.
slid, dude.
It's straight up slid. I don't even know what that means.
Cali knows
I
how
Oh,
to
you
know
do.
exactly
Oh, you do.
what it means.
Oh, you do.
I'm
know
figuring it
exactly
out.
what it
You know
means.
exactly what it
Oh
means
yeah, now.
You might not have before, but you do
It
now.
took me a moment to comprehend it. I'm
you
about
do
8
now,
seconds
and I think
behind.
you would agree it's accurate.
It is. Dude, this
Hey,
city
Luger.
screwed me up
Yeah,
bad.
Luger.
Yes.
How many days of sobriety you got?
Well, here's the thing. And this is the total honesty is that.
What kind of sobriety?
Well, yeah, it's meth and
Whatever
street
you say, dude.
meth and street drugs. Right, is where my number is at. Right, when I get out of town, I don't drink at home. When I get out of town on vacation,
Right.
I'll tie one on. I will. Right, that'll happen. And so like I ditched the booze part of it a while ago. But I just don't drink. I don't shit where I eat anymore. But we're at February 22nd of 2022 was the last time that I used fucking dope. And so whatever.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, yeah.
3 years will be
There's-
next.
there's a
We were at 2.5 years about,
There's a
you know.
Okay, cool. Because I was going to say, there's a term out here called California sober.
Yeah.
And it kind of basically applies to...
Oh, yeah.
So you can be sober, but still doing, like, bumps every now and then, and you're still sober. You
No,
know,
I
it's like-
religiously am fucking eating gummies, and then I'll clean out or whatever. But I mean, it calms me down.
Right, yeah.
Big time, and that's about it or whatever. But I mean, I can't be getting fucking drunk as fuck. I mean, I love it. It's
Especially
fun.
nowadays with the fentanyl and everything.
And well, yeah, then there's
Exactly.
that.
No,
it's not even
no.
the same shit that I liked getting
It's
fucked
just
up
not,
on
and
anymore.
It's not worth the risk anymore. Like it used to just be a good time, and like maybe you get addicted. Now it's like maybe a
God.
good time, and you'll probably
Well,
die.
we're not kids
Right.
anymore. That's kid shit, man.
Not to
Thank
mention,
God for
like I
fentanyl,
tell
because I
people,
would never
Yeah.
take a fucking bag from anybody anymore.
No.
You know what
No.
I mean?
That's kid criminal shit.
The game
You
has
know?
completely changed.
So
Like
Yeah,
getting
it's
high
dangerous.
Is not the same game we used to play.
that's cool. I had a
Like
good
I tell
time. I had my
people.
fun with it and shit, and that's that. You know.
Right, Lamar Jackson is
Oh, yeah.
fucking sucking tonight.
But
yes, he is.
like,
he's hurting his
I'm not
legacy.
gonna bullshit anybody either. If you know, I've been having an itching to go to Vegas, right? And if I were to go to Vegas, I'd have cash, and I would fucking tie one on, dude. I'd want to fucking get half in the bag and throw money around on fucking sports games or whatever. I would want to do that in Vegas.
But my
I
favorite
just-
way to do that now is just literally do mushrooms, dude. It's super safe.
Sure.
Like you can control your dosage because you know what you're doing.
Weed and mushrooms
You know?
are all
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
do.
or
Like,
whatever. I'd want to get loose and have a good time, but I'm not talking about let's fucking buy, blow from a random dude on the road like I might have done in my 20s.
Yeah,
I would have done that in my 20s.
And you have
Exactly,
no
but the
desire-
game's
dude,
changed.
When you're on mushrooms,
Right.
though, you have no desire to do any of that, and that's what I was really getting at.
Exactly.
Belonged in
Like that
1995.
is the high,
Right.
Like you don't need and that's a problem I think with a lot of us is like you start doing something and then you want a little something else, and
Sure.
then you want a little something more, and then all of a sudden you're off the rails on the deep end.
Well, yes, that
Right,
happens
when you
quickly.
When you do mushrooms and you're smoking pot,
Yeah.
and you're drinking a little beer, you're like, I don't need anything more because like the
Yes.
mushrooms are enough.
Yes.
And these other two things take the edge off.
Yep.
Yes.
Like, we're having a great time.
I just know what I like, though,
The only thing
too.
you'll debate is whether you should take more mushrooms.
It's just nice
Exactly.
getting really fucking hammered though and going
Like,
and looking.
the other
at,
night when I was
you
at the
know, and
Creed
going
show,
and looking to
I did
going
8
to
grams.
strip clubs and shit.
Yeah, do it on mushrooms.
I did
No,
the Creed
I
show
don't
on
know.
mushrooms.
I don't
Have
know
you
if I
seen
would.
bare tits on mushrooms?
You know, I don't know if I've ever been to a strip club on mushrooms, and I don't know if I want to do
I
that.
hate strip clubs.
It'll make you feel like a champion, and it'll also make you see the past,
Ooh.
and you will see
Ooh.
the sadness
Yes.
of human history.
Oy, this
at
sounds
the
like
same time.
fucking something
and then
like
you'll
fucking.
jerk off crying in the bathroom.
Oh, jeez,
All I
Louise.
can
When
say
I'm
with
on
honesty is
mushrooms-
it's
Fucking like-
possible that I've been to a
you'll
strip
go to
club
home-
on
and you'll
mushrooms,
go home
but
with a
I
lot of
don't
money in
know
your
with
pocket.
certainty.
Sure. First, I believe that answer wholeheartedly. You know, that makes sense. That answer makes total sense.
I
me.
hate strip clubs. I hate women that pander to me that wouldn't give me the time of day in the street.
Sure.
It's just
already got this
disgusting
one.
to me. I respect
it's
their
7:10.
ability
And it's
to make
definitely
money
a good
how they
thing you're
wish.
not a musician.
Yeah, you're right. Right.
All right, Patrick,
Because
what do you
that's
got?
all of them at all
Patrick.
hours of the day when it
All right,
comes to.
guys, Patrick, what do you got to say? We got to get off the phone. We're going into halftime.
Okay, got you. I'm going to say the Chiefs are going to roll. It's going to be about a 40 to 27 game. Worthy is going to be the MVP of the night, and I roll with that motherfucker, and I'm going to cash in on that bitch.
All right.
All right. Good luck, man. I love you, buddy. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good luck, guys.
Good
Much
chatting,
love,
bro.
brother. We talk soon.
I got Rasheed Rice rolling for me in one league. He's got
Nice.
6.7 points.
Nice.
I got Mahomes rolling against me in another league.
Nice.
He's got 2.68 points. This is working out perfectly.
That works. That works perfect. I'm not mad at Zay Flowers with 7 points in my flex.
No, that's first half. That's fantastic.
I don't have
Honestly,
anybody
I
playing
should have
tonight.
started him at wide receiver instead of flex.
No, you do not.
I should have started him at wide receiver.
You're
now
going
that I'm
against
thinking about it.
Rasheed Rice on my team, though.
Yeah.
You're playing him.
Yes, I am playing Rasheed
Yes.
Rice at the flex this week.
Okay.
Or no, at wide receiver, because if that was one of those where like he would have been in my flex, but because he's the Thursday night
Yep.
game, I'm
That's
moving
what I
him into
just
my
said.
wide
Sure.
receiver slot.
That's
if I'm gonna
literally
play
what
him.
I just
So
said
I'm
about Zay
so
Flowers.
sorry.
This game's
No,
going
I'm not-
exactly
no, I
as
don't
I
mean it
thought
that
it would
way.
go.
No,
I'm
for
agreeing
far.
with you. I'm like,
I mean,
fuck,
it's
dude.
just
I
this
literally,
game's
I
going
should have
exactly as I
started
thought
my
it would
guy.
go.
Right. It's
Flowers.
an offensive
I
battle
left
back
him
and
in the
forth
flex
with
'cause
some
I'm like, he's
defense.
With
my
the
flex.
Chiefs in control.
Exactly,
But then I was
so to
like,
speak.
fuck, dude, I should have started him
That's
at wide
exactly
receiver. What
it.
if George
It's
Pickens
exactly. I mean,
gets hurt?
just to a
I didn't
small
even
degree.
think of it
Right.
until like
That's
listening
just-
to fantasy radio on
Even
Sirius
though
XM.
he's
So
throwing
when
When
there's
they
interceptions,
brought it up,
somehow
and I
they
just
have
went,
the lead.
you know what? That is a fair point. If I'm going to play him,
Which is
it makes sense then to
unlike
put him in
other
that slot so
quarterbacks,
that
unlike
there's
other
more
teams.
flexibility. Like
that is great as well.
I got to be honest. I didn't even realize what the score was.
Yeah.
I've been more interested in the
13-10
conversation.
yet?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
13-10.
and it's
13-10
because of
at
the
half.
missed field goal.
Because of the missed
Correct.
field
Tucker
goal,
had.
Patrick Mahomes has an interception, but somehow they're still up.
Well,
Right.
Lamar
Lamar
had the
Jackson
lost
looks like
fumble.
shit,
Lamar had
you
the
guys.
lost
You don't look
fumble.
good.
Playing like shit. If he comes out
You don't look
and
good.
plays this way in the second half, Baltimore loses 100%.
This is the second time I've thought of a baseball analogy
Yeah.
with this talk.
Yes.
This is like the beginning of the season. Pitching is ahead of hitting. You know,
Right.
like the defense is ahead of
That's
the offense.
usually the way that it
they
is.
haven't been. These first teamers have not been playing in the preseason games and stuff.
I
and
love
so,
the
like,
under.
You know,
Hammer
yep,
the under
yep,
the first
yep,
4
big
weeks of the
time,
year because
big
they haven't
time.
fucking played. They haven't gotten hit. They're not used to it. Whatever. Yeah, the defense is ahead of the offense. Hammer
So,
the fucking under.
If you're
the
coaching
public
right now,
likes
though,
scoring anyways. Usually, but this is the best time to hammer the under. Just hammer all
so,
of them.
So if I'm coaching the Ravens right now, here's what I'm saying. I'm going into this locker room and I'm telling the team, I'm going, hey, we're playing like shit. And we're only down by 3 points.
Yes.
You've heard me make this speech before. If you were one of my players, you'd be getting burnt out by now. But this is the fucking truth. This is the fucking truth, though. We're playing like shit, and we're only down by 3 points. If we just get our shit together, we don't have to fucking worry about what they're doing. Okay? Literally, stop worrying about them.
Right.
Do your job. Trust your training. This is what we prepared for. Right. This is what the coaching is for. This is what the offseason is doing. Yeah. Our game plan is solid. We're just not executing, guys. Let's play fucking. Let's tell some jokes. Something. I'm not saying this out loud at this point. This is where you start inserting a joke. You try to loosen it up. You get maybe one of the younger players who's got a great big personality like a Michael Irvin, which is why he was brought onto that team. You get him to give a fucking rah-rah speech. You do something to liven that shit up and change the vibe of that motherfucker. So you come out of the fucking halftime. You come out of that tunnel ready to run through a brick wall as if the game just started. That's your job as a coach in this scenario.
Absolutely.
Like, there is X's and O's, obviously, right?
But there's Jimmy's and Joe's.
Because this is the best way to get the result you need.
Well, and this is what I'm getting at. This speech that you're making at halftime here is way less about X's and O's and just straight up about discipline.
Because
guys, calm the fuck
mentality.
down. We're all excited. Yeah. Slow down. You're ready. You're all overexcited. Specifically, I'm talking to Lamar while I'm approaching the whole team.
Right.
But I'm like, you're playing like shit.
Exactly
you're
the
trying
case.
You're trying to be extra. Just drop back. Make the play. Move forward.
This is why Baltimore
one at a time.
Is always number 2 to Kansas City.
If I was around though,
that's why everybody's
some of those guys that have been
Kansas
around.
City.
Okay,
the only way Baltimore changes it is by winning
You're
this
talking
game.
over each other again.
The only way Baltimore changes that outcome is if they win this game tonight. That shifts the league in their favor for at least the early going, and it could potentially change the outcome of the playoffs later on in the year.
The narrative, yes.
Where they could wind up with home field throughout because they beat Kansas City in week 1.
He has a good point.
Those are real implications.
Yes, very much so.
I agree with all of that, and here's the counterpoint I want to make is in this game, though, there's matchups, all over the board. That includes the coaches, okay?
Yes.
So if this was the situation with the Ravens against, let's just say, the Dolphins or the Jets or whoever, you would give that advantage of those halftime adjustments and improvements to Harbaugh. But in this game, that Reed is equally as good at knowing what you're saying to your team and how you're preparing and having the counter to that and what to say to his team and stuff. And so even though you can do your part the best ways possible, that chess counter move on the other side is still there, though. So while you don't lose any ground from it,
I don't think either
you don't
one of these
gain
guys
any
are
ground
that
from it
naive.
either.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think
Andy
Reid is in John Harbaugh's head. I don't think John's in Andy Reid's head. I think they're playing this. No, both of them are too experienced. They're playing that game, but neither one of them is psyched the other one out.
But what about the players, though? What about Lamar Jackson, constantly losing?
I don't think Harbaugh's halftime
That's what
speech,
I'm saying, is that if I'm the coach,
John Harbaugh
I would approach, if I'm Harbaugh, at a certain
Jackson's
point in time, I'd be like, hey, dude,
or vice versa.
I'm coming to say this to you.
It hurts Harbaugh.
This might be week 1, but you got to, at some point in time, beat this motherfucker, dude.
Right?
That's it. And I'm telling you this because that's real talk, right?
In that definition, yes.
As your coach. And if I don't say this, I'm not doing my job, man, because you're starting to look like a bitch constantly taking one from this dude, right? That's what I would do at some point, okay, if he keeps losing, because you can't do that. You can't. You're in the same conference. It's going to stop the whole team from getting to the Super Bowl, right? You have to get through them. So you have to pull all of the fucking tricks.
Yep, and I agree with everything you guys have said about it. I'm just trying to shine a light on the idea,
bright.
On the idea
then shine it bright like a
that
diamond.
while Harbaugh is going to give that speech and it's going to be an effective speech, there is another locker room that's also involved in how things play out. And I trust Andy Reid to give an equally effective halftime speech to his troops as Harbaugh, as John does.
And Lamar Jackson probably already knows this shit too. I mean, he's sick of losing, you'd think. Or are they? That's a whole other thing. Once you get paid all that fucking money, do you care that much?
Well, that's the difference between a Tom Brady and everybody else, right? Because Tom Brady at the end of his career was still like jaded about the fucking 7 quarterbacks or however many it was that were taken before him in the draft 20 years earlier. Like, he was still pissed off. Like, halfway through his career when he started winning and they were like, oh, you trying to go after Joe Montana? He said, fuck Joe Montana. I'm going after Jordan. which means he was skipping 4 and going for 6, 7, which is why he needed to go to Tampa Bay to get 7. He needed one on his own beyond Bill Belichick to solidify end the argument as the greatest single athletic competitor of all time. Because here's your example, what you brought up earlier. What is elite, right? And I was like, well,
And
what are
that's
we
Tom
talking
Brady.
about? Does it have to be an athleticism? Because Tom Brady ain't there. But that motherfucker won 7 championships in the hardest sport at the hardest position of all time.
That takes.
I mean, bro, like Tom Brady is the greatest competitive athlete of all time, even though he probably couldn't win a fucking shot put. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's not like he's Adrian
His
Peterson.
combine pictures are fucking
This goes
classic.
back
You see
to
what I'm
that-
saying, though?
Yeah,
So it's like,
they're classic.
what is
Yep.
elite?
Yep.
What does that
Yep.
even fucking mean?
Yep.
The fact that
It's relative to the position you play.
he was
Well, yeah, I mean,
part
it's
of
just-
I don't
that's
even care
it.
how you
7
followed up.
championships.
That's it right there. It's success at whatever position you play.
Yeah.
Relative is the magic word.
7 championships, and how many MVPs
Yeah.
did he win?
Because
I mean-
Vince Young is more elite than Brett Favre
Skill set,
athletically.
absolutely.
Athletically.
Yes.
He was a head case though.
Right.
Vince Young was nuts.
That's what I'm
Rest
getting
in
at,
peace,
right?
Vince.
And that was
Yeah.
that's maybe a little
Oh,
bit
is
of
he
a
dead?
Wait, no, that was Steve McNair.
no,
gonna
Vince
say,
Young.
oh, yeah,
didn't
Steve
Vince-
McNair passed
no,
away.
I thought
He
Vince
got
Young
killed.
killed himself.
Vince Young
Wait,
did?
yeah,
I
that's
thought
right.
he did.
Fuck, he did. Oh,
I know
okay.
Steve
I thought Vince
McNair
Young
was
committed
also.
suicide, didn't he?
I think you
Wouldn't
might be
surprise
right.
me.
I remember it was Steve McNair who was killed by his girlfriend or
Steve
something
McNair
like
got
that.
murdered. Yep.
So either we're just confusing Titans quarterbacks who happen to be black, or they're very similar stories.
yeah, Vince Young is alive.
He is.
Okay.
I thought he killed
Yeah.
himself. I thought he killed himself.
It's probably just you confusing Titans quarterbacks. Well,
See-
Vince Young did play for the Titans.
Yeah.
See, and
they
I
both did.
feel like I haven't heard the name Vince Young since his rookie year in Tennessee.
Yeah, when he destroyed fantasy football.
Yes.
He broke the league.
Vince Young is an
Like,
example
in
of
fact,
an
the
earlier
reason we're
last
drafting,
time
the
I heard his
reason
name.
we're drafting Anthony Richardson and Jaden McDaniels at all, let alone high, is because of Vince Young. Vince Young is the one who did what we're all, and this is why I get frustrated because these guys don't last. And then Russell Wilson happened, and I was like, well, there
Yes.
goes my theory. But it only happened
He's
once.
still-
I
Exactly.
would
I like
say
Vic
if you
the
go
outlier.
far
I mean,
enough
Vic's
back,
resurgence.
Steve Young does have 1 or 2 seasons in like the pioneer days of
Yeah.
fantasy football where his rushing statistics for the season did kind of
Fair enough.
He was very
comparably
good.
match
Fair
up,
enough.
But like that's like
No,
the
you're right.
one except there's
No,
because
you're
there's
right.
always
And
an
Randall
exception,
Cunningham
but,
probably
like,
did too.
for maybe like a season or two.
I loved
but
Vic.
to your
Vic
point,
was
it was
good,
only
but I
for
mean-
a season
Yeah, and
or
it
two.
slowed down.
Like,
and by the time
it's-
they won Super Bowls, they weren't doing. And that's all I'm talking
it just
about. Is like,
reinforces the point.
and that's all I'm really talking about is like, literally this idea that mobile quarterbacks are the future.
Right.
I've been hearing that since Fran Tarkington,
Right.
and it's never panned out. However, every once in a while, you have a Vince Young, a Michael Vick, Russell Wilson, who actually does something. One of them won the Super Bowl. The
They
rest
move
haven't.
the needle.
Exactly. And then everybody's like, nope, this is the future. And I keep trying to explain to everybody
Exactly.
that's the past.
Right.
Like we're
Right.
going back to college football
Right.
if you're doing this, which there's a reason you pay these 5 obese white dudes from the cornfields to
Right.
protect your other millionaire.
Right.
You have 5 millionaires that get paid to protect 1 millionaire. There's a reason we did this. Like, bro, it's just it cracks me up. And again, you could take this analogy and you could apply this to politics or the economy. Like, everything is cyclical, and human beings, we go through patterns and trends, and some of it is due to a lack of respect for the past. Some in football,
Correct.
it's not a lack of respect for the past. It's just you're going through phases, right? So, like, again, in the middle of the Tom Brady, Peyton Manning era, who won the Super Bowl? The Seattle Seahawks, who ran the football down your throat more than anybody else. You
Correct.
see what I'm saying? So it's like even in the height of a trend, the opposite often will still work.
Right.
So it is what it is. People go, the Tampa 2 was invented in... No, it wasn't. That's the fucking steel curtain defense from the 70s.
Right.
Look it up.
Because they
Tampa
always
2 is the steel curtain defense from Pittsburgh.
Right, because some coordinator's smart enough to go to the past to look for the answers. on how to defend against an offense that may look unique right now, but was used in the past, like the Wildcat.
Here's a great example. You guys remember Marshall football?
Yes.
The famous Marshall football team?
Yes.
The reason that team
Marshall with Randy Moss?
the same franchise or same college, but I'm going earlier than that. The famous Marshall team, the one where everybody died and they made the Matthew McConaughey
I don't remember that
film.
Okay.
So the reason that team was so impressive is because of the coach's ability to listen to his assistants.
Sure.
One of his assistants was a scholar of the game, and he goes, "Hey, we have a shit offensive line. They're undersized. They're not athletic. Blah 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 blah. Maybe we try the wishbone formation, which is designed to take advantage of a poor offensive line."
Right.
That's football, you guys.
Right.
That's fucking football.
Right.
We don't have this, so let's do this.
Right.
Instead of the Brad Childress, we're going to hammer a fucking square
We've got
peg
a
into a
kick-ass
round
offense.
hole, which we did.
Right.
Which we did until we didn't.
it's
And then
either-
we did
Until
the
you
Dax.
say that, then you're doomed to never.
Brad
Or
Childress.
the Chip Kelly.
We've
or the
got a
Chip
kick-ass
Kelly.
offense.
So Jim Harbaugh is the perfect example of this. Jim
Shut
Harbaugh.
up, Flanders.
Jim
That's what I
Harbaugh.
always used to say to Childers. Shut up, Flanders.
Jim
Oh,
Harbaugh
so
is
bad.
the exact example of this. He had Alex Smith, a pocket passer, thriving. Trades him, brings in Colin Kaepernick, a highly mobile quarterback, has him thriving. Chip Kelly comes in, square peg, round hole. Colin Kaepernick's career is over within 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Partly because he was
That is
never
what
that
happened,
good to
isn't it?
begin with. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
But the point is that Jim Harbaugh is exactly the coach that I'm talking about that they summarized in that movie. You
Yes.
take your scheme and you completely changed it based on, and this is what made
Yeah.
Bill Belichick great. All of those defenses, all of those offenses with fucking, what's his name? Josh McDaniels.
Yep.
All of those things he did, he readopted the scheme to fit the talent he had.
Exactly
That's
the point I've
elite-level
made
coaching.
for
Right.
years.
Exactly. Bingo.
That's why Mike McCarthy got fired.
Right, because Mike
Because
McCarthy
when
was
Zimmer came in and showed how to beat Aaron Rodgers, Mike McCarthy couldn't adapt.
That's
Right.
the difference
McCarthy
between your
was
15
always a
minutes
Ted
of fame
Thompson
and
puppet.
more
Right.
than that. Like,
Right.
McCarthy is a yes man. That's why he's in Dallas. He's Jerry Jones' yes
Right.
man.
Thank you for letting me finish that rant, because that was a good rant.
It was a good rant.
That was a good rant.
No, I
And
was listening.
Here's the reality in Green Bay. We've wasted 2 once-in-a-generational quarterbacks with 1 Super Bowl apiece. Unacceptable.
Is that a waste?
It's a waste. Yes, it's great that we
The Vikings would say it's not a waste. The Vikings would say,
In
we are
perspective,
grateful.
we could have had 2 to 3 with each of them. But let's be honest, Denver, we had no answer for Denver in 96. Denver was the better team. They won the game.
At least you went to 2 with Favre.
Nobody
Exactly.
had an answer for those Denver teams.
Terrell Davis,
Other than
nobody had
maybe
an
the
answer for
98
Terrell
Vikings.
And to be
Davis.
we
fair,
never got
Favre
to see
couldn't
it.
get through Dallas and the beginning of his career. So the beginning of
Right.
his career, you can't fault him.
Can I
And
get
then
a
he had to deal with Randy Moss.
Can I get a water from you?
Yeah, do we have water down here?
I didn't see any down here.
There's
I
nothing
don't
over
know.
here. I'll check
Might
this
be one or
fridge.
two.
I'm going to ask Kate to bring some water. So we have waters upstairs.
Thank you.
No, I
So
I-
many
I gotta
people
piss. I'll have to
don't
drink some.
realize how much talent it takes on a coach's part to figure out how to get the best from the players they have. That's the difference between a good coach and a great coach.
Well, to me, the difference between a good coach and a great coach is having both the yin and the yang to what you bring. You know, because we talked about the X's and O's side, but then we also talked about the motivational side. Okay. You know, John Madden was probably the greatest motivational coach ever,
Right.
or one
Yes.
of them. Bill Walsh, probably one of the best X's and O's coach ever. I'm not really known for motivational skills, though. I don't
Don
think.
Shula was just
you
a
know, just to try
master.
to throw some examples off the top of my head, but like to me, the ideal coach is someone who has both of those elements. Like, I get the X's and O's,
Right.
but I've also got a staff in place that is competent and I can trust with things
A
where I don't have
culture.
to overly
Yes,
where I don't
Culture's a
have
big
to
one.
helicopter coach this team. You know, I don't have to helicopter coach this team.
You want it to have to be a place. Thank you.
I can
you go.
be more of a general, you know, and a supervisor.
You want
you know. But at the same time too, like there is the human element of it and the adjustments element of it, and like you've got to be able to bring the best out of people and make sure that they're at as close to 100% effort as they can be at all times. And sometimes that requires certain words at certain times in certain ways, you know. And so you got to know how to do that. And you also and Bud Grant, who I interviewed one-on-one about like 8 or 9 years ago, you know, he was one of the best and one of the first at having a flexible motivational philosophy to his coaching and understanding how important that was. We're like, he just got to know every single person and player on his team and then motivated them in the way that worked for them.
Every individual person. Right.
Not everybody got the same motivational tactics from him at all. And he was proud of that. He was a pioneer of that coaching philosophy.
As the front man for your band, right? It's the same tactics apply. The same thing applies as the leader of the band, right? However you want to call it, right? The same tactics apply. And when you have different guys in the band, I mean, this has happened for me for fucking years. But I mean, it works with different guys, with different people you play with, right? And so the same type of thing.
A team's a team.
Team's a team, yeah, but it makes it work with different people. You can't have the same fucking. It's a different dynamic.
Everyone needs to have a complementary role to each other.
Correct.
You can't all play quarterback. We can't have 5 quarterbacks.
But there's always, there's for however you want to put it. There's always in the most functional winning operations. There's always a hierarchy, an order, whatever, a flow, a structure, a flow, and a healthy fucking functioning.
There's also a
machine.
chemistry.
Yeah, chemistry. Everything that goes and fires, and there's a fire. There always is that.
When each person
it's
fits
coexistence.
It's
like
black and white too.
Harmonious coexistence.
It's black and white too. And if you think that it's anything other than that, like I'll even go one extreme. If you think it's anything other than that, then you're probably producing crap. If you're in the middle.
Well,
you're just sucking your dick for the sake of doing it. You know what I mean?
It's
like you want to strive to be great, and then you'll show up maybe good.
I try to be as 3-dimensional and anti-linear in my thinking in all aspects as possible. So I would say there's black and white and gray.
Sure. Right. There's always a gray area, but what I'm saying is that artistically or creatively, you don't want to live in that gray and be like, yeah, it's okay. Or whatever. Like, it's either all or fucking nothing.
But figure out what the right balance of black and white and gray for your team is.
Right.
You know, because like one team might operate best with 40% black, 40% white, and 20% gray.
Right.
Another team might work better with 60% gray, 20% black, and 20% white. You know, like that's the knowing of your individual pieces and how they fit. You know, and what the strengths and weaknesses are, understanding compatibility.
The mix.
Yeah, exactly. Chemistry in a nutshell. Trying to verbalize chemistry.
People love Bud Grant, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Such a great guy. I couldn't believe it. He called me. I left a call for him in April at his office, and like it was like July 8th. I was mowing the lawn and ran out of gas, and I went in to get gas, and, you know, my phone was sitting in the garage and checked it. I had a missed call with a message, and I picked it up, and it said, yeah, hey, this is Bud Grant returning your call from a couple months ago.
Oh, I remember that.
Yes. Just like, man, like my heart went up and then went down because, like, I thought, oh, my God, that's amazing, and then I went, oh, my God, I fucking missed it. Oh. You know, but I didn't.
What a cool moment.
It was awesome, but...
You reached out to me, though.
I did. The night before. Yep.
Did I tell you about this, Greg?
In between that call and then the next day when I did the actual interview.
And I didn't know him very well.
Yeah.
But he reaches out to me and he goes, hey, man, you want to ask Bud Grant a question? And I was like, what are you talking about? And he goes, I'm going to interview him tomorrow.
Wow.
I'll give you a whole ass question.
Yes.
That's how I responded. I was like, for real?
That's a
fucking
real
awesome.
friend.
And I felt like I asked a terrible question.
What was the question?
And then I felt like he gave a terrible answer. But everybody else is like, it was a great question and it was a great answer.
Yeah.
So it's like that self-critique thing.
Yeah,
you know
totally.
what I mean?
You're one worst critic type of thing.
And granted, we hadn't known each other like all that well or for all that long, but like what I did know of
Andy
him.
gave me the shout out. Andy gave me the shout out with the question. So he said, and this one comes from Jared Singer. I think I was still Jared Cantor back then, but he's like, this one comes out from Jared Singer. So he didn't just ask the question; he gave me the shout out with it, which is mad respect.
But I felt like I had a good idea of the regard that you held Bud Grant in at this early stage in our knowing each other, to where I was just like, yeah, why wouldn't I? Like,
that's awesome.
You know, this
but
is
I
a
just
dream
felt flattered
for me.
out of all the people in your life, somebody you barely knew at all, like strictly through an online relationship. Like, we had never met in person. We had never played a show together. This was 100% through a Facebook sports relationship.
Yep.
And you were like, hey, man, of all the people in the world, I was just like, fuck, dude, I'm a main character. you know what I mean? I'm not the main character, but it was one of those moments where it was like, I am a main character.
Where
and I
your
think a
street
lot of
cred
us
went
are
up.
main characters.
Well-
I think no street cred. Zero street cred.
Probably zero.
Zero.
It was a pretty small
like zero.
website.
Zero. But it was a respect thing. And it was just like, oh, someone is paying attention. Just someone out there. You know what I mean? And it's like, because I think a lot of us are main characters. Really. Like, he's definitely a main character. He's probably a main character. You are probably a main character, because that's the sneaky thing about main characters. They're never the lead singer in a band, right? They're actually the guy behind it, like that Chris D'Elia bit. It's the guy in the back of the room
If
arguing with
nothing
his
else,
girlfriend.
Jason is the show stealer.
You know what I
If he
mean?
ain't
Though,
the main
like,
character, he's the show stealer. You know,
like, you can be a main
Thank
character.
you for that.
like Shawn Michaels, basically. You lose all the time at WrestleMania, but somehow you're still Mr. WrestleMania. What the fuck ever.
That's funny.
That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
That's a weird analogy, but I somehow got
I get it.
It actually makes me kind of uncomfortable how much I understood that stupid fucking analogy, dude. Fucking bullshit. No, man, I was into, you and I have had this conversation. I was into WWE, or no. I was into WCW specifically during the NWO era by complete coincidence. So I was I was into wrestling as a little kid, and then it fell out of favor for me when I got into baseball and then eventually football. And then one summer night, summer vacation, I'm alone. I'm chilling in the living room. I'm flipping through TV,
jerking off,
and wrestling. I think,
Assumed.
honestly, I think
allegedly.
Remember
Confirmed.
you remember when Hercules and Xena were
Hercules,
like prime
Hercules.
television
Oh,
on
yeah.
Fox?
Yeah, and the Renegade.
Kevin Sorbo.
So I
You
think
kidding me? I
Yeah.
watched that on my Magnavox TV from Walmart.
So I
like,
think
religiously.
one
Yeah.
of those
man.
two shows ended.
It was huge.
I think one of those two shows ended after a football game or something, right? And so I started scrolling through the channels.
Hercules. It was always Xena after Hercules.
Yes.
And I think I stumbled
Kevin
across.
Sorbo.
I think I stumbled
Wallace.
across. It was like Monday Night Nitro, and I stumbled across a replay from maybe WrestleMania, but it was basically when Hulk Hogan turned on the world and became a bad guy and joined
Turned Hollywood
the
Hogan.
NWO.
Yeah.
That's a
And
big,
I
that
was
was a
like,
big deal.
I was like, wait, what?
I'm a huge Razor
I
Ramon
watched
fan.
that Nitro.
It was
Love Razor
dude,
Ramon.
and I got caught up in the
Yep.
whole NWO.
Ravishing Rick Rude.
Dude, Sting coming down
Those are
with
my
the bat
guys.
from the
Oliver Villains.
rafters, dude. Like, I got
Macho
caught up,
Man.
dude.
Yeah, they're just
WCW
great. I mean,
fundamentally
just-
changed wrestling from an entertainment standpoint
Eric
forever.
Bischoff. That's Eric Bischoff.
Yeah.
That's what
Ravishing
that
Rick
is.
Rude.
87 weeks
I want
for a
all
reason.
of you sweat hogs to shut up while I show you what a real man looks like. And then he's like, put the music. Now, if all you're gonna go home and think about me, and Rick Rude comes out and gets naked or whatever.
Oh yeah, the
all
character.
you fat pigs
Opens
here,
up a towel.
Shut up.
Dude, if you would have become, if
With
you would have
Bobby the
become like,
Brain.
if you would have become a bodybuilder,
Yeah,
Greg,
yeah.
your personality and stage presence,
Yeah.
you would have been maybe one of the greatest wrestlers of all
Just
time.
a heel.
No,
He
you
got
could
it
have been a
that
good guy. You could have been a good guy, but just your
You'd have been
vocal
a-
control,
you'd have been a
your
jobber
ability,
tweener.
Sure.
dude. Your ability, like me,
Yeah.
to rant in front of thousands.
They
of
just
people.
go off on one.
Like
When you work the room, you just see tops of people's heads.
But like,
I didn't even see people's faces
I've only
anymore. You
seen
just see tops of people's heads, and then you just see if it's moving or not.
I've only
if it's
seen
moving,
you,
then it's good.
I've only seen you, Scotty, once live, and it wasn't to a jam-packed room. No. So I can't attest to your. But dude, specifically him and I, and honestly, I don't think there's anybody else like us, at least in town, where you put us in front of a big crowd, bro. And we become professional wrestlers. The way we talk to the crowd, and arguably, I will say I was the best.
It's great,
and I will say that, like, dude,
I love talking shit. I got the microphone, motherfucker. It's my time. Here's the deal. All of you fucking think you're slick, but there's a time when I have the microphone and I put everything together.
Yeah.
You're gonna fucking get it. If you're in the crosshairs, because I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna fuck with you, and it's not gonna. This is where it's gonna start. That's where it's fun. You know what I mean? Or we can get along. We'll have a great show, but it's a great time. You know what I'm saying? Because it's entertainment. I don't take it that seriously. That's the thing.
There's very few frontmen. There's very few frontmen in the world.
You got to keep it all lively.
I got one.
There's very few frontmen in the world, and we are two of them. You might be one. I just haven't seen it yet because I haven't been there. But
I can show you video.
Very few frontmen in the world who can light up a crowd with nothing but words as if they're a stand-up comedian, and literally, whether it's talking shit or it's getting them to laugh or getting them to fucking like Freddie Mercury level, like, hey ho. Like, there's not a lot of guys that can do that without being super cringe, even if the crowd is on their side. That's what I'm getting at, is like, it's great if the crowd's on your side. It's easy to make it look like you're the man. But it's almost like the difference between Joe Montana and Brett Favre. They both had the magic, but there's something Brett Favre had that nobody else
It's
had.
that it
even
factor.
Even as a Viking fan. Like when Joe Montana talks, it's like, cool. Oh, one of the greatest of all time. When Brett Favre talked, everyone was like, "Oh, shucks."
Well, it helps.
You know what I mean?
Helps
It's
if
that
you've
kind
got
of
a
vibe.
low.
It's that kind of
What I've
vibe.
noticed is having a low voice helps. That helps a lot.
Favre had the
like
it
just
factor.
in general. Having a low voice over the years has helped. Whereas
Do you think it's
scientific.
a
sound
frequency?
waves. It's frequencies and
Do you
sound
think it's a
waves.
frequency?
I absolutely 100% believe with every fiber of my being that certain notes and certain fucking ways you hit them make people feel certain ways. And if you know how to do it, you can make people feel certain ways.
I'm only talking about inner song banter.
So either way,
it
so that's a part of it. Yeah,
but
like
it might
for
need to
certain
have a certain
frequencies.
shape.
Yeah.
That requires a certain technique in addition to the note itself.
Correct. So working the room is the
Hold
same
on.
way. If you know
before
that.
we get lost in the sauce, what I'm talking about, here's the best example of what I'm talking about. The single greatest example is James Hetfield being
Lamar just
going
fumble
like this.
again?
Oh, yeah. And then the
Yeah.
whole crowd. All he has to say is, oh, yeah. But it's the way he stands on stage. It's his absolute command of thousands of people. And all he has to say is two words. You know who else is great at it is Corey Taylor.
Corey Taylor's great, yeah.
Corey Taylor.
It's about being
Corey
a front
Taylor.
man. It's about being a fucking front
that's
man.
What I'm. That's the only thing I'm talking
It's being
about.
a front man.
That's the
and
only
it's
thing I'm
different
talking
than
about.
being a fucking being a great singer.
That's the only thing I'm talking about.
Different.
Oh yeah.
That's the only thing I'm talking about. I'm not talking about singing or songs.
Yep.
You know,
I'm not talking about singing or songs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not talking about being good. I'm talking about entertaining.
I've gotten back into the idea of playing big stages. Like we're gonna play. I can talk about this. We're gonna open one of the days of Rockfest next year, the big stage, Friday. I think.
Who'd you get that through? Did you get that through John?
Yeah. We could talk about it. So like we're gonna do. It's like it's early, but it's a big fucking stage, and so there's this kind of played a smaller stage later in the day for and you pay or whatever. That's how that shit goes or whatever. But the whole point is that. And normally, in the past, I would never do it. I've never fucking. Last year was the first year I went there, and I've never fucking bought onto any shit. I just have not. I never have. But as I'm getting older, right? It's like I'm not looking at it the same way anymore because the business has changed completely. For one, and for two, I'm just looking at it like I'm
Same
still,
thing as
I'm
what
still
we
doing
talked
things
about
at a high
earlier.
level.
It goes in
okay?
cycles, dude.
In my
It
mind,
never
and I'm still
changes,
creating
Greg.
shit. I can hear it.
Greg, it never changes. It goes in cycles.
It
Just
goes
like
in cycles.
football, just
So
like
I wanna give
politics, it goes in
myself-
cycles, dude.
Just like the planet and the universe.
You just got to
and
identify where
I
we're
have to
at
give
in the
myself an
cycle.
opportunity on the biggest stage possible when I can. If it's not fucking out of control, I mean, we're talking fucking a nominal fee in a group of 5 dudes. It's and it
the
ain't shit, it ain't
orbital
shit,
nature
whatever.
of all
You know
things.
what I
Where
mean?
we're
And then you
at-
make it
but-
up, whatever. I mean, we sell fucking merch whenever I fucking have it.
And the
So
exposure
easy.
also.
We had the exposure, then I'm doing business all day. All fucking day. Who knows who's going to be on that big stage with us all day?
And who's going to
So-
be backstage as far as booking agents
Correct.
and other things
It's all
like that.
it's also if you come out and fucking lay down the lumber, which is what I plan on doing.
Well,
That's
it's-
just that, you know?
Again,
And then
everything's
you're
in
fucking-
cycles. Everything's in cycles.
It's a
right?
worthwhile investment just for that.
right.
Orbit.
But
it's
that's
the
the
networking
point, is you gotta
opportunity
understand-
and it's the show.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right.
Is you got to understand where you're at in the cycle, right? Like right now we're in a cycle where allegedly, and I'm gonna heavily emphasize the word allegedly. We're in a cycle where you don't make any money on your streams and your music. You don't make any money on your music videos. That's all promotion to get people to come to your shows, buy tickets, and buy your merch, because tickets and merch are where you make your money. Okay?
Right.
That sounds an awful lot like the 60s and 70s.
At one point, it
That
used
sounds
to
an
be
awful lot like the 60s
Right.
and 70s, actually.
Well,
and then you get into the 80s.
too.
But here's the point. Then you get into the 80s and 90s.
where it was the inverse.
Where
so
you
many
made
buy
very-
one get ones.
There's a lot the 80s and 90s, though, there's a lot of situations where you made very little money playing shows. Okay?
You did shows to promote
Very
the
li-
album.
Right. Because you made all your money off the music video, off the radio play, off the album sales.
Right, because you were on MTV and VH1 and
I've actually had a
Palladia.
theory
So
for a
I'm
long
not
time.
convinced where we're at in the cycle. I know we're allegedly at the point where you don't make any money off streams and everything's, but I know a lot of bands that aren't making shit off anything, right? So
Well,
and they're
touring is
good-
extremely
and
expensive.
That's what I'm getting.
Well, yeah,
at.
it,
That's what
because
I'm
it's a
getting
form
at.
of gatekeeping.
I've
That's what
actually
I'm
had a
getting at.
theory for
Okay,
a few
tell
years.
us your theory.
No, I'm because
Tell
it's
us your
not what I
theory.
wanted to talk about at all.
No, but I wanna hear
I wanted
your
to
theory.
talk about what you guys were talking about a moment ago.
But I want to hear your
Okay,
theory.
the theory just in general is that human nature, human events tend to kind of repeat themselves in a cyclical fashion
Yep.
in an approximately every 60 years window, give or take, maybe it's 45 years or 50
Sure.
years, but somewhere
Some
in
type
there,
of
okay?
window.
Okay, why is the window that size, in my opinion, is one of the first questions? Because of
I was
generation
just gonna
gaps
say,
and
yep,
those
age
in
differences,
power
yep.
and
Yep.
those in
Yep.
power getting out of power. And
I was
then
just
new
gonna
thoughts
say that,
came
yep.
and stuff. So there's like,
Smart,
there's
yep.
explanations. But so just like, I think that's just kind of human nature in general, that everything repeats itself on this kind of cyclical, 50, 60 year-ish pattern.
Sure.
You take tons of wars. Provide a great example to this
Sure.
too throughout history. Economic, flux and
Downturns,
whatnot.
whatever.
Yep,
We
yep,
just had
yep,
a big
exactly.
virus. We were due for one of those every 100
Exactly.
years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're due for a
Stuff-
good war coming up
stuff
here
like
at
that.
some
Of
point.
course,
The United States
exactly.
needs a good
Stuff
one
like that.
that we haven't
Yep.
been in for
A
a
big
minute.
one,
A big
yep.
one. We haven't been in one of those for a
Yep.
minute. So the
Right,
map.
we've been in skirmishes.
Yeah, but I mean
since-
that's some bullshit in the Middle
Yep.
East that pops up all the
Yep.
time.
Yep.
Well, of course,
Skirmishes.
because
Yeah,
There's
that's we can't keep our
skirmishes.
noses out of that shit.
Yeah,
Right,
we haven't
because
been in a
it's profit.
proper war in a while.
Right, that's the
There's
fucking
skirmishes.
machine.
Oh yeah, but these greedy
when we
bastards.
even when we
The
did
industrial
Iraq,
complex.
even
Exactly.
when we did Iraq twice, even when we did Afghanistan, those
profit.
aren't wars. Those are
No, we're
skirmishes.
talking a
Those are
fucking, we're
profit.
talking a rearranging of things.
because
That happens.
bullets
Yeah,
and bombs.
It
we're
happens.
talking. Yeah,
On a global
we're talking,
scale,
We're
it
talking
happens.
about when every single American citizen actually feels the heartache at home.
It's-
not just I lost a family member, my cousin died.
People got to understand
Like,
that there's
that's
rearranging
where we've
of the
been at.
global power structure
Yeah.
all the time throughout history. Okay, and so
And
for
we're
people
due.
to think that
And we're due.
like your own little issues mean jack fucking shit.
Yeah,
that
we're
doesn't
due.
mean dick. It can get a hell of a lot worse if the global power structure shifts horribly against us. You know what I'm saying? You do not want that.
Yeah, we're due.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want
But-
that, and so it's. I mean, we're due for a war, and you want to win that motherfucker. You want to be on the right side of it. You wouldn't have enough power going into that shit,
Yep.
I don't want war at all.
No, you don't want it, but it's going to happen.
Because
it's just mathematically
profit.
speaking.
Well, and sometimes it's inevitable. Sometimes it's actually smarter to get in front of it.
Yeah.
Like this is the weird thing about world politics.
War is horrible.
It's
Yeah.
super easy to say I'm a pacifist because technically I'm a pacifist. However, I understand the idea of preemptive strikes.
You got to get out the way of the avalanche.
Because when I know you're coming for me, right? When I know you're coming for me, whether it's
Because
tomorrow
it's a fight that we picked.
or next year. No, sometimes it's just I simply
It
know
could
you're
be many
coming for me.
reasons.
The reason is irrelevant, honestly, to what I'm saying.
He's getting attacked.
Right.
Right.
The point is just like I know you're coming for me. It might be tomorrow. It might be next year. It might be in 5 years. But I have every fucking right to defend myself, right? Until you realize defending yourself is not enough. And then you go, we can absolutely nip this in the bud. I'm not saying it's the right decision ever to make, but I can absolutely understand it. Where it's
We
like, no,
sell
we're
the
not going to
death.
allow Hitler to escalate to power and start World War II. Because we did that a couple times. We saw how bad it goes when you just play defensive American isolationism. That's what happened. Again, we've been here. So when people talk about isolating ourselves from the world, blah, blah, we've done this, dude. And we keep repeating the same fucking cycles. And, like, none of these ideas are good. We need to come up with new ideas.
But we never really isolated from the world.
We really definitely did.
Yeah.
After
Oh,
World War
yeah,
One,
that was-
after World War One, we 100%. We didn't close our borders like China in fucking ancient times, but we, dude.
We were sending
100 years,
equipment
we were not a
for months
superpower.
before it was even being talked
Like,
about.
And you could probably push that to 150 years.
We were
or
inevitably
whatever.
getting in that war.
Bro, we didn't want to tow jets and planes across the Canadian border to sell them to Britain because we were afraid it would make us look too complicit in aiding the Allies against the Nazis before we officially joined the war. That's how isolationist we were. So we pushed these planes that we sold to Britain, we pushed them to the border, and we made Britain, through Canada, come across the border and tow them into Canada so they could take possession of them. Because then we were never delivering anything. We just had planes that were near the border. This is how isolationist we were, bro.
Well,
That's
and
not an
I feel
exaggeration.
that
That's fucking historical.
I
fact.
feel that-
there's a phone call. There's an actual phone call between Teddy Roosevelt. I think it's Teddy Roosevelt and Winston Churchill. There's an actual documented phone call between the two of them discussing this. I swear to God, dude.
I
That's
have
how
read
isolationist
so
we
many
were, bro.
things that
Against Britain.
I have read
Like,
so
we were
many
like, nah,
things that
we can't
speak
help you that much.
to isolationism as
not a
one
good
of
thing.
like the core founding principles of our founders.
Yep.
Don't tread on me. We leave you the fuck alone. You leave us the fuck alone. We don't have a standing army. We have a well-regulated militia of, the people defending themselves if and when the need appoints. Like, these are all like the things that like were day one concepts and ideas at the time.
And
but
they still make sense today.
Yes.
but while I have the mic real quick, I wanted to say something
Keep
on
the mic, bitch.
lead
Light that
singer,
cigar while
on the
you're at
lead
it.
singer, at a big
Light your
show.
cigar, you fucking-
Yeah.
The front man, I guess I should say, at a big show. Like, I feel like going like kind of sports analogy on it. As the
bring it back to
as
sports.
as the lead singer, you are the quarterback of your team. As part of a band, you're part of a team.
100%, yep.
Okay, a band is a team.
And the drummer is the offensive line.
There you go.
And
There
the
you
guitar
go.
players are the wide receivers.
There you go. And so,
And the
so
bass
everybody
players,
has
the
their
running
roles,
backs.
and there's dynamics, and you complement each other and all that stuff. Like we talked about earlier, while there are kind of standard proven formula, molds or whatever for different roles, quarterback, pocket passer, different things. You can have success.
slap bass players,
You can have
there's
success
scat
with
backs.
different styles. You can have success with different styles, and you're probably better off letting a running quarterback run than trying to make him into a pocket passer and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? But so just knowing myself and having been in those situations, like I am in the quarterback role on my team, but all of my formative years, I was an offensive lineman, literally. Like I was literally an offensive lineman. So I have a lot of offensive lineman mentality and personality to me. So rather than fight that and try to be the stereotypical quarterback,
Yes.
I just try to embrace my natural what I am. And so the bigger the show, the bigger the show for me as that kind of singer, the more I pancake the fuck out of my blocks.
Right.
And the more I flex after I fucking do it.
I agree.
But I'm not going outside of myself and making crazy razzle-dazzle shit.
Right.
You know, I'm still staying in my lane and doing my job and understanding that, like, I don't have to do any more than that for my team to win this fucking game.
Correct.
And it's more important that my team wins this game than that I put up a great stat sheet and impress people.
And you
know?
have 3 other members of your
so
band.
Like, that's just kind of a unique way that, like, because I know a lot of singers and musicians and stuff, and like I pondering on it, getting older, like I do think a lot of that was like when I was young, I was an offensive lineman. I wasn't a fucking quarterback. Right. You know, so like you have a different mentality, you have a different personality, you know, just a bunch of different things. And so, like I said, instead of trying to be that stereotypical, you know, quarterback,
Right.
I'm going to embrace the qualities that I have, you know, and try to maximize my strength and minimize my weaknesses. And so the bigger the show, the more I'm pancaking the fuck out of my blocks, and the more I'm flexing. You know, but like I'm not going razzle dazzle fucking shit because my team doesn't need me to go razzle dazzle.
I think your team does need you to go razzle dazzle, Scotty.
Yeah, and
that's what Mark's for.
And I'll give you that. If that's the case, then I'll try to go more razzle dazzle. You know, like
either that or your bass player's got to go more razzle dazzle because your guitar player
you just got to see us at a legit show like a week ago.
Well, here's the thing: is your guitar player can't do too much razzle dazzle because you only have one of them. You only have one guitar player, so he can't go too razzle dazzle because there's only one of them. He's got to fill the sound. It's incredibly important that he just like does his job. And
this is wise, yes.
And he also has some kind of flashy riffs. Right, which are hard to do when you're like running around the stage like me and Jeremy Blake. It's not a vibe, right? It doesn't work for that style. So you and your bass player have to fill that void, that energy, and you need to know when to do it. Meaning you need to pick your spots in the timing of the song, but most importantly, you also need to pick your spots in the timing of your stage. Meaning, if your guitar player's over here playing a slightly flashy riff, make sure when your bass player's entertaining this group of people, he's not just standing there being in the pocket. Right. He's doing a little extra bob. He's smiling at people, fucking engaging, fucking doing his thing, and then you're filling the gap between those two, being a full stage. That's called being a live stage show.
Right.
And this is where I get big dick energy, and I go, this is what I'm better at than anybody. Because even I don't care who you are at what level of the game. I don't care if you're literally David Lee Roth. I will still give you advice. I'll be like that thing right there you did.
I prefer Jared Lee Roth.
Jared Lee Roth.
That's my alter ego. That's my
what's
alter
called
ego.
a callback.
Oh, is that what that's called?
Yes.
No, but you're exactly right. And again, that's like knowing self, knowing team.
Yeah.
Like we've always been at our best when we have a really energetic,
Do you record your shows and
bass
make
player
film on yourself?
as well.
I do that for him.
Sometimes,
But
yeah.
does he actually
more
watch
with
them?
him? Oh yeah.
That's the difference.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Because you can record all the film you want, but if
That
you don't
could
watch
be a
it, like
tough
Kyler
one
Murray,
too, because it's like,
Nope.
you know, some film, some of them just sound like shit. They're just gonna sound like shit. And you got to pick through it, but then it's like, okay, I just look for am I fucking on? Like, I already know. I already know when
Film
the show
should
is
only
fucking
be
good or
used
not.
for your stage presence.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And
If
you
you're
want
looking
see,
to perfect or critique your performance, then you need a board recording.
Right.
When I say film, I'm talking about stage presence.
Right.
Are you entertaining on stage? Every show should be filmed, and you should study it like a football player studies film. This part where I remember getting tired and I was gasping for air, and I had to
it's
go
so
back
much with the crowd though, and what the crowd is doing.
Yeah, sometimes they don't
so
give you
much
anything.
with the crowd is what they're doing there, which is what's going to be interesting about this Rockfest slot, because here's what's going to be. There'll probably be a couple 3,000 people there, but they'll be spread out. There'll be a handful of people in the front. It's a big ass place, but what I'm going to get off on is you're setting the vibe for the whole day. You're able to tell what the vibe, energy's in the air because they're starting it off. You know what I mean? So I just want to start it off with some fucking madness.
Well, people ask me quite a bit lately.
You know?
They go, Jared, if you're so burnt out on metal,
Yes, dude, it would be fucking awesome.
say-
and then we'll just fucking rage all day, do good business all day.
people ask me a lot. They go, Jared, if you're
Totally.
so people ask me, they go, Jared, if you're so burnt out on metal,
It'll be awesome.
why do you support so many metal bands? And I go, because you don't understand the respect I have. And at my heart, I'm still
Metal's
a
a culture, is it not?
Well, here's the thing is, metal musicians are the only musicians in the world that will play in front of 17 people, which are mostly the other bands and their girlfriends, as if there's 17,000 people in that room. There's no other genre of music that will do that for you. Every other genre of music will only give back what the crowd gives them. And it's a super selfish interaction. Metal is the only version of performance musical art that is truly selfless, where we give out more energy than we can receive back until the crowd is so big that they overwhelm us. And that's why metal exists, and that's why those crowds exist.
It's an energy recycling system, but the generator, there has to be a generator of the energy, and that's who's on stage.
Only metal bands do this. Only metal bands do this. I don't care how hard rock you think you are. If you're not a bona fide metal band, you don't do this.
You're right.
Period. And I'm not so when people ask me, Jared, if you're so burnt out on metal and you don't love metal, including death metal, why do you love and support these guys so much? Why do you keep bringing them on on your podcast? Because these are the guys who deserve the most amount of respect, because they're doing it for the least amount of respect. And that needs to be paid homage to till the end of time, and that's why I'll never fucking stop.
I agree with you.
And like,
I ain't never gonna stop.
for me, I feel like I
Preach
can
it,
bring
brother.
every topic back to balance.
Yes.
You know, and like for me, just like the one kind of general way I would sum it up, or even like, you know, give advice to people or whatever, is like, you know, there's a difference between who you are and what you think they want, or what they want, and there's you need to figure out that balance. You know, because to an extent you need to please them and give them what they want.
Right.
You know, but at the same time, like, the truer that is to who you are, the better you're going to do at it, and the more longevity and everything. You know, so like, understand that there is a balance to those two things. It's kind of a two-headed coin, and be open to adjusting and tweaking your balance.
Yes.
You know, don't just think that, like, no, we're a 70-30 balance this way and that's what it is. Like, no, like, you have to be, you know, fluid and flexible and able to adapt, and, you know, like, that's the whole point of being an artist.
Right.
Is to explore. You got to really explore the space.
It's so interesting.
I need some more cowbell.
It's so interesting.
Gotta have more cowbell.
We're writing music right now. We're writing a bunch of music right now, and
Same.
Yeah, and it's fucking so interesting. It's taken longer, which
And you have the best drummer on the planet.
yeah, he's fucking awesome. Al's awesome, and Dennis who's turned into fucking Dennis Curran has turned into like the primary riff.
Is it
generator.
Curran or Curran?
Curran. And so
Him
he's,
and his brother, I follow online.
yeah, he's
Curran,
fucking
Kerrin.
No,
C-U-R-R-A-N.
Curran.
Okay.
Also
Okay.
plays in the band Semtex. Used to play in this band Sound and Fury.
I did see
Back
fucking
in the day.
Semtex.
I
did
love
see Semtex.
Sound and Fury.
Yeah.
We did a couple shows with Sound and
Yeah,
Fury.
so Dennis is Our lead guitar
Did
player.
they become a perfect enemy?
Oh,
Yes.
dude, I
After
gotta,
that? Yeah,
I gotta
yeah,
talk
yeah,
to you
yeah.
about something before we get out
we
of
did
here.
a couple shows those, and I
Yeah.
loved them. Their albums, their songs, they were great.
Yep.
Next time you got to take a leak, let me know.
Okay.
Because I'm going to let these two take over for a second. There's something I got to ask you about before you get out of here.
Okay.
It's in regards to drummers.
Okay. Yeah, and it's interesting because it's totally
Strictly off
the creative process with you had it's I mean you have to adjust it. You had to adjust it because it's odd. I could have fully formed songs or ideas, shells of ideas, and the way it's worked in the past. It's totally worked in the past. Okay, but and I'm not saying it won't work now, but the most
Dude, see, he just keeps bailing out of the pocket.
wow.
No, he can run on this defense, but their offense really can't do much
but
else.
Somewhere in his
And
career,
I think
he's
that's
not
gonna be
going
the
to
whole
able
season.
to do this.
You're right.
Somewhere in his career,
And
he's
that's when he.
You know why
that's
I
when
think
he
that's going to be the
falters.
whole
back.
season? I think I graded them as either the worst or one of the bottom 5 offensive lines this year in
Really,
the whole league.
Ravens.
Yep.
Watch how fast
They've got Stanley and Linderbaum, and the other 3 guys are absolute bums.
He barely made it into his drop back, and he was gone.
And
you
here's
guys.
how I'll metaphor my just one of my attitudes on an offensive line.
No one's listening.
Exactly.
I am.
Exactly. So I can throw this out. An offensive line is a lot like a boat. It only takes one hole in it for there to be a leak.
Sure.
And a leak is a problem.
You can't have that.
Okay, a leak is a problem. You can't have leaks. You know, so I looked at these guys and I'm like, they have 2 guys that are legit really good, and the other 3 guys should be backups or practice squad guys. Like, what is going on
what
here?
is going on here?
What is and I
This
feel
is
like
a college
He can't be
offense.
doing
I
He's
feel
gonna
like
get
their
hurt.
inability to have a passing pocket
Yeah.
for Lamar and their inability to run the ball has kind of. at least it's
I'm
looking-
not going to
that
say it again. I love the
tanks
Chiefs
Baltimore.
laying 3 points.
I mean, I'm starting to think Zay Flowers is not going to be a good wide receiver for me this year. At this
It's
point.
week 1, you know.
Yeah,
That's
but they-
big time though too. That's big time too.
Remember what we talked about earlier, man. This holds true every fucking year. It takes them a couple 3 weeks to figure their offense out. The Ravens
Yep.
will be putting up 40 fucking points on week 4.
There's
They
not
do. The
enough,
Ravens can rack up points.
You're 100% right.
there's not enough people,
Right? Happens every year.
but there's not enough new people on this offense
Just,
for
they
them
got to
to
throw
be
it to
this
somebody.
discombobulated.
Lamar Jackson cannot get fucking do this. He will get hurt. They will. The Chiefs are a good team. They've won fucking 2 Super Bowls in a row, and they have good defensive coordinator. Let's all remember this. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So-
But since it's out there, I actually like, to my surprise, because like I don't pre-make my stuff. I put in the research and then I try to make my opinion off of that.
Yeah.
The 2 teams that I felt were most likely to disappoint relative to expectations
Yes.
this year are the Ravens and the Bills. I don't see
Oh,
either
yeah, I
of
can
them.
see the
I don't
Bills.
see either of them making the playoffs.
The Bills
The
sliding.
Ravens will be on the fringe, and the Bills will maybe be close to being on the
You know who
fringe.
the
Bills
Bills
lost
remind
so
me
much.
of, though?
They did on
But-
both sides of the ball.
But you know who they remind me of?
And Milano's out for the year.
And I'm not going to say they're
Stephon
going to.
Diggs, as much as I think he's a douchebag, isn't wrong when he fucking opens up his mouth. Historically,
He's
speaking.
always wrong.
Typic-
Everything he says is wrong. He's an idiot.
I'm just saying. I think that Josh Allen, he's got too much on his shoulders. Maybe
Yeah, maybe, but that's I don't know.
he's a gunslinger. He's got a lot of Cutler in him.
I feel like there's a
And he
lot
still
of.
has some mobility.
But he does. He's great, really good. I like.
I
Josh
feel
Allen.
like historically, when Diggs opens his mouth, there is always some truth
right.
in it.
He's a dipshit. I don't like
You
him.
know, there's typically some self-serving bias.
Correct.
You
fucking
guys,
all
you
over
guys,
it,
I feel
too.
personally attacked
He's
by these things.
He's one of those guys that's like. He's one of those
No,
guys
that's
that
great.
It's like
I mean,
that's
if-
great.
I fucking
if the
hate
shoe
that I
fits.
agree with you. God, I don't like you, but I fucking agree with you. You know what I mean? There are some people that are. And
Again,
Stephon Diggs
I feel
is kind of one of those
personally
guys.
attacked.
I fucking don't like you.
I don't
Real
like
quick,
where
and then
this
I want
conversation is
Jared to
going.
go off on.
I don't
Stephon
like
Diggs.
these fucking
I
metaphors you
want
guys are
Jared to
using.
go off. But real quick, there was some
I'm not
time
gonna
I was
go off
watching
on
like a Vikings extra or whatever, you know, one of those things.
It's
and
not
like
all about
one of the
you,
players
Jared.
was going through the locker room,
Yep.
you know, and they were
No, I'm the
filming
main
it, and
character.
it's for Care 11, you know, Sunday nights, or whatever, for example. And he's like, okay, so player on the team that you would least want your sister to date. Oh, Diggs, definitely Diggs.
Oh, it's unanimously
Player on the team,
Diggs.
you
Yeah.
would, dude. He went up
that's-
to like 15 people in the video, and
Yeah.
they all said Diggs, like without question.
And then-
That's
and
bad.
they
Like
go-
without
That's
question.
bad.
And then they go up to
But
Diggs
hold on,
and tell him.
hold on. Before that,
This is
before
bad.
that, But when they ask why Diggs, they go, because he's too much. He's wild. He be doing too extra, blah, 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 blah,
He's
blah.
just too much.
We got music in the background.
People don't like him.
They went up to Diggs when it was done and told him, like, yeah, pretty much everybody said you. And, like, the look on his face went from, like, you know, playful to genuine shock and disbelief. Like, it was hilarious.
Look at that.
Like, he genuinely did not see it coming at all.
So he's
never in
oblivious?
a million
He's
years,
oblivious to his
never in a
fucking
million years
behavior.
would have thought his teammates would have said that. That was,
That's
to me,
shocking.
what stood out in the whole
Maturity
video.
is an issue.
It wasn't
Or just
that
the
all
level
his
of-
teammates...
That's narcissism.
It wasn't
right?
that all his
Yes.
teammates said it. That didn't shock me. It was his response to finding out
His
that all his
blinders
teammates
on
said
that
it.
he's not doing this to people. That he's doing.
He
this to
was
people.
100%.
Look at Isaiah
blind.
Likely
The thought
go.
never crossed his
Look at him
mind.
go.
The thought never
That's-
crossed his
see,
mind.
that's
He
alarming.
never thought that one person on his team would name him,
Yeah,
let alone everybody.
Everyone.
Oh, touchdown Baltimore.
Yeah,
Did you guys
Likely,
see that?
Isaiah
I
Likely,
did.
yeah.
Bro, I got him on
Sneaky.
the roster.
I got him on a bench too.
I got him on the roster.
You know, people were saying it was likely he was to score.
Fuck you.
You knew it was coming at some point.
I gave Scotty a good fuck you earlier.
Yes, you did.
That's a bunch of
well-deserved.
turned
I would
into
like
a
to.
well-deserved-
I would like to establish on the sportscasts with this roster specifically. If you make a bad joke or a dad joke, it should only be
Back with the fuck you.
replied with a fuck you. like, and
fair.
I don't care if
So
it's from one
noted.
person or everyone. Like from now on, you get a.
I think that's fair.
And the better it is,
I
the
do too.
harder the fuck you.
We should
Right?
almost
go
have a
for-
fuck you
if it's
jar.
a really
Go
good
almost
dad
have a
joke,
fuck yourself. Fuck yourself in the ass.
if it's a really good dad joke, like a really good one, then it's a really hard fuck you. Like you yell that shit, like fuck you. You know what I mean?
Every time you commit the offense, we should almost have a fuck you jar that you got to put like $1 or $5 or something.
Ooh,
in.
Seahawk Tua. Just
And then
made
when
a
that
jump on the
hits
scoreboard
20, it
with Lamar
buys beer
Jackson.
for everybody or something,
Nice.
you know?
Seahawk Tua's.
Nice.
That's a
Great
great
team
name.
name.
Yeah.
I had to change my name from Amon Raw Dog and Your Mom to something else because I didn't get Amon in the league.
That's right, but that's a really good name.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I cried
That's
just a little
priceless.
bit inside when I went to the edit team name. But
That's
I,
a good name.
I couldn't have the name and not have the player, but like,
You could have, because that's
that's
just
such bad,
Dude,
that's
Isaiah
bad
Likely in
juju.
my
That's
other
bad
league-
juju.
Yeah, I would.
It's
my
bad
other-
juju.
I'm with
You guys,
Bad
listen
juju.
to
just
this.
gonna have to
That's
trade
good
for him.
name.
You guys-
Bad juju. Thank
You guys, in my other league, the one that you and I are in with on, Isaiah Likely's on my bench. 20 points.
Oh, you won't make that mistake again, will you?
I got
Yeah,
Laporta.
You can only start one.
Oh,
tight
you got
end, and he's
Laporta.
tight end
Yeah,
two
you got
on his
Laporta.
team.
Well, you could trade. You got trade bait, maybe.
Exactly.
Tight ends are a hot commodity. There ain't many of them.
I joked
That's
with,
why
I
in our
joked with
league-
Anwar. I joked with Anwar. I said, watch Isaiah Likely go off this year, and he'll be my keeper for next year. 'cause
That's why
can't
I
keep
said
him-
in our
'cause
league,
I can't keep.
I have
said
to
it.
get one of my tight ends.
You can't
in
keep
our
two
league because of
people
the keeper
twice in a row.
nature. I have to get one of my tight ends.
Yeah.
A young guy that I'm confident about for the next 5 years or so is going to be there, and I can just lock him in and never have to draft a number one tight end.
I could trade McBride.
You know,
on Arizona.
that's a
I like
great
that.
example.
I think
McBride's a
McBride
great
was
example, and
the best
and Kincaid was my best of my favorite of that group.
Kincaid and Patton. Yeah, Kincaid. It's that mid. That
Mhm.
you're taking a
That's
shot
where the
on.
money's at.
Right.
Stay away from Kittle. Stay away from Andrews.
Yeah.
Those guys are old and injury prone, and Kittle's
But
too
yeah,
much of a run
Kelsey-
blocker. There's too many mouths to feed.
Correct.
This is my other
Right there
team.
with you. Right there with you.
No,
Ingram,
that's, my
that's
other
a
team.
sneaky play. Ferguson, that's a sneaky
Ingram
play.
on Jacksonville was good.
Fryermuth.
Fryermuth, I got him on the bench.
There you go.
He's just sitting there. So now we'll see what happens with their quarterback. But I mean,
Deep sleepers, I think like Jonnu Smith with Miami,
Yep.
or
who's
like,
got a Njoku? He's a freak of fucking nature. That
He's,
dude is.
he's really good. Too. When he's healthy, he produces.
I mean, I'm in the
No matter
minority
who the
camp that
quarterback
thinks
is.
Deshaun Watson might have a bounce back year. Maybe not a Houston Texans year, but I think that he's better than people. I think he's just a sleaze bag that people fucking don't like. And I don't think that he's that bad, though. I mean, he's
How about giving a quarter
I have Cleveland
billion
winning that
dollars
division.
to a douchebag who
What's that?
played
I have Cleveland
Yeah.
in that
games
division,
is he
oh yeah,
actually
they're a
played?
good.
That's a Cleveland
and I have
Browns move.
Cincinnati being right there behind him at
Yeah.
second.
I mean, horrible contract, yes. Cleveland Browns move, yes. But I still think he can salvage some of it.
You think?
It's
I think-
still
I think
a
it's
better
done.
contract than that
You
one
know what
that
I think
Houston.
he is? I think he's Tiger Woods post car accident
You think
and
so?
divorce.
You think it got to him?
Yeah, I think
happens.
it's Brett Favre post photo
Dick
in
pics?
New York. Yeah, dick pic. Yep. Really? Okay. Like it's Adrian Peterson post kid dying. Like there's these certain moments for certain guys that it's like
Turning
that's the
points.
moment, and now it's done.
Marvel Universe has a name for them. They're the fixed points
Nexus
on the
points?
timeline.
Yeah.
Yep.
It makes
Nexus
sense. I remember
points.
Chuck Knobloch. All of a sudden, he got the
Yeah,
yips. He couldn't
yep.
throw to fucking first base or whatever.
That's the best example of all of them.
I mean, it makes
The yips.
It makes sense.
Baseball
Yeah.
player getting the yips.
I mean, he got
Yep.
sued by 70 fucking however many women, and then the whole country thinks you are a certain way. It's got to do something to any normal human being.
He definitely did something.
Oh, fucking absolutely. Massage Watson. That's the name of one of my teams.
Well, and no matter how
And I have him as my backup, and the photo it's just a him, and
Genius.
it says my name's Deshaun Watson, and I approve this massage.
Bro.
And I dumped Trevor Lawrence as my backup and picked him up just so I could have the name.
Wow.
Trevor Lawrence is a better backup,
awesome.
but I'm like, Massage Watson with this picture is fucking great.
I don't know.
I
Honestly,
agree.
I don't know
You can't beat
I
that.
don't know that Trevor's the better backup. I think an equal argument could be made for either.
Right.
And I think they're both in the same tier.
Trevor
Yeah,
Lawrence
They're
is
in the same
quickly
tier, and it's
turning
just
into
your preference.
Trevor
Same
Lawrence
tier.
is quickly turning into Justin Herbert.
Don't sleep
Safe
on the
quarterback.
Jags. Don't sleep
Sure.
on the Jags. This
No,
year.
I'm saying he's safe.
Oh, I'm
is
just
what I'm
saying,
saying.
yeah.
Like
He just
we
got
all
paid.
thought we all thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be the next big thing, right? Number one pick in the draft, highly drafted as a rookie in fantasy, right? But then through his career, he's quickly turning into Justin Herbert. Quickly.
Well, he
just
got
like a
fucked out
safe,
of his rookie year with
serviceable-
Urban Meyer. Right.
Those
Like
are the kind of
legit
quarterbacks
quarterback.
that get you at least one
Large,
Super Bowl if you have a
tall,
great defense.
he's
Oh,
got to
sorry.
I'm
start.
talking about fantasy, but
Oh,
yeah.
sure.
I'm talking about
sorry,
in the
my
real
bad.
game.
Lawrence in fantasies. I don't know. I wouldn't be comfortable
Safe.
if he was my guy.
I'm
Safe.
saying, I'm
He's
telling
safe.
everyone,
He's your
don't
floor.
sleep on the Jags in all realms this year. I think their defense is going to be top 5.
We'll never
Josh
They
Josh
lost.
Allen-
They lost to
Josh
Ridley.
Allen
Who did
might
they
be
sign
a
to replace
deploy.
Ridley?
Never disrespect
They
Brad
ended
Peterson.
up drafting Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah,
first
yeah.
round out of LSU.
I like him.
And then Gabe Davis as well. But they still got Christian Kirk in the slot and Evan Ingram at tight end. I
like Thomas.
and ultimately, I think it's going to be the Travis Etienne show.
Yeah.
Like they're just going to turn him into Marshall Faulk LT. Like he's our top our 1A or 1B receiving threat
Sure.
and a running threat and just
He's a beast when he's healthy, ETN.
and I think that defense is really good and really young and really
I
talented.
like Peterson. I mean, Pedersen, whatever. I like him. I mean, I think that he's a good play caller.
They got a D tackle and a linebacker, both with like super long Hawaiian names or whatever that
Okay.
you can't say or pronounce or remember, that are like all pros. Like they're, I think they're
Well, they
gonna
just
be
got
really
they got
good.
Houston to deal with.
Exactly, but I think the Colts are going to be absolute shit.
They
as
can't
a team
throw a
from
flag
a
for
winning
that.
standpoint.
There's
not
no
from a
flag for
fantasy
that.
standpoint.
Scotty. There's no flag for this.
And then
But
Tennessee's garbage.
but this
Tennessee's
looks
trash.
bad. But this looks bad. Did you see this in real time?
Yes.
You guys were talking.
I want to say
Jason
they
saw
play
it in
weak
real time.
divisions
So-
non-conference.
So he's going
So
out of bounds.
They can't throw a flag for this, but this looks bad in real time.
Oh,
the way
No,
he fell
he
back
slipped.
on
He
his
slipped.
knee.
He slipped.
No, he
no,
did.
he's
But in-
way out, and
No,
then he puts his
shouldn't
hands
touch
on
him,
him.
though. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
but
yeah.
it-
Can't touch
Yeah.
him. He
Yeah.
didn't push him, but he touched him.
Yeah,
And
he's
that's a
way out of
penalty.
bounds.
He didn't. He
Interesting.
didn't do shit.
He didn't mean to do
He
nothing.
didn't
but
do shit. He
Did they
didn't
throw a
do
flag?
shit.
I agree that
No,
that
they
should
didn't throw a
not
flag, and
be
they
a
can't throw a
penalty
flag. But
ethically.
it didn't look good in real time.
Why was
Right.
Harbaugh all pissed?
It looked like a dirty push
I do
in
think
real time, but it really
It
wasn't.
definitely was.
I think according to
definitely
the
was
letter
not.
of the law, the league probably wanted it flagged.
No,
but
yeah, I
think
would
to the-
agree- I would
but I
think
think to like my preference to the spirit of football, that is
It
not a
shouldn't
penalty.
be
That
flagged,
should
but
not
the
be
league
flagged. That
would
should not
say
influence
if
the
he's
outcome.
out of
and here's
bounds,
why
but
you
he
That's
should.
my opinion.
And
I don't
here's
know.
why you shouldn't, and it shouldn't be a fine afterwards, because we don't want to turn Patrick Mahomes into LeBron James.
Well,
where
later
he's
in the
allowed to
year, though,
lean-
I bet you that
he's
call's
allowed
different.
to lean back into a player,
Towards
and
the
a player
playoffs?
just holds his hands.
That's a great
out.
point.
And you're like, oh, you pushed him down. No, I didn't.
In the playoffs,
he
though, I bet
fucking
you that
came
call's
against me,
different.
and I make sure he didn't
He
fall
gets that call.
farther
Right.
backwards.
Right. You helped him from getting injured.
Oh!
God damn
Was
it!
that worthy?
Worthy? Fucking
Holy
worthy.
fuck, that's Xavier
Bullshit.
Worthy. Wow. Well, he's having a fucking night.
I should have started him, son of a bitch.
Well, you're not going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna make that mistake all fucking season.
Like we've said about every mistake we've made ever. I'm not gonna make that mistake again.
I just don't like receivers with no intermediate game. But man, he can go deep and he can work with the ball.
I actually had that
short,
exact play in my head. I was like, he's gonna get this play, but it's just gonna be one. I didn't expect him to have the first one. I didn't expect him.
He's
to
only
put
got 20 points.
I'm also curious to see
that's good.
what the target share and stuff looks like when Marquise Brown is back.
Oh yeah,
in a
Hollywood
week or two. You know?
Hollywood
That's
ain't
right.
doing
That's
shit.
right. That's right.
He's only supposed to be
Hollywood
out
ain't
like
gonna do
this
shit.
first
That's
week.
right.
Maybe
Hollywood's
the
on his
second week.
third team. He's not doing a goddamn
I don't
thing,
know,
dude.
man. I got him.
Fantasy-wise, he
I think
produced
might be
fairly
all right.
decent last year.
It's
Given
a gamble,
what he had
but
to
it's a
work
gamble
with.
worth taking.
He's old.
I mean,
He's
as a-
injured.
as
He
a
ain't doing
comp-
shit.
I don't agree
as a
with those.
1-2?
I don't disagree with those things.
I don't know. I mean, he's not.
He ain't doing shit.
He did okay, healthy with Kyler fucking Murray.
Just said it is just
right.
Okay.
That's my point.
I'm
He
not
did
saying he's going to
okay.
be great, but
And I'm just pointing it out that it is an X factor yet that we can see in a couple weeks
Right.
or whatever, you know.
I mean, he's got to deal with Rice. I mean, who the fucking knows? You don't. He's probably not a guy you want to be starting fucking.
I think if Rice can keep his ass out of jail and off of suspensions, that he can be a bona fide number one receiver for them for the next 5 to 10 years.
You know, and it's like they got Pacheco, who just
Rice,
looks like he's about
Rasheed
to
Rice.
run into a
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
wall
for
every
sure,
time he
yeah.
touches the ball. Like that guy's got to calm down. You don't got to run into a 350 fucking pounder like it's your last meal every
They
time
won't
you touch
keep
the
him
ball.
though.
And I actually,
you know they're
you know
not
what I'm
going to
saying?
keep him because of
That's
Mahomes'
true.
contract.
He should probably
so.
calm that down a little bit.
I actually think
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
part
if
of
you
why
wanna
they took
have more
Worthy
than a
is they
couple of
felt
seasons
we
in the
need a
NFL, you might
complimentary
wanna tone
number
that
2
down.
wide
I'm down with
receiver to
fucking
draw
running back
coverage
coach.
and keep things defenses honest
Neither of us
against
are,
our
but
star.
That's how
know,
you
We're
shorten
having a
your
good-
career.
Hold on. Let's table this until they're done.
I'm just
Finish
watching.
your-
I'm just watching. We're in agreement here, right? That watching Isaiah Pacheco. We're no running back coach, but you probably could fucking. He doesn't have to run headfirst into the fucking line. You know, like it's his last fucking meal every time that
But
he
sometimes
touches
you
the,
just got to let him know it could be an option.
right.
Well,
That he can just chill out a
he's
little bit.
running
Seriously.
like-
right.
Sometimes it's just like, hey, don't forget about this.
Right. Just you could
Yeah,
calm
but-
down a little bit. You don't
Yeah,
have to
shorten
run
your
headfirst into the
career.
brick wall
Otherwise,
like
you
the
Mike
Kool-Aid
Zimmer
man.
it. Because here's the
Overrepped.
point. Otherwise, you Mike Zimmer it,
Yeah.
and you bring everybody, and you split the A gap, and now there's nobody there.
Yeah.
So now the only way you cover it is by bringing
Yeah.
up linebackers,
It's not the
which you're not
Kool-Aid
going
Man
to do
cartoon, buddy.
because you know they're
It's not.
never going to run it up the middle.
Okay.
So you have to
You're
run
in
it
a
up the
red
middle
fucking
every
jersey, but you're
Every
not
once
Kool-Aid
in a
Man.
while.
You have to run it up the middle. In fact, you might have to do it a lot if you're trying to make sure you keep them in there. You're regularly showing them. Don't forget about this, so we can hit you over here. This is what Andy Reid does. He's not an idiot. He makes these decisions for a reason.
Yeah.
And he's won a lot of Super Bowls recently too. So let's give the man a little bit of respect.
Oh, I give him
And
a lot
I'm not
of
I'm not
respect.
condescending you guys.
No,
I'm not saying
I
you're
give him a
wrong.
ton of
I'm
respect.
saying there's probably a
general.
reason. There's
I'm just
probably a
saying from a
reason, and
career
maybe this
standpoint.
is what it is.
I'm just looking out for Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But-
From a
but-
career standpoint, he's shortening his career by running
Yeah, but-
straight up the middle.
It may not be his choice. That may be his job
He's
and why
running
he's
into
getting
that
paid
fucking thing
millions
like
of
he's
dollars.
just
That's his
going headfirst
trade-off
into it.
to win his contract.
Yes.
Because these are college-educated millionaires. Never forget this.
Yes.
I will never have any sympathy for an NFL player. You're all college-educated millionaires, and you can go fuck yourself the first time you complain.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Look at Isaiah Likely.
Yeah, but
Make
I
it a
mean,
miss.
if your degree is in like basket
that was
weaving or
Bolton?
something, are you
Underwater
shit?
basket weaving.
This was a bad
Shame
move.
on you, supposed
The way
to be
he-
good Nick Bolton.
But the way he pulled up right here, hold on, watch this. That's a mad move right there. That's literally a
That's
mad
the
move.
down
That's you
stick,
pulling
man. Yep.
back
Wow.
on the joystick. Whoop.
Isaiah
That's
Likely.
down on the right stick. Whoop.
I got him on the bench. Man, I could
Man,
have
you got
scored a
some
lot
points
of
on your
points
bench,
tonight.
dude.
I could have scored a lot of points tonight. Xavier, who I did start was Zay Flowers,
Zay Flowers.
If it was a best ball
which
league,
I
you'd
want.
already be crushing.
Ultimately, I want
That
a
was
best
Zay
ball
Flowers
league.
right there.
I'm not opposed to best ball.
Ultimately, I want a best ball league.
What
Ultimately,
does that entail?
It
So-
means you
so
don't
you
have
don't
to
have to
pick and
worry about
choose your starters.
starters.
Just your roster's your roster.
you just have
and
your roster
tight
as
end
your
with the
roster.
most
I don't know.
points
It's kind of fun
your
seeing
tight
who
end
gets
with the
fucked
most
over
points.
or that feeling that burns.
It is.
Like,
But if your quarterback is Aaron Rodgers and he gets injured in 4 plays, your
Yeah.
team doesn't no longer have a quarterback. You have a backup come in, right?
right,
Yeah.
Why can't you have that happen?
That's probably the biggest
You know?
advantage is it protects you from in-game injuries.
Catastrophic.
I've always
in-game
liked the
injuries.
idea of doing what is it, fucking IDP where
Now
you can
they're
draft some
scheming for
defensive
Likely.
guys.
Did you guys see
I used
this?
to do an
They're
auction
scheming-
draft.
Yeah,
I
how was
fucking
that?
loved it. I
Did you
loved
guys
it.
see this? They're scheming for Likely at
6
this point.
receptions,
Did you
91
watch
yards,
that?
and a
Look at his
touchdown.
numbers.
Yeah.
No, but watch the replay. If they
Wow.
replay this, watch it. They're scheming for him at this point.
Wow.
Oh, they're not going to replay it. But watch this going forward with Likely on the field. They're scheming.
this?
He was a slot receiver on that play.
They're
They're gonna
literally
fucking-
running
he's
him
gonna
like
get
a
hurt, man.
college option quarterback,
That's
dude.
why mobile
fucking
quarterbacks
crazy.
with raw athleticism
last.
don't last
They don't last.
He can't
This
more
is
than
chaos.
5 to 7 years
Yeah, he
in the
can't be
league.
doing that. He's
This
gonna-
is so irresponsible.
Yeah, this is why Lamar
Unless-
Jackson
Yeah.
will
Unless-
shorten
week
his
one-
Unless
career.
you guys,
Especially.
unless what John Harbaugh knows that the rest of us aren't willing to talk about, well, I am, is Lamar Jackson is incapable
Yeah.
of playing NFL quarterback.
I mean, it's possible.
Without it at least being
Look at this.
extremely modified to his strengths and weaknesses.
I
and
mean,
completely
this is what they should be doing with Justin Fields in Pittsburgh.
unrecognizable.
Something's
to-
going on
Justin
because
Fields
John
is bigger.
Harbaugh is a Super Bowl winning
And you
coach.
could run Justin
Well,
Fields.
my-
He's no dummy.
And
My
Justin
theory
Fields
going
would
into it
succeed
was
in
their
that system.
offensive
Oh, yeah.
line is the shittiest
Oh, yeah,
it's
and just-
been in
he's
the last
bigger,
2
and just
decades.
teach him how to get hit.
going into this year.
Right.
Right?
That's what I
And
saw
minimize
on paper,
injury.
At least, like,
Correct.
these guys have a red flag, and it's their.
But this is
offensive
nuts.
line.
This is nuts.
That said,
I'm
the way
sorry, I
Lamar
think.
runs
That's
isn't
crazy.
dependent on a
This
good
is
offensive line. It's all
insane,
backyard.
This
It's
is
all backyard.
irresponsible of a quarterback.
It's irresponsible of a head coach or a play caller.
It's week 1.
Why
Yeah.
are you doing this?
It's week 1. It's
I mean,
not
I
week
understand.
17.
I
It's not
understand 4 of these calls,
Look at Isaiah
1 per
Likely.
quarter.
Pancake.
pancaking the fuck out of him. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, I'm so glad I have him on my bench.
Wow.
That's my backup.
Lamar
tight end.
Jackson, 12 rushes for 100 yards. Good grief.
But again,
then he
none of
throws
it's
off
been
his back
none of
fucking
it's
foot.
been designed. It's all been backyard.
And then nowhere
There's
near
nothing
Peyton.
there. Break the
Right.
play.
Looks like
Blow the
fucking
Not
play
even-
up.
Deep
not
ball
even
is
at
not
the end of
anywhere near
football.
accuracy.
Did you guys see that?
Shit, it's
Scotty,
one of the worst.
Greg,
Wow.
did you just see
Telling
this?
you.
Look at this, you guys. Look at this. Watch this. When he does throw the deep ball, he doesn't even put it in a spot where the fucking receiver can catch it. Oh, they don't even focus
That was.
on
I mean,
it.
that was just.
He
They-
was
they
10
focus on
yards
Andrews
past.
for some reason.
Poor Mark Andrews because of Isaiah Likely, basically.
Oh yeah. If
Was
you're a
that
Mark
shot.
Andrews, if you bought stock in Mark Andrews, you're not.
Why
liking
would you
watching
though?
that.
It serves
Yeah.
you right. Why would you?
He was on the.
Like,
He's been on the.
He's old and he's the most injury-prone person at the position. Like, it's what you get.
Right.
If you take a guy like that, then you got to take a backup to him sooner.
And you're
than you normally
looking
would.
at what the Ravens have done the last couple of years, and it's clear they have to do something different. They have to do something different because they haven't.
How are you not scheming in more Zay Flowers, who is 5 for 5 for 40 yards?
How
in
do
the
they
first
never
half?
involve the receivers?
Well, down by 10,
His
you
team.
need to. Yeah, you need to get
The
bigger
Ravens
than
never involve their
5-yard
fucking
chunks.
wide receivers. I mean, historically speaking, they're just. Oh, that's horrible.
Wow.
There you go, Mark.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
You're absolutely right because Lamar runs.
They
Yeah,
needed
they're
you
just-
to
no, the
not
wide
slip.
receiver- it can't be the
Yeah,
wide
well, Yeah,
receiver's
you have
fault.
to go for it.
All right,
No.
they're going for it, and it's going to be Derrick Henry.
No, pass play and break the
dude,
break
you-
the play and
Call
scramble.
timeout.
why-
You should
This
call
is why you signed Derrick Henry. It's the
Lamar
fourth quarter.
Jackson's going to run it himself.
It's the
Scramble
fourth
Lamar.
quarter.
Wow.
It's the fourth quarter. Guys are tired. This is literally why.
This is why you signed Derrick Henry.
Derrick
Yes.
Henry.
But Lamar Jackson will take it and he'll come up short.
You should call the timeout is what he should do, but
They're definitely big
Derrick
jumbo
Henry's
formation.
not even on the field.
oh,
He
wow,
is
we
on
got
the
it.
field.
Yep.
Yep.
You were 100% right on
Yep.
that.
That's why
Yeah,
you
great call.
signed Derrick. And
Great call.
Big
Great
man's on the
call.
ground. Look how long Big man's laying on the ground too. He's exhausted.
Yeah.
So now,
Free
now, this is where you
This
wish
game
you
is
were
wild.
Up.
This is
You
a wild.
This is where you
Welcome to the
wish you were
NFL.
up.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Primetime NFL
I mean,
at
it's
least.
a good game.
But you guys, this is the point. This is where you wish you were up because now you could just run it down their throats. And now here's the issue. You're too close to the end zone to run a good play action because that's what they're anticipating. So what you're trying to do right now is you're going to try to run this and run out some clock, get it down there, score a touchdown. So they're probably going to run 2 more times.
Oh,
Here's one.
he goes get out of bounds.
Stay in bounds. That's a dumb idea. So here's where they're making some mistakes, right?
You don't
I don't know. I would've
you don't
got-
want
I
to give
would've
him
went out of
clock. Is
bounds
that what you're
there.
saying? You don't want
I
to give
wouldn't.
them
I'd
clock.
have went out of bounds there.
So you're trying to score a touchdown.
You're down by 10.
So
I'd
you're
have
trying
went
to
out.
score a touchdown here to shorten it to 3 and only give him, Patrick Mahomes, at most 4 minutes. Okay? At most 4 minutes. Because you need the ball back one more time.
Yeah.
And so that's what you're trying to play here.
You could only kill the clock once, though.
Right, and going out of bounds doesn't actually stop the clock there either.
So you need as
That's
much
the
time
other
as
thing.
possible, I would
See,
think.
but to me, you're not defending against the Chiefs' score. You're defending against getting the ball back. So to me, at that
That's
point,
not what you want to do, and that's grounding.
But the more
that's not-
time,
he's out of the
but the
pocket.
more
That's not
time that's
grounding.
on the clock when you go on defense down by 3, the more time
getting
there
his
is for
ass
you
kicked,
to
though.
get the stop.
Right.
You need to get a stop.
you
not
want the
just,
2-minute
you know-
warning. You want the timeout.
Yep.
You
yep,
want a fluke
yep,
play.
Yep. You want just a normal drive to get that 3 to 7 points.
they wanna get in
at
as
the
quickly
end.
as possible.
So yeah, I that's how I would approach it. But I totally understand where you're coming from with the trying
No,
to
and I was
limit.
I was,
Pat
I was
Mahomes,
wrong. I
you
was
know?
wrong about the clock
But
stoppage
you don't
because
want Mahomes to have the ball.
Period.
That's the problem.
Exactly. Yep.
So what you're saying is,
but you have to give him the ball
Yeah.
a little bit.
He has to have the ball a little bit.
Maybe-
but what you're
may-
saying is,
And you
I
have
see
to
exactly
give him
what you're saying.
You have to give him the ball and have enough time to get it back. Is what I'm
they
saying.
might not even, it might not
there you
even
go.
be an issue
Yep.
if they don't
Yep.
get
But
it.
it
This
needs-
is 4th down.
But here's the point.
Kick the field goal.
But no,
Make it a one-possession game.
Herein lies the rub, because this is what I was saying. It needed to be a touchdown because you have to force them into a situation where they need more than a field goal to seal it.
Right.
When you only get a field goal, now it's a 7-point game. All they need is a field goal to seal
I
it.
see where you're coming from.
You see what I'm getting at?
I do. But I think in
It
this,
has to
this
be a
is just-
touchdown on this drive.
This is just what I think in this situation. I think with 5 minutes left.
Oh, look at this.
With 5 minutes left, if you pick up
I mean, you
first
don't have a
downs
choice
while
now, but this
staying
is
in
not ideal.
bounds,
Basically, Kansas City's
if you
almost
pick up
guaranteed
first
to win.
downs while staying in bounds, you can run out 5 minutes.
It
You
would be
really
a shock
can,
if they
even
don't
with the
win and
2-minute
cover
warning.
this fucking
Yeah,
game.
they can.
You know.
I mean, it
They
would
can't.
be a Mahomes
So
turnover.
that's what I'm saying is where like the more time on the clock, like the less likely the Chiefs can run it
right.
out.
So what they
you
can
know,
do is they'll
like,
stop it once, right? Or they might not even stop it. They could just let it go. They could let it run.
They will play it out till it gets under 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then the math starts working into the 2-minute warning in the possessions,
They
but
could get it close to the 2-minute warning.
they could.
Yeah, and it depends on the down. It depends on the down and distance, right? So if you're like in a 2nd and 15, right, and there's 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, you might take a timeout there because if you force them into a third, right, and then they don't get that, now they're on a 4th and you're still plus the 2 minutes, so you still technically have 3 timeouts. You might play it that way, and this is where I don't like head coaches as play callers because they need to be available to make these decisions.
Sure.
Yep.
This is what a head coach does.
Well, and just
Right.
speaking to the math of it, whatever decision anyone would choose or not choose, in a 3-and-out situation, you can run about a maximum of 2 minutes of clock.
Okay.
Off of the clock, okay? Because we've got a 35 to
maximum
40
of it.
second play clock. Each play takes a good 5 seconds or so. So you're looking at around 120 seconds when we get to 4th down. Okay, so maybe even including 4th down, you might be at more than like 2.5.
Sure.
That you can run off.
But still
by
over the
the
2-minute
time you
warning.
punch the
Still
ball.
over the 2-minute warning.
Right. But just strictly looking at the
Just
math
huge.
of it,
That's huge.
you
I mean,
know,
Dude,
like,
this,
you know.
there's certain teams that hire a guy just to do this.
Clock
job.
management, yeah.
What is going on with my fucking Internet Explorer, dude?
if worst case scenario we go 3-and-out, the way we can maximize that worst case scenario is stay in bounds, and we will get 2 minutes and 40 seconds off of this clock, leaving at whatever. You know, like it is. Again, not saying you should or shouldn't choose it, but like that's how the math works out. You know.
I
And
mean,
at this point in the game, they're definitely somebody's doing some math for somebody. One would hope.
right.
Well, and that's where I don't like the math.
Right.
This is where I don't like the math because the math doesn't understand the momentum of the game. The math doesn't consider the player's fatigue. The math doesn't consider the fact that I'm watching this guy with his hand on his hips or his hand on his knees, or you know what I mean? Like you don't know this. And you can't know this on your predetermined score sheet, which is like the same reason when I decide to go for 2, I have a religion. I don't go for 2 until I need it. What does that mean? It means I'm going up or I'm tying the game in the last seconds. So I don't do that thing where it's like the analytics say if you go for 2 here, fuck you. I'm not chasing points the whole game. Kick the fucking field goal. Again, you're not the first mathematician to approach football. Get the fuck out of here because you got a computer, bro. Like, literally, guys who built nukes and sent us to the moon were also football fans. They also did the fucking math, dude. It's written in books. I swear to God. I'm not exaggerating this. The arrogance of new people to think they're the first guys to go, wait, there's math involved. Fuck you, dude. No, don't kick the fucking extra point. It's your best chance to get an extra point and only go for 2 when you need it, which means only to tie or take the lead in the last stages of the game where you don't think the math with time allows you to come down with another possession and score.
And I agree with you 110%.
Oh, that pisses me off
and
so
that
much.
is why math doesn't
The analytics say we
that's
should go
why
for
math
it.
The
should
analytics
make
don't
the
understand
decision.
nuance.
But math should be
Right.
heard in the
Fatigue,
decision-making
energy,
process.
Will.
There's a place for the math, but it's as a voice in the decision-making process, not as the deciding factor.
What is this here? Stop
Like,
play.
if you're going to
You know,
go
like-
for math, here's where you go for math. Never, ever punt the football. Now we're talking about math. Always go for it on 4th down.
Yeah, that's Dan Campbell. That's what fucked him out of the fucking Super Bowl last year.
Yep.
Really? Well, that's just what we do.
That's just what we do. Yep.
They
I'm just
should- they
saying,
shouldn't have done
like
that.
it's
And-
been proven.
And that's what I'm saying.
in
Like the place for the
multiple
math is to
phases
be
of
heard in the
football.
decision-making process, but you don't make the decision
Right.
based off the
In
math.
those instances, at
It's
least
just-
one
it's
of
part
them,
of
they
the
should have kicked
decision.
a fucking field goal.
Well, and the point I'm
part
trying
of
to
it.
make, you guys,
Right.
the point I'm trying to make is, in the long run, like, don't bet against Patrick Mahomes. That's cool when you're gambling.
Right.
When you're willing to lose the battle to win the war, that's cool. Drive to drive.
Right.
What that's not cool for, that fucking stupid sheet, is when everything is on the line.
Yeah.
Oh, for
You
sure.
know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, 'cause
Variable.
it's-
and
Wow.
Patrick
Because-
Mahomes shows
Oh,
up in
that's
Lamar
coming back.
Jackson.
That's
Here's the
coming back.
point. Here's the point.
Oh, but that's
If
a flag out of bounds.
If I flip
this
a
is-
coin, there's a 50-50 chance it hits heads, right? Well, what if I flip it and it's heads 98 times? Are you going to put all your money on tails? Because the odds say it's going to go tails, right? Wrong. Because every time it's a 50-50. You fucking idiots. That's what they're doing with that statistic cheat.
Well,
They're saying-
statistics you can
they're
spin any
saying
way you want.
Those statistics are over the long
really.
haul.
That's the thing.
The game is not the long haul.
Right.
The game is the game.
Exactly.
Like,
And
whether I go
and
for
we
2
play
right
to
now
win
is
the game.
irrelevant to your stupid fucking sheet.
Hello.
Right.
The-
Because
we
it's
played
This
to
is
win
coaching.
the game.
But what I'm saying is this is coaching, you guys. This is what I'm getting at. This is
I
coaching.
loved that speech.
And I want to spin on
This
it real
is
quick
what
because I feel like I
matters.
hear you perfectly.
You have an opportunity to be
Okay.
a professional?
One option
the
on the
NFL's not
one
listening.
one option on the sheet says it gives you a 10% chance of coming back and winning. The other option on the sheet says it gives you a 20% chance of coming
Right.
back and winning, based on
This is
other
if you
teams and other
simulated
games
this
in the
exact
past.
scenario 1,000
What they
times.
can't tell you is which of the
Great
two
play.
percentages you're in right now.
Great play.
They can't tell you which of the two percentages
he
you're in right
wasn't
now.
down. Whoa! Nice play.
Even if it's
Dan
2%
Campbell,
to
but that's just
20%,
what we do here.
even if it's 2% success to 20% success, they can't tell you that you're not currently in the 2%
Right.
Wow, what a play.
situation.
That's
Look
Pacheco,
at Isaiah
right?
Pacheco. He's just saying.
That's an Emmett
Oh,
Smith move right there.
savvy.
Look at him. That's just him
Emmett
not giving
Smith.
up. Wow. That
This is Emmett Smith. That's Emmett
Wow.
Smith, dude. I
Love it.
that is fucking
I love
great
it.
right there.
I love it.
That was great.
All right, I'm getting farty. I'm starting to get a little gassy.
You know, we've
Nothing's
been
worse
waiting
than
all night.
Scotty's egg farts.
Egg farts are
God,
not. Yeah,
they are
it's-
the worst.
They're bad, and when they come in waves.
The only thing worse than egg farts is when guys take fish oil and they piss in a sink
Yes.
or a fucking toilet and they don't flush it or clean it.
I don't.
So
Yeah.
they like have
That
splatter.
ain't good, man.
And it
Like-
stains.
And then,
Dude,
you know,
no,
here's
it
the thing,
just
man.
stinks.
I don't
The
think there's
room
really
stinks.
much
it just
need for it.
smells like fucking unclean
I get
woman.
it if you're taking, but there's really not that much need for it.
I
The
agree.
fish oil?
Yeah,
I mean, if you're deficient.
I mean,
there's a
if you're
lot of need
deficient,
for
yes.
it.
If there is a need for it, there's a need for it. But if there, you could go supplement crazy,
Oh, a lot of
I
people
think most
do.
guys go
and
supplement.
most guys go supplement crazy. And the only light that I want to shine on is that the most important thing that we all could do is have less stress.
Woo! He got
Exactly.
ate
All
up
the
in the
fucking
backfield.
supplements in the world you could take, and if you're stressed out like a motherfucker, it don't mean nothing.
Exactly. No supplement in
Yeah.
the world is going to clear your stress.
Right. Because 95% of the things that you think are fucking going on in your life aren't.
Right.
You know, it's fabricated to the degree of how bad it is.
Because we as people can't seem to get out of our own way.
Right. It's just, and you can't separate yourself from your own personal situation.
Right.
And that's natural because you are in your situation. I'm in my situation.
Right.
But the reality of it is that life goes on no matter what. It always is going to, right? So because of that, nothing is inherently fucking the end of the world because that's not ever the case, right?
Right, because we always weather
Can't
the
be.
storm, but while we're in the storm, we think it's the end of the world.
Correct. But that's us. That's inherently being overdramatic,
Correct.
right? Because
Correct.
the world always
Fair.
goes on.
Yeah, fair.
So by looking at it that way, what I've found, this is just a recent discovery too, like within the last couple of weeks. But looking at it that way, it's like, whoa, wow. Okay, that kind of takes a weight off the shoulders because, like, what the fuck? If they think something is just what it is, well, why do I have any pressure on me? You know what I mean? If something's bad, you got to fix it.
Right.
But, I mean, really, it comes back to you're only kind of in the moment you're in. Nothing's guaranteed, right?
You're absolutely right.
So anything that's bad or these terrible fucking awful things, if I'm making positive decisions, for the most part, they're going to resolve themselves.
Correct.
And and a spiritual relationship with something.
Yes.
Something.
A higher power
Okay.
of some sort.
And this is not a preach thing, but what I will say is that I will go out on this fucking limb and say that I believe part of the downfall of civilization is people trusting or having some belief in science more so than spirituality. And I'm not saying religion, but it's a loss of God, so to speak,
Right.
and a faith in science. And because of that, it's a loss in the creation of where we came from, so to speak.
We have a corrupted culture because it's easier to preach to people it's okay to not be accountable for
And
your actions.
That goes to the math thing. It kind of ties back to the math thing. It's over trust in the numbers, right? At all fucking times, as opposed to looking at the soul of the situation. Same type of thing. Now, coincidentally, talking about it, I mean,
Yeah, I'm with you.
it relates in the same fucking type of way.
Yep.
Because it just makes no fucking sense. It's like, that's great, it has its place, but you can't fucking, look how I twisted everything up with COVID or whatever. You got people actually believing that it's all right to shove fucking shit. Looking back on things, that's fucking crazy. You can't shove fucking
right,
shit
here we
down
go.
people's fucking...
All right, here we go.
Greatest transfer of
It's
wealth
third
in
and
human
10.
history.
All right, guys.
Yep.
It's 3rd and 10. This is the game, basically.
Yes.
If they
This
they
is
convert
huge.
this 3rd down, the game's over.
Right.
Not really, but basically.
Correct. Yep.
Oh,
you got it.
Oh, look at... Wow.
And they did
That
not
could have been a
convert it.
turnover.
No, it could've
This
been
gives
turnover, but the
Baltimore a
clock-
chance
But
to
the
win
clock
it.
moves. Now take a timeout.
Yep,
Take a timeout now.
Do they have the timeout?
Take the
Yeah,
timeout
they have all
now.
three.
Why are you not? See, this is what I'm talking about.
Yes,
I
this
don't
is
like
poor
this.
clock
Timeout now.
management.
Wow, that could have been
timeout here.
disaster.
Yeah.
With 3
You take the
timeouts,
timeout.
And even a
They should
fumble
have
at the
taken
end.
it.
As soon as that happens, you take the timeout. Boom, take the timeout.
Right.
This is a huge mistake.
Linebacker.
Yeah, I don't
Especially with
understand
all
what
three.
Harbaugh's doing here.
They went all the way
I
down
don't
to
like
the
that.
2-minute
I
warning.
don't like that.
And I
think they have
understand.
I don't like that.
No, they do. They have all three. So I
Ravens have
understand.
all 3 timeouts.
So let's explain to people what we're talking about. So
Yeah.
the logic here is what they're doing. I'm going to steel man them. Okay. So, or actually, somebody else steel man them. I'm gonna counter that. So steel
Okay.
man why you let it go to 2.
Okay, well,
It's poor clock management.
okay,
No.
every
Steel man it.
every
Why is it a
every
good
play
idea?
consumes time. If the play ends in bounds, time runs off the clock. I mean, these are just basic stuff. So the thinking is that, we got to get the ball back. We've stopped them. We got to get the ball back and score. We can either let the clock run down to 2 minutes because it's a free timeout, and then we get the ball back after 2 minutes with all 3 of our timeouts.
And you still have 3.
Or we could call a timeout right here at 2:28 left, make them do the punt, and then we have time to run 2-3 plays before the 2-minute warning, even though we get the ball with 2 timeouts instead of 3. But so you're further in the game script and the progression of the game and where you're at relative to the clock if you take the timeout at 2:28 or whatever. than if you take it at 2 minutes. If you take it at 2 minutes, you are definitely like committing to that being your last possession.
Apparently there's no
here's my
coach's
counter.
challenge under 2 minutes.
But I just
Right, so
give
here's
yourself
my-
as much time as possible.
Here's my counter. Here's why you take one timeout before the 2-minute warning. Okay, so that play hit the ground. It's 2:36 at that point.
Right.
Here's why I think, and I could have steel manned it. I could have, and my argument
No,
would have
you're
been
getting
very
to something
similar.
I forgot.
My argument's very similar if I were to steel man it, but here's why it's wrong. At least in my eyes, right? It's 2:36 on the clock, okay? So your theory is it's going to, not your theory, but the theory is it's going to run down to 2 minutes and we still have 3 timeouts, okay? But at
What they did. That's how they did it.
At 2 minutes, right? As soon as you snap the clock, you've lost a pause in time, whether you decide it or not.
Sure.
Okay, so the idea is at 2:36, I take that timeout because when you punt the ball, okay, I receive it, maybe return it for a touchdown, but if I don't, it's 2:17, right? I have the ability to run 2 plays at that point
Yep.
before the 2-minute warning.
Exactly.
Then the 2-minute warning happens, so that's possibly a third
You basically
play.
don't lose a timeout that way.
Exactly,
Right.
that's my point.
I am
That's the
interpreting
point
this.
I was going for.
I am
That's what I'm
interpreting
getting at.
this
You see what I'm
as an
saying?
indictment on the Ravens' 2-minute offense by their coach, John
Yep.
Harbaugh.
Sure.
Yep.
We need 3 timeouts to have our shit together and get downfield where we need to
That didn't
score.
go nowhere. That's
We
great
can't do
punt
it. We
coverage
can't
is
do
what
it
that
in
was.
2.
The only way you can justify it is if you say we actually think our 2-minute offense is so good we're going to score
They gotta go the
really
whole
fast,
field now. They
and
gotta
we
go
don't
the
want to
whole-
leave any time left on the clock for Mahomie.
That's a good counter. That's
But
a good
he's-
yang.
only
But-
way.
but-
They've been
but
running
there's
the
always a
football.
yang
And
to
I
the
don't
end.
believe
That's
that.
a lot of
I don't either.
confidence.
I don't believe that, but that's the only way you can say this.
Right,
Is we're
that
going to go
would-
down
you're
and we're going
correct.
to score.
I'm going to say that. That's my prediction. They're not going to fucking do this.
No, this is
No.
over.
Unless it's a fluke play.
Well, I
Kansas
don't know.
City
There's a lot.
Lamar
barring
creates
a
a higher
mistake,
percentage
has
for
this
that
game
than
won.
a lot of quarterbacks.
But, I mean, they've been running the football with on options.
And that Kansas City defense is exhausted. They look good right now, but trust me,
They've been on the
they're
field
tired.
a lot.
They're tired right now.
Bolton couldn't make
Hit
an
Zay
open field
Flowers.
tackle
Just
on
come
that
on.
last possession to save
Just
his
give
life.
me some Zay Flowers here.
I mean, that's a good play for them.
Leaving them
Just give
points
me
on the
some
bench.
Zay Flowers, man.
You won't, there's no possessions that matter after this offensive possession.
Right.
So be methodical.
That's great. They'll
Be
take that all
methodical.
day.
Have some
5
composure
seconds, 9
and some
yards.
poise. That gets first downs and will get us into range in the time we have.
Now, if you're Kansas City, though, you don't give a fuck. You just can't let them in the end zone.
But at the same time, the sooner you let them get closer, the higher their chances of actually being successful are too. So like, you want to keep them on this part of the field. You want to make it
Right.
as slow and You want to make it as slow and just chipping away at the iceberg of a process as possible.
Right.
If you're the Chiefs, don't give up the big play. Basically, to your point, like
Yeah,
keep it all
run
in
the
front of you.
prevent
Keep it all in
defense.
front of you. Keep it all in front of you.
I love the fact that both my leagues are in the same app.
I've
Makes it
got
really
one in
easy
Sleeper.
to switch between the two.
Yep.
Sure does.
Man, I used to have one in CBS, one in Yahoo, one in fucking ESPN. It was so irritating.
I used to have one in
trying to jump between them
NFL
all.
and one in Yahoo, and yeah.
I got one in Sleeper and one in ESPN.
What was the first one?
Sleeper.
Okay, never heard of that. Oh, taking
Zay
a
Flowers?
shot.
No.
First down. That's your
that's not Zay
stereotypical time
Flowers,
to
is
take a
it?
shot, though.
Who
Yeah.
is
You
that?
know.
Who was that?
But
Who's
again,
number
that's
7 for the
everything
Ravens?
that's the only thing in everything that the Chiefs should be trying to
Bateman?
defend right now is the big shots.
Is Bateman number 7?
Yep. Bateman
Yes.
7.
Yep.
Is he?
I'm pretty sure that's. Is he
God,
11?
Yep,
No, he's
that's Bateman.
No, that is.
Yep. 7.
God
yep.
damn, Lamar Jackson sucks, dude.
I mean, that's the thing is that Bateman, somebody should be catching. No wide receiver, no matter who's there. They all
The
fucking
game is
nobody
caught.
produces.
Let me put it this way, you guys. The game is caught up with Lamar Jackson.
I never would have paid him that
Is
much.
that
but
short
I
shelf
don't
life
think
we were
half these guys
talking
should
about
get paid that
earlier?
much.
Yeah,
You know?
mobile quarterback once again.
That's why I don't think half the guys should get paid as much as they fucking do.
You
It's
can
a lot of
figure
money.
that shit out easier.
Yeah,
You
but
can
if they're
scheme
not
that
getting it,
shit
the owners
easier.
are getting it.
Well, right.
Once
Well,
I
I'm just saying
once
the
I learn how to
quarterbacks.
keep you in the pocket, I'm gonna destroy you.
Yeah, the players should get paid, but I'm just saying dishing out money to the quarterbacks because they had a good year or whatever.
It's a bad
like
investment.
Trevor Lawrence got paid way too quick.
They sell
Same
the
with
jerseys
Shane
and the
Falco.
tickets. That's what
AKA
it's
Joe
about. It's not
Joe
about play on
Flacco.
the field. It's about revenue generating.
Right. Well, right.
They sell the
right.
jerseys. They put the butts in the seats. That's why, like on a team like the Vikings, you'll see someone like Justin Jefferson be an exception to
See,
that
this
trend.
is just idiotic.
You know, because he's still the one with the most selling
See,
the most
that's
jerseys.
what you
and
pay
putting
him
the
for.
butts in the seats.
That's okay. Like that's scrambling.
Something out of nothing.
That's scrambling.
See how much
That is
time they
not-
burn, though?
That is when I talk about a mobile quarterback. That's not what I'm referring to. That's a
know, they
scrambling
have no
quarterback.
But how
Timeouts.
much can you
Oh, they have
rely
no
on
timeouts?
that?
That's
play
what I'm
after
saying.
play,
They don't
game
have all
after
their
game.
timeouts.
That
no,
you can rely on.
That changes
Okay.
That you
everything.
can, they have
rely
no
on.
timeouts
Okay.
left.
This you can rely on. Okay, see how he's dancing in the pocket.
Yep.
Boom, avoids the
Yep.
pressure,
Yep.
steps
Yeah,
up.
but you can't be
Yeah,
doing that
okay,
with no
goes
timeouts.
down,
Right.
goes down, boom,
Sure,
done.
sure,
We're
gotcha.
good. We're
Gotcha.
good.
Gotcha.
You rush back
Smart
up to the
running.
line
Yep.
and spike it.
Opportunistic running.
But you're that's not when I say, and I'm not arguing or telling you guys I make decisions. I'm saying when I use these words, this is what I mean. That's
appreciate
not
that.
that was not a mobile quarterback. That was a scrambling
Scramble.
quarterback.
Yep.
Right? He kept his eyes downfield looking for the pass.
Yes.
Yep.
That's an NFL quarterback.
And you know what gives that away is the footwork. The footwork are constantly
And where
still
the
in
head
a
is
position.
pointed.
And the footwork
And where
in the
the
head.
head is
Yep,
pointed.
the footwork in the head.
And-
The top
he
and the
didn't
bottom.
bail. He
The
didn't
top
bail.
and the bottom.
He
Right.
didn't bail, and then he
Right.
made the decision to do
Yep.
what he had to do.
Got the first
Right.
down.
Once
went
it
down,
opened up.
Preserve the play. That's what we're looking for.
What
In
we
NFL
don't like
quarterbacks,
is it
that's
costs
what
us
we
a
want.
timeout,
Right.
but oh well.
Justin Fields bails
The
and
first-
fucking runs for 7 yards.
That's
First
exactly
down,
what I, and then or Anthony Richardson dives or Cam Newton dives and fucking breaks his shoulder.
Right.
Getting the first down in that situation takes precedence and priority over keeping
Exactly.
the timeout
Your-
that it
your job
costs
is
you
to
to stay in
preserve the
bounds.
drive.
You got to get
Yep,
out of bounds.
exactly.
You got to get out of bounds.
Exactly
They have
it.
no timeouts. That's
And that was
They
the
have all
cost.
three
That was the
timeouts.
cost for that
They have
last
all
play.
three
That was
timeouts.
the
No,
cost
they
for
have
that last
no
play. They have none.
timeouts.
They're
No
out.
timeouts.
They have
That
none.
changes
out.
our whole
They have
perspective.
none. He
They
can't
didn't have
do
Not
timeout.
really.
timeout.
I still prioritize
I
the
don't
drive
like
in the
how
first
they have
down.
3 dashes down there. It looks like they
I know,
still
they
have
have
3
They're not
timeouts.
lit up.
You got to midfield
this
before
is
you had
fucking
to start
terrible play
working the
calling.
They
sidelines.
should be black.
You got
Yeah,
to
I
midfield
agree.
before
You
you
see
had
how
to
they
start
went
working the
great?
sidelines.
Yeah.
So I don't
Hold
think
on,
it's
hold
that
on.
bad.
So
I mean,
you
they got
guys
time.
are
They
right.
got time.
You guys are
that
right.
bad.
So what we were saying, they have 3 timeouts. This is wrong.
Correct.
Okay,
But it could've
here's
been
the
better.
point. Here's the point. No, they didn't have 3 timeouts. The display on CBS is deceptive.
Yes.
They shouldn't make those gray.
You're
They
right.
should make those black.
Exactly. They should black
They
them
shouldn't
out
go
or
from
cross
white
them
to
out.
gray.
Right.
They should go
Yep.
from
Just get
white
rid of
to
them.
black.
for sure.
Right. They
For
should
sure.
just disappear.
All things
Because
considered,
now that
they,
I
they
see
could be.
Casey-
Look at
timeout.
KC's
Who's
3-2. Like, what
It's
is the
obvious.
difference there? though?
Yeah.
It's
Like, I
obvious,
mean,
but when you only look at Baltimore's, it
looks like
they
there's 3.
Still have
Yep.
3 timeouts. I don't like that. That's bad interfacing.
Look at that.
Zay
got
Flowers!
it. And plenty of time left.
Bateman.
At the 9.
That's
Oh, that's
huge.
Bateman.
That's massive.
Got to
I
stop
thought
the
that
clock.
was
You got to stop
Flowers.
the clock.
Massive.
Got to stop the clock.
Spike
They
it,
got
spike
plenty
it,
of time.
spike
They're
it.
good.
You gotta
They're
come and
good.
spike it now.
I mean, yes, you do have to get up there and spike
No, I
it.
mean, just get it down. You know, shit.
Actually, I'm running a play here.
Yeah, run a play.
Oh wow.
Sure, why not? If you got
Next,
one ready,
yeah.
if you got one in the barrel,
You know how much
yes.
time though? Oh,
if you
fuck,
have one
that's
in the
just
barrel,
so much
Back
time.
of the
It
end
is
zone.
burnt,
Back
though.
of the end
I
zone.
agree though.
Oh
You
fuck.
run the
And
play.
like
you
Lee's
have
hurt.
one in the barrel.
Like Lee's
Right.
hurt.
They
If
just
you have
burnt
one in the
20
barrel, you
seconds
run
there.
it.
They just lost.
And there
2
goes
plays
your
because
bench.
of it.
But
Like
that's
Lee's hurt.
also because they had no timeouts, not
Like Lee's
just
hurt.
because
Well,
of that.
this
You guys,
organization.
like Lee's hurt.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
That doesn't look
I'm just
good.
saying that's general disorganization.
Damn.
What a great catch.
Way to go, Rashad.
Minnesota
At the
Golden
11
Gopher.
or 10. Dang right.
Minnesota Golden Gopher.
What happened? Yeah. What
I
happened to Likely
swear,
here?
like in the 5 or so years that I've been like really in-depth scouting
Watch
rookies
Bateman.
for the
He came
draft.
down hard.
Watch this. Watch this. He stretches out his shoulder. I guarantee you it's a dislocated shoulder.
Oh,
Ooh,
man.
that might
Maybe
be a broken
collarbone?
He
That
came
might be a
down
broken
hard,
collarbone.
That kid did.
Yeah, his season might be over.
in 5 years of watching
You could put
every
him on the
snap I
IR.
could get on
Actually,
every
the way dude just smacked
rookie,
him in the helmet and ran away.
Rashad Bateman was the best college run blocker of any wide receiver I had ever seen in the last 5 years. Of the last 5 years, Rashad Bateman's the best run-blocking wide receiver I watched any college film on.
Really?
Even
Yes,
like Alan
really.
Lazard, you'd
Yes,
throw over?
yeah. Well, I didn't watch Alan Lazard's college film. That's probably prior to the 5-year
Comes
window.
right down on his
Or he
shoulder.
might have been so off the radar that he wasn't on my list. That's a possibility too. But no, his run blocking was out of this world, and his ability, his dedication to going full speed off of every snap, whether the play's
Yeah,
going
when
to the
you're
opposite
falling
side
like
of
that,
the
you can't
field,
put
or
your
whether
arm
it's
out and
his
try to brace
number.
yourself. You
Yeah,
got to tuck and
that's-
roll.
Those were
A
the two things that
season-ending
stood out
injury,
to me for
potentially.
Rashad.
I don't think
was-
so.
He'll line up wide right, and if
He
the
looks
play's
fine.
a run to the left,
Yeah.
he is still exploding
Possibly.
off of that snap like he was going deep and is the primary target. Like
He might have tore a ligament. He might be out for 4 weeks.
I hope he's okay. I hope it's
I
a
do too,
short-term
especially with the
injury.
performance he had, and I got him on one of my teams. Shit,
This is fucking huge. I'd
He
like some
made
more
a believer
football.
of me tonight.
I like
I'd like some
I
more
like
football,
trade
too.
bait. I like hot
Score a
trade bait at
touchdown.
this juncture in the season.
Hit Flowers.
He got him.
Wide, right to him too. So wide open. What happened? How do you miss that? And how are there only 4 seconds
What
left?
happened there?
How?
Let's see
That's
it. Let's see it.
Miscommunication.
Let's look.
Lamar expected him to stop, and he carried it an extra. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Lamar expected him to sit down in the
That
in the
could have
hole in
been-
the zone, and he kept running the route. He kept running the route, and Lamar
was
expected
right.
him to sit down.
And he was right, by the
Lamar
way.
expected
Lamar
him to
was
sit down.
wrong.
Oh,
Yeah.
He was right and Lamar was wrong.
That's
He was right and Lamar was wrong.
wow.
Lamar is
they got-
starting to
they
look
got-
like
that
ass.
was like the thinking error between the two.
Yeah. Oh, he was wide open.
But I agree that ultimately that's Lamar's error for the team, missing that play.
Here we go. This is it.
Jesus, he ain't even.
He got him. And he's in.
Did he,
He did
get
catch
those
it.
feet in? And
He
it's
did get
likely. Oh my God.
No, it's
I
not.
told
It
you
was
likely he was
likely.
fine. I told you he
Jesus.
was fine. I told you he was fine.
fucking way.
Thank God.
Yeah, no, we want overtime for game one, you a-hole.
What? Yeah, you got to kick the extra point.
Dude, come
Of
on.
course. Of course he kicked the field goal.
He's not kicking. He's got 2 points. He's got 2 fingers up. Jesus, they're going to
is he-
review. They are going to review the hell out of
yeah,
that.
they're going to review the hell out
And
of it.
did
but
he
you gotta
ever
give it
get
to him.
number
Did he
2
get the-
down?
Yeah.
I think number two was down first.
Yep,
They're
you're
both
right.
down.
There it is.
That's God. This is going to take another 3 to 5 minutes.
It's out.
That's out. That
That's
is
out.
out.
That's out.
Oh, that's a shame.
Unless the toe was
That
over
is
it. but
such a
that's
shame.
I don't know. The toe might be over. I don't know.
Did the ball of the foot touch before the toe, though?
Touched before the toe.
Then it's good. And that's what they're going to keep
Right.
looking at.
Yeah.
Did the ball touch
Well, right.
before the toe touched? Because if it did,
The toe
It
might be
looks
over
that
it
way.
counts. See,
Nope.
nope. The toe came down first.
Oh, yeah.
Natural physics. The
Yeah.
toe came
Yeah.
down first.
That's
That's on
not
the
a
line.
touchdown.
That's on
Oh,
the
that's a shame.
unfortunately.
Oh,
because he did drag the back foot too.
man, what a shame.
So close.
Like
Game
a
of
tenth of
inches.
an inch. Oh, that's like
That's my
golf
guy.
freaking
I
margins.
told you it
right
wasn't
there.
a season-ending injury, you fucking dramatic
deal.
bitch.
As hard as he came down, it
Yep.
looked like it. And how they were surrounding him.
And that's it. That's it. Wow. So 27-20 is the final.
What they gave him? What? How did it get? Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say there.
Chiefs cover.
Did they?
Well, other
Yep.
than the
3 points was the line.
other than
Did you guys win some
NBC's
money?
presentation, it ended up being a good product.
Dude, if fucking Zay Flowers catches that touchdown at the end,
If Lamar doesn't miss Zay Flowers on that second to last play, oh, good.
I'm just
Oh.
talking for my fantasy.
Oh.
Like,
Oh, sure.
God, man, because I started Zay Flowers thinking, of course, when I should have started Isaiah Likely.
Who started Isaiah Likely though? Like, I want to show of hands in the entire country of all the fantasy football
I
players.
could have also
Who started
Zay-
Isaiah Likely?
I could have
How many
started
leagues
Xavier
is Isaiah
Worthy.
Likely on a roster in?
I could have
It's
started
not very
Xavier
likely.
Worthy instead of. Fuck.
I think. Let me just see here. I'll give a shout out in fucking one of our leagues. Yeah, man.
Yeah, the
Someone
moral
did
of the
start.
story is Lamar Jackson sucks at playing NFL quarterback.
He's ass.
I don't care what you say about his fantasy
The worst
production,
two-time regular season MVP in league history.
which means what does a league MVP even mean at that point if you're that bad at playing? Because, dude, he sucks.
It's a stat pattern. It's a stat sheet filler.
He
It
sucks.
is how I would
Personal
explain
stats mean
it.
nothing
On a
if you
winning
don't.
team. A stat sheet filler on a winning team.
This
who's
was a
getting
big
way
game.
more credit than they individually deserve.
He sucks so
For
bad.
Baltimore,
I'm gonna
this
have
was a
one more
big
beer.
game.
You guys want to hang out for a minute?
Yeah, I'll hang out, of course.
Perfect.
I really don't think this here. Let me throw this at you
Lamar
real
Jackson,
quick.
That's the thing is that you can't like what you're seeing. You just can't. I don't think you've reached the ceiling with him.
Right.
Agreed. It's agreed.
He had good
You got to play against
seasons.
Patrick Mahomes too. That's the thing.
Right. And
And we
instead
just
of
saw
it
it
being Bird versus Magic, like back in the 80s with the Lakers and the Celtics, it's not even close because Mahomes is winning all the Super Bowls.
Right.
And
There isn't the
Lamar
back and
Jackson,
forth.
yeah,
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson shrinks during the big games. Like tonight was a big game for Baltimore. If they were going to move up the pecking order in the AFC, tonight was the night they had to prove they could do it,
I
and
think,
they
you know,
shit the bed.
I can't stress enough to you guys how much I felt going into this week that the Ravens are flirting with 500, just under sub 500 type of team this year.
Sure.
Yes.
Primarily because of two reasons. A, I think their offensive line is one of the bottom 5 in all the league.
Right.
And I also think that their edge rushers are one of the bottom 5 sets of edge rushers in the league.
Yeah.
Their D tackles are fine. They're not great, but they're fine.
Yeah.
Their inside linebackers are fantastic, and their secondary is pretty top notch.
Well, Mahomes not
but
much
they
under,
have no
under much
edge rushers.
pressure. It didn't seem.
They don't have
Right.
one guy.
He ran. He
They
he
don't
took
have-
care
all
of
right,
business.
They don't
Riddle
have
me
tonight.
one
this,
guy
boys.
on that defense that can rush one-on-one from
All
the
right,
edge.
Here's the
Not
talker. All right,
Right.
here's the talker for the night.
Smith, Roquan Smith,
Here's
Inside linebacker.
inside linebacker.
the boys,
A
boys,
gap.
boys. Here's the talker. Here's the talker. If the Ravens miss the playoffs, is John Harbaugh on the hot seat? Does he lose his job?
Better not. I say.
The Lamar
I say no.
Jackson experiment, I think, is officially over already. I think
Yes.
it's been over.
Yeah.
I thought it was over a year or two ago.
I think it's a mutual separation talk.
Yes.
He don't get fired, but I think that he maybe gets hired elsewhere.
I think there's too
Right?
much.
He resigns.
Yes, and gets hired immediately to another vacancy in a smaller market or college.
I see a little more of a Cower situation where I think he's got an extremely large amount of equity built up within
Yep.
that organization
Yep.
from a working relationship standpoint.
Yep.
Or maybe compare it to Mike Tomlin
Yep.
in Pittsburgh, how
Yes.
he can, weather the hot seat years or whatever.
It does seem like
Yeah.
Baltimore is more
yes.
of
But next year will
Pittsburgh
be a
than they
make
are
it
Yes.
happen, or
Cleveland.
I
we're going
would
to have a
agree.
worse
the
conversation.
Harbaughs
type
are
of deal.
are a different family too. You know what I mean? I mean,
That's
seems
true.
to
That's
be kind of a
true.
stable brother, but he does now have his other brother back
That's
in the
true.
league, and like they got their own fucking deal going on. He's been in that one spot for a minute. He's won a Super Bowl, right?
Is John
Yeah.
considered an offense guy
Yes.
or a defense
Yes.
guy? He's an offense
Offense.
guy.
I mean,
and so Jim would
if-
be too.
If you, I mean, maybe just
Because man, if
who knows,
one of
maybe
them
he
was a
doesn't think about it
defense
this
guy,
way, but if you're seeing
the
your
two
brother kind of
brothers
bounce around,
just, like,
No, I think
maybe he's
that'd
like,
be fun.
fuck this.
you could look it up, but I think John Harbaugh came through the offensive
Why would I want to
line.
be
I think
chained to
you're
Lamar
right.
Jackson?
I
I
think
think
you're
Right,
he
right.
I
was
wanna see
an
what's going on
O-line,
elsewhere.
tight ends guy.
And I have
who
a
came
feeling Baltimore blows it
up. He
up.
might have been
Stylistically,
or
that
right,
would make
or
all the
they
sense
keep
in the
him
world.
They
blow it
keep
up.
him because they know he coaches very well,
Right.
and he doesn't lose a locker room like other coaches.
Right.
He's got a level of respect. So
Well, and he's also turned over his roster
right,
to
and
where he's never burning out players. Like I joked
Right.
about earlier, Scotty's been on my team enough where I'm probably burning him out with my fucking rhetoric at this point, or at least I would if we were on.
Never.
it. At some
I'm
point,
too much of an addict.
no, but at some point in time, this happens. Like if you keep enough of the players for a long enough time, and you don't succeed, you will burn them out on your rhetoric.
correct.
So there's.
Oh, you
this-
mean like Barry Sanders or Dan Marino or
No,
like-
no, actually, no.
Megatron.
No, is what I'm actually talking about is Denny Green.
Oh yeah, Denny Green alienated a
Oh, I
lot
meant the
of players.
rhetoric. I missed the rhetoric. Yeah.
Petty Green.
Yeah. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep, I got you. I got
great
you. I got
coach.
You. I got you.
Denny Green, great.
Oh, he was awesome.
great.
The
coach.
message
As
falls
a
on deaf ears.
Independent observer.
because he
As a Bears
had
fan, I would've
he
loved to
had
have Denny
nothing
Green.
but his players.
Oh yeah.
Right? So the eldest player on his team was his guy. The youngest draft picks were his guy. So when they started failing in the late 90s, early 2000s, after that fucking blunder in 2001, and he tried to give the rah-rah, there was enough guys who had heard his bullshit up in the echelons, up in the age ranks, who weren't buying in, and then they were causing dissent to the younger ranks. So then the younger ranks weren't buying in, and you can't turn over that roster fast enough at that point.
Right.
And then
You've lost the locker
combine
room.
in the and then
You see what I'm
toss in
saying?
the
Yes, that's
generational
what I'm talking about.
mindset.
I'm talking about
that goes up
leadership.
to
Yeah.
fucking Red McCombs,
Same
though,
thing
too.
happened. Same
He
thing.
had a fucking Red
Actually-
McCombs as the owner.
actually,
Used car sell, trying to sell the fucking team and shit.
Verbatim with more success, Mike McCarthy.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, the Wilfs
The
are way
yes
more
man.
stable, too.
No,
Red
Mike
McCombs
McCarthy
is fucking sleazebag owner. He was way sleazy.
Staying on coaches is what I'm saying is Mike McCarthy, even though he'd won a Super Bowl, had also failed enough to where guys like Aaron Rodgers, who was his guy, right?
Divided the locker room.
Everybody
Yeah.
on
Right.
everybody on that roster was able to be like, here's the deal, man. Like, this motherfucking guy don't know what he's talking about anymore.
I mean, Mike
like, he
McCarthy,
used to be
though,
dope.
I think he gets more flack than he fucking deserves, though.
The game has passed him by.
Looking
Like
at it
his
a
time
little
has
bit,
come
though.
and
Which
gone.
isn't
McCarthy
true.
has never been a good coach.
No, that's not true. None of
Dak
those things
Prescott
are true.
fucked the dog last year. That wasn't
None of
McCarthy.
those things are true. No, McCarthy's
we
great.
won the Super Bowl in spite of
No,
McCarthy.
that's not true.
I don't know.
That is not true. What I'm saying is that at some point in time, McCarthy can't turn over the roster with enough new guys to buy into the new
Sure.
message, right?
Yes.
He's a
Because
dipshit. He's a dipshit.
unlike Bill Belichick until the bitter end, okay? So it didn't happen until Brady left. And then once Brady left, they had 2 seasons in a row of not making the playoffs and winning Super Bowls, and everyone's burnt out on Bill Belichick's message.
Belichick had everybody conned.
This is what I'm
it turned
talking about.
into. Is what it's. You know what I mean? Like
This is why college.
Belichick.
There was such a smoke screen.
This is why college coaches last
How do
longer.
I reach these keys?
This is why
because
a Joe
turnover's inevitable.
He
right,
needed Brady
4
so
years.
bad.
It
At
used to be.
most.
It
So
used to be
bad.
4 years at most.
Sometimes
Not
it's
having
3.
Brady got him
Now
fired.
you got guys
Totally.
at 9
Twice.
years.
Twice.
I mean,
Or
first
guys
from
that are out
Cleveland.
in
I'm not
3.
saying
First from
he's not a
Cleveland.
great coach, but I'm just saying that's how he had people fooled. Like it's not even close.
Not having Tom
He needed
Brady
Brady
got
more
Bill
than Brady needed
Belichick
him.
fired twice.
And it
First
wasn't
time
even,
in
it shouldn't have
Cleveland,
even been
second
a
time in New
conversation.
England.
Say that again?
Let
Not
alone
having
one
Tom
for-
Brady got Bill Belichick fired twice. The first time in Cleveland and the second time in New England.
Do you think that's a fair statement, though? Because he did wonderful things in Cleveland and brought them to their first playoffs that they had been in fucking 20 years.
And then they grew dissatisfied with it so quickly.
Belichick.
And went
No,
not
they
good
moved.
enough.
No, they
Oh, Belichick, yeah.
No, that's not true.
I'm friends with a bunch of
That's not
Cleveland
true.
people. They don't like Belichick out there.
Hey, hold on. That's not true. They moved to Baltimore, and Ozzie Newsome just decided to not take Bill Belichick with him.
Is that how it
No,
played out?
no,
Yeah.
no, I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
Belichick got run out of Cleveland.
No, he did not.
Oh, that
He took them to the
Packers-Eagles game.
playoffs.
See, and I can't say that I remember it.
He
What's
took them to
accurately?
the playoffs, and then the Browns moved to Baltimore, and Ozzie Newsome picked up Brian Billick from the '98
I mean,
Minnesota
yeah,
Vikings.
you could very well be right. I just seem to. I
And
just
I'm
here's
not
what I do know.
questioning that you are. I'm just honestly saying.
Here's what I
don't
know. I
and
know
I
the
think it was
Cleveland-
Vinny Testaverde that he took him to the playoffs.
The Cleveland fans
Or it was
that I
actually-
know
it was
in
either that or
Cleveland
Bernie
don't
Kosar.
like Belichick.
It was
They just
either
don't like
Bernie
him.
Kosar or Bernie Testaverde, but one of the two quarterbacks. He fucking rebuilt the fucking Cleveland Browns franchise. And this is the real point. Basically, what the Baltimore Ravens are is the foundation that Bill Belichick built in Cleveland before Ozzie Newsome and the owner took him to Baltimore.
Correct.
Here's how it went. Okay,
Yeah, and then
This
he
is
took
the-
him to
this is once.
yeah,
once.
and then he took him to Baltimore.
Once, and then he went back to sucking ass. This is the shocking part to me. I didn't
No,
realize he
but
coached there
hold
for
on,
5
hold on.
years.
Let's slow down though.
He coached there for
You are
5
right.
years.
He did get fired after he took him to the playoffs, but the next season they were the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay. In 95, after 95.
See, and it says Cleveland on Pro Football Reference for all of them.
Maybe it was one.
And it
season
should say
later.
Baltimore. Normally it would say
Yeah, I
Baltimore
mean,
if
could
that
very
was the
well be
case.
true. Here's the thing. I don't know
But-
shit about his time.
but
in Cleveland,
Ozzie
what I do
Newsome-
know is the Browns fans just
But-
don't like him.
Here's what
Ozzie Newsome still to this day says letting go of Bill Belichick was his only mistake.
Okay.
Because he moved, he convinced the owner to move him to Baltimore.
Sure.
Then he hired Brian Billick, won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Then he drafted Ray Lewis, hired fucking John Harbaugh, won another Super Bowl. Like Ozzie Newsome has
He's a
made
man.
very little mistakes.
Ozzie Newsome's a man.
Ozzie Newsome is on record in an interview. Now, granted, this means nothing because I've seen fucking George Lucas contradict himself in like 7 different interviews over and over again. He sells one version of the story, and then in another interview, the same fucking guy, George Lucas, contradicts the fucking previous interview, so it's all made up. However, the one interview I'm basing this argument on is Ozzie Newsome says the one mistake he made was firing Bill Belichick and not bringing him to Baltimore.
And
those were his words
Yeah.
in a video interview before AI. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
Before
I
defense.
know he said this. However,
And that's
it
hindsight.
also might be completely
Right.
made up because of the George Lucas.
George
interviews.
Lucas.
And that's
I'll
hindsight.
play another podcast. I'll play you the interviews.
I'll
talking
also
about.
say that
One-
I've seen The Rock say multiple times that he's never been to fucking In-N-Out Burger. But then it's called out. No, you have, motherfucker.
This is my first time to-
This is the third time you've said it's the first time you've been in an Burger.
exactly.
And he every like it's like every
Oh, I
6 years
forgot.
he's like,
Oh, I
"Whoa,
forgot."
first time The Rock's been at In-N-Out Burger and it is so tasty. Let me tell you." And then the people go in their feed, they're like, "You said 6 years ago that it was the first time you were at
Right,
fucking
and then
In-N-Out Burger in Reseda."
he goes, well, the first time I had it delivered and I forgot.
And then one
And
time
then the
he goes,
second time he's there in the drive-through.
Right.
And then the third time he's in the drive-through.
One time
and
he
then the
goes-
fourth time he's in the store.
Yeah, he goes. One time he goes.
But
Well,
every
looks
time
like
it's the first
people
time.
have better memories than me. Have nothing better to do than think about this. I'm sorry, In-N-Out Burger. I love you. Like he gets all defensive. People have nothing better to do than to think about what I'm doing. Apparently, my memory's spotty.
Yeah, dude. The Rock
It's like-
the Rock has punctured.
Why would you lie
so
about
many
that?
holes in his own ship?
First time that I've been at In-N-Out Burger, and he's done it like 4 times.
Yeah,
Because The Rock markets The Rock.
Right.
The one
and
thing
he
I'll-
looks like such a dipshit.
The one thing I'll throw in on
it's
Belichick
the first
with
time I've been
Cleveland.
at the Rock Burger. Wait, it's In and Out. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Retake it.
First time I've been at the In-N-Out. First time The Rock has been at the In-N-Out Burger.
this year.
Right. And then someone's like, no, dude.
This is my one fast food. Like that's all he has to do is.
Right.
This is the first time I've been in an In-N-Out Burger in a year
You
and
know
a
that
half.
The Rock doesn't go
Right.
to fast food often, but when I do, it's the In-N-Out Burger.
The one thing I want to throw in with the Belichick and Cleveland thing is like just from where they were coming from at the time
How dare you bring
standpoint.
this back to football?
I'm sorry.
SportsCast.
From where they were coming at the time, Belichick coached 5 full seasons in New England, or I mean in Cleveland. Excuse me, 5 full seasons in Cleveland.
Ran them to the playoffs once.
4 of those 5 seasons, including
Losing
the first
seasons.
3, they
Losing
won
seasons.
7 games or less.
Yep. losing
The
seasons,
second
yep.
to last season, they went 11-5, made the playoffs.
Bernie Kosar
Thought it was the
Testaverde.
turning point.
I think it was Testaverde.
Then the next season, they went 5-11. Gave
Yep.
him the whole
Missed the
season, but went
playoffs, yep.
okay. We gave you 5 years. This is our sample size. 4 of the 5 years are sub 500.
Right.
We're moving on.
He had not been
You know,
a
so like in hindsight, yeah, it proved to be a terrible decision. But like just to kind of understand where they were coming from, their thought process at the time of the decision. You know, like it wasn't a bad decision
Greg,
at the
make sure
time.
you're
It was
staying
only
on
a
the
bad
mic.
decision.
If he was a head coach
In
before
hindsight.
then, was
You
that
can
his
pull
first,
that mic forward, dude.
Was that his first head coaching job?
Yes, he was an assistant. Prior to that.
Okay.
Yes.
So then he went back to.
No, what happened is he left. He went to New England.
Okay.
And then he was the defense. I can do this from memory, you guys.
Yeah, this is a good memory.
I believe it.
Good
so,
brain.
so he left Cleveland, became the defensive coordinator for New England, went to the Super Bowl with Bill Parcells,
Yep.
lost to the Packers.
Yep.
After that, he got hired as the New York Jets head coach, quit within, I think, 3 days.
A day. Very close, though. This is a very good memory. Yep.
And then became the New England Patriots head coach.
Correct.
It was
Correct.
Testaverde in that one winning.
I'm
Yes, it
telling
was
you, I'm
because
Testaverde in
Kozar
that
was in
one
the
winning.
80s.
I'm telling you guys, I'm a fucking
And then he went on that
fan.
fucking run.
You are a machine.
I'm a fucking
That was very
Bill
good.
Belichick
That was very
fan.
good, Jared.
Like,
I mean, then you can't argue with that.
This is
Fucking-
why I'm saying I'm telling you with certainty, whether it's true or not. In an interview, Ozzie Newsome said on record, I don't know if you can find this online because shit gets scrubbed, shit disappears nowadays. It never used to, but now it does. His only mistake, this is his words. He goes, my only mistake I ever made was actually firing Bill Belichick. And I'm saying it the way I would say it,
Sure.
but that's the way he said it. I'm not really mincing words. I'm using my inflections and
Yes.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
But like that's basically he goes, yeah, my only real mistake.
But
was
if you
firing
had to,
Belichick."
if
But
you
at
had
the
to
time,
be,
it was the logical choice.
if you had to
Like,
do your Ozzie Newsome impression, what would it sound like?
Oh, I can't do one. I can't do one.
I wouldn't even know what it
I'm
would
not
sound
I'd
like.
probably do a better Ozzie Guillen impression.
I'm
Oh,
not
he's
good.
great. He was great. Just lose your shit. Well, you know,
Nice
that's
name
one
drop.
fucking mistake I made.
I
Fire on
can't.
fucking Bill Belichick.
I can't do impressions until I hear somebody else do an impression, and then I can grab it and do it right away.
I don't even know what Ozzie Newsome sounds like.
No.
I can't remember.
No.
right?
Oh, it was
I
a lot of
imagine he
He
sounds
was
like a
complaining.
such a
businessman.
phenomenal
It was
tight end,
so
though.
much
Yeah,
complaining.
like he was a phenomenal.
Oh,
he's like
Ozzie
a top
Guillen. I'm
10,
thinking of
top
Ozzie
20
Guillen.
all time freaking tight end.
Oh, yeah.
in the NFL too.
Ozzie Guillen was just a fucking loose motherfucking cannon. They were talking
Oh,
about
yeah.
potentially rehiring him for the White Sox. I hope that they do talk about that
And he-
again.
And he
Hire
ended
him
up
as the PR guy.
He's hilarious. He's just
Oh,
ended
yeah,
up
Ozzie
being a
Guillen was
better
funny as hell.
manager than he was a player. Like
well,
he was
yeah,
just
they
kind
are
of a
fucking-
utility.
Did they win the title
you
with
know.
them? They won a title with them.
Yeah.
The White Sox are awful. I mean, they're
As like the number 8 or 9 hitter, who's just out there for his infield defense.
I mean, look at they're the worst fucking team in all of sports right now.
oh, they're
can't do-
historically bad this year.
What's it gonna harm?
I don't follow baseball much anymore, but I know how bad the White Sox are this year.
Yeah,
like that's how
Embarrassingly
bad
bad.
they are. That's how bad they are. I don't pay attention, and I still know how bad they are.
No, but dude, Bill Belichick was the exact guy that Tom Brady needed for his entire
Yes.
career
And vice versa.
until Tom Brady was because here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
dude. Like
Okay, sorry.
he would have won a Super Bowl with Drew Bledsoe. He totally would have won dude. Come on, like he totally would have won a Super Bowl with
That's
Drew
a
Bledsoe.
valid argument. In
Maybe
my opinion.
two.
That's a valid
Yeah.
argument. Yeah.
Yeah.
While Bledsoe was in his prime. Yep,
Yes.
Yep.
Because Bledsoe was a damn good quarterback.
I am not convinced Tom Brady becomes Tom Brady without Bill Belichick.
I'm
Yeah.
100%
He's-
certain
I
of
mean-
this. Anywhere
Yeah,
else
I
Brady
don't
would
know.
have
good
went.
though.
I don't know that
He becomes Brett Favre. He becomes Brett Favre. Because I'm telling you, dude, I watched his Michigan tape. Like, I watch college football. I watch Big Ten college football, specifically Gophers football. So I watch these guys. Like, I watched Brock Purdy. And I remember talking to you and and I'm like, this guy Brock Purdy, dude, I don't know, man. Like, he might actually work out. And you and
He's
Anwar,
not garbage.
You and Anwar immediately were like, no. And I was like, yeah, I don't know. But I didn't see this. You know what I mean? I also thought Nate Stanley could be something. So, it is what it is. That's why when Anwar tried to give me shit about Kirk Cousins, I was like, no, I watch Big Ten football, dude. Like I know Kirk Cousins. Like, he's a good quarterback. Same thing. Tom Brady. I'm like, he's a good quarterback, but I didn't know that.
The best way to
I mean,
sum up.
nobody knew that.
The best way to sum
That's
up,
an irrational. If anybody
It
was
is.
like, I knew, fuck you, you're lying.
like from a prospect standpoint, I just didn't see the ceiling with Brock. But from a prospect standpoint, I felt really comfortable with his floor. Like I thought this guy has a real nice floor.
Who's this?
Brock Purdy. Like
and I compared him to Nate
I have
Stanley.
no doubt that this guy can
Who?
become
Nate
a
Stanley.
10
Who's
to
that?
15 year backup.
So
And
Brock
be in the
Purdy-
league for a long time.
Yeah.
No doubt. But
so-
I don't see the star. I
So
don't-
Brock Purdy played for Iowa State recently.
Yep.
Nate
Yep.
Stanley played for Iowa a few
Yep.
years before that. The way I score quarterbacks.
God, was that Hawkinson and Fant?
Yeah. The way I score quarterbacks, Stanley outscored Brock Purdy.
I didn't know much. I didn't know. I mean,
Way
I
more
know he
size, way more
produced at
arm
Iowa
strength,
State,
way more
Purdy,
material to work with.
But I didn't
Super
know.
high on the Wonderlic. Like Nate Stanley is one of the smartest NFL quarterbacks to ever test.
Okay.
Like he's up there with Peyton Manning.
He played at Iowa.
Yeah. Dude, his arm strength was absurd.
T.J. Hawkinson era.
His footwork was absurd.
Okay.
His personality.
That offense
Right?
is just
Everybody,
have a little Minshew to his
everybody loved Nate Stanley.
Okay.
I'm convinced, like Carson Palmer, like who's the Vikings quarterback that fucked up?
The white.
You're gonna have to be way more specific.
Number 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carson. Yeah, no, it's not
No,
Carson.
it was
It's,
it was fucking what's the guy from Florida State that they drafted?
yeah. That's
Yeah,
his-
that
Ponder?
Ponder, yeah.
Christian
Yeah,
Ponder.
Ponder.
I'm convinced Nate Stanley suffered the same fate as Christian Ponder. The wrong head coach, the wrong offensive coordinator, the wrong system, the wrong grooming, the wrong timing. Because I am 100%
Exactly.
certain that if Christian Ponder is in the right position, Christian Ponder is a very good quarterback in the NFL, and Nate Stanley is a potential franchise quarterback in the NFL. But this is the exact thing you and
They get to that
me and your
Stafford
buddy
level.
got in an argument with Kyle Trask a few years ago.
Trask.
And I
Are
was-
you a Trask fan?
I was.
And I was like,
If you can't beat out Baker Mayfield,
I think I had him
though,
as QB2 in that
I
You
draft.
can't beat
flat-
out Baker Mayfield.
But
in
here's
a-
what
in
I
a
f-
legit
Oh, he wasn't
competition.
that draft.
But here's
he
what
was
I
the
thought-
Trevor
I'm
Lawrence
saying in
draft.
Tampa, though.
Oh, sure.
In
But
the
here's what I-
competition,
that's
it
what I
was
said.
close.
But
But if you
here's-
can't beat out Mayfield in a competition, how good are you?
because here's what I flat out said.
Is just a
Here's what I flat out said. If Kyle Trask gets drafted by somebody like, I don't know, Tampa Bay, I flat out
Sure.
said this. And he sits behind a guy like Tom Brady.
Sure.
And he's coached by a guy like Bruce Arians. In 2 or 3 years, this guy is going to be a fucking
Right.
stud.
Give him
now
However-
he could still be good.
However,
Could. He's never gotten the chance.
what
Right.
actually happened was he got drafted by Tampa Bay, sat a year behind Tom Brady, and did not get coached by Bruce Arians because Bruce Arians immediately fucking retired. And now he's been coached by Todd Bowles, who has zero ability
Right.
to coach quarterbacks, including a guy like Tom Brady.
Right.
He took Tom Brady and immediately made Tom Brady look pedestrian because Todd Bowles is not a Super Bowl winning quarterback, let alone an offensive Super Bowl.
As a
Or
coach,
sorry, I
yeah.
said quarterback. I meant coach. Let
Right.
alone an offensive Super Bowl winning head coach.
Permanently
Like, no.
not
So it was
stunted
the-
growth.
It immediately went from the right situation to the exact wrong situation. That's what happened to Nate Stanley. That's what happened to Christian Ponder. That's what happens to a lot of these guys.
Who did Ponder have?
all the
I
time.
think
That's
there's
why they become
countless
first-round
examples of
busts.
that
Bill
working in
Callahan
both
was the
directions.
offensive coordinator, and Leslie Frazier was the head coach.
Who was his receivers?
Who were they?
Ponder.
Fuck.
You have
Was that
Sidney
like
Ri-
Sidney
Sidney
Rice and
Rice?
Percy
Yeah,
Harvin and
that
that whole
was-
era,
Nope,
which is
nope,
decent,
Percy
wasn't it?
before
Percy
that.
Harvin
Was it
gone.
Bernard
Sidney
Berrien?
Rice was gone.
Was it the Bernard Berrien and
Bernard Berrien
Matthew
was gone.
Hatchett? And,
That's bad.
All those guys
Was
were
that the
gone.
beginning of Thielen's career?
It was
No,
before
was it-
Thielen.
It was
AP?
before
Was it all
Thielen.
AP?
There
It
were no
wasn't.
ra-
Well, AP was MVP when Ponder
had
was still a
AP
starter
that
yet.
he was just
Yep.
fucking-
Yep. Yep. That was the.
Yep.
That
So like
was the
07 to
weapon.
09, something like that,
Yeah.
give or take a year.
Klein Saucer.
Yep. Yep.
It was
But-
after Kleinsasser, but yeah.
But I think that's super like relevant to remember, or at least consider, at the very least consider and keep in your mind somewhere when like evaluating or thinking about forming opinions on players panning out and players not panning out. Is there's more involved to getting to that outcome than just the individual player's
Ponder played for
ability
Frisco.
of skill and ability. You know, supporting cast, coaching staff, scheme, like all of these things, durability, all of this stuff plays a factor in them working out or not working out too. It's not just every quarterback who was a bust, and we see it more often with quarterbacks than anyone else. That's why I focus on the quarterbacks, but it's not just for example, and this might be a bad example in my opinion, but like, Johnny Manziel didn't bust because he can't be, because he doesn't know how to play football.
Right.
You
It was
know,
all preparation.
He busted because of character intangibles combined with
Cleveland.
the Cleveland and the organization and other things. I feel the same way about Zach Wilson personally.
Yes.
I think if he would have went to not defensive-minded Sala and the forever diseased Jets, that he'd probably be in a way different. If he had gotten the Jordan Love treatment, go to a legit organization,
Yes.
sit until you're ready, and then we're gonna freaking give you the green light. He's just one off the top of my head that like things could have been a lot differently, but
Right.
like, yeah, a lot of it's on them individually, but there is an undeniable percentage or portion of the whole equation and picture that isn't in their hands.
Right, because
know,
of poor
it-
management, because there's certain teams that are notorious for blowing picks and
Maybe
destroying.
Baker Mayfield's
Ponder was
the
in a
best
bad
example
situation.
of this
Right.
ever.
Because look at him in
Went
Tampa
from
now.
diseased
I forgot
organization to
McNabb was
diseased
the guy
organization to
initially.
diseased organization to
And
champion.
He was so
Yes.
bad.
And it wasn't
that
until
the plan
like
was to
team
initially
4 or
sit Ponder
5
behind McNabb.
when he
McNabb
had the
was
stability
for a year. He was so bad
I
that
mean,
they threw
5 games.
Yeah, they threw Ponder in a Bears game that they were just getting the shit kicked out of him. This is all coming back to me now. He had nobody to throw to. He was throwing to fucking Vashante Shanko. He ended up getting just fucking killed. Yeah.
No, Baker Mayfield might be the best example of my point ever.
No, he's talking about
You
Christian
know.
Ponder.
Yeah, Christian
No, I
Ponder
know,
didn't
I know.
have a fucking
but
chance.
just my
no,
point
and
of
he got
like the
thrown in, I think,
variables
5 games
and
into
the
his
outcome.
rookie season.
Yeah.
5, I believe it was 5.
with no help whatsoever.
Because
a terrible
Donovan
line, no
McNabb
weapons.
was so cooked.
Yeah.
Donovan
the
McNabb
Vikings
was
finished
so
3-13 that year.
Another
Wow, that was a
example of
terrible
a
year for
mobile
them.
quarterback.
Minnesota McNabb was
And then
a
we
joke.
drafted Matt Khalil.
But
so
it
they
was-
predicted him in 2012 to have a breakout year. A lot of people did.
But it was standard Vikings approach. Get the old washed up quarterback.
Well, he didn't have
You
shit
know,
around him.
like
Devin
we did
Aroma
that
should
my
do.
whole life.
Right.
Oh yeah,
This is
McMahon,
what I'm saying.
Favre,
Like
McMahon,
Christian
Kramer,
Boone, Cunningham
came into a
everybody.
Wade
disaster
Wilson.
organization.
Well, the guys like Wade and Salisbury and Gannon, they start out as Vikings as backups, and then
Yeah.
as soon as they get any good, then they go somewhere else.
right.
Obviously,
Okay, so he
Gannon
was
would
having
be
a good
the
year.
epitome
They were
of that,
3-1 the
you
next
know.
year. Then they were 5-2.
Salisbury didn't do a whole lot as a
Then he
starter
struggled.
with the Chargers.
over the next 5 games where they lost.
Gannon turned out to be one hell of a
General
quarterback.
manager Rick Spielman stood behind Ponder during the rough patch of games. I know everybody in this organization believes in him. Said via Tom Pelissero, and I have full 100%. In the 4th of those losses, he struggled mightily at Lambeau. That's always going to be a problem. AP rushed for 210 yards. The Vikings weren't able to overcome 2 interceptions from Ponder on potential scoring drives, so he started to collapse. I'm even more disappointed I let down my veteran guys. So the Vikings stood at 6-6 after they started 5-2. We're still in the playoff picture. They first won a home game against the Bears. Then they were victorious in St. Louis. Okay, so they traveled to play the 12-2 Texans. They went into the game as underdogs. They won the game. Obviously, have a big one next week. If we don't win that one, then this one doesn't mean anything. In the regular season finale, they hosted the Packers. If the Vikings won the game, they earn a wild card berth. If they lost, then the Bears are in the wild card spot. He threw for 3 touchdown passes, posted a rating of 120. After jumping out to a 13-0 halftime lead, though, the Packers were able to make a comeback on the Vikings. With the game tied at 27 in the 4th quarter, Ponder completed a season-long 65-yard pass to Jarius Wright. That's right. Set up his 3rd touchdown pass of the game, so he's playing good.
Out of the University of Arkansas?
Yeah, yes, good call. Speedster, right? After taking criticism during his struggles during the year, he joked to the media after the game that he didn't have the arm strength to make the throw, but he did it anyways in the game's final drive. With the game scored at 34, tied at 34. He threw a 25-yard completion to Michael Jenkins, which helped set up the game-winning field goal and stop the Packers from getting the ball back. They put the Vikings back in the playoffs. Well, so he had a good year.
Right. Now, listen. Now, here's the biggest key.
But he missed the playoffs. That's right, and Joe Webb played. And they lost. That's right.
Right. Now,
Okay,
I lost my train of thought.
So interesting. He finished as the 15th rated passer, ahead of Cutler, Josh Freeman, and Mass Castle. Okay, whatever. But still, he went in to the 2013 season as the starting quarterback. But they started 0-3, and he was bad. They defended. But Charles Tillman, Peanut Tillman from the Bears, was whatever this worth. My respect level's gone up tremendously for him. He did some great things out there. Okay. But the Vikings fans don't like him, and they wanted Matt Castle. But AP liked
Tom
him.
Brady disciple.
Right, so Matt Castle's getting that love because one year he came in when Brady got hurt, right?
Yep.
So he went 10-6 or some bullshit.
Yep.
Okay, so he comes in. Yeah, so Ponder gets injured. Okay. Castle comes in to take over. They also signed Josh Freeman. Oh, I remember this. The wheels start to fall off the cart for the Vikings. Thrust him into the starting role less than 2 weeks after being signed on Monday Night Football. They score 0 points. Freeman was awful, but he also suffered a concussion. Yeah, right. Then, the wheels just fall off the cart. But Ponder was better.
What are you guys doing over there?
So the Vikings were just totally schizophrenic, but then that's where they moved to Bridgewater. Okay, Spielman had enough, and I remember this. He moved back into the first round to draft Bridgewater, and he was still there. Good pick, right? Good pick because he was
Norv Turner loved him.
Undervalued coming out of college.
Terrible
Had a
coach.
Great fucking year, right? Louisville product
Yes.
with Charlie Strong, I want to say, as his coach.
Didn't he win the national championship?
No, but he fucking was damn near close to winning the Heisman, I think.
Yep, that's what you're
He
thinking.
was super
He was a
accurate
finalist for the
in-
Heisman.
Yeah,
He
huge
was-
fucking numbers.
Yeah, he was accurate
Yeah.
in college.
Huge. Like
He had
let's
one
look up-
receiver that went to the NFL from that team too. I can't remember.
It was either Charlie Strong or he had what was the dude that coached at Arkansas that fucking Bobby Petrino that got busted with the chick that he was doinking the assistant that fucking got in a motorcycle accident.
Yeah,
and
Bobby
then
Petrino. Yep.
He coached the Falcons.
Yeah, he went
for
to
a
the
minute
Falcons.
And
Yep.
walked away on them before the
Yeah,
year
bailed
ended.
on him. Yeah, like 2 games ago, 3 games ago.
Petrino.
Oh yeah,
He took the
that's
Arkansas
right.
job in the middle of the year or whatever and bailed on his pro team because he fucking was so bad at the pro coach. And the players were like, I've never had anyone quit on a fucking team
Yep.
like this. And he's down there.
He was as
"Go
bad as
Hogs."
Steve Spurrier.
It's just fucking terrible.
That's a good example. Or even Nick Saban's time
Yeah.
in Washington too.
Or that
Or was that Miami? Or
that
was it
guy
both?
from Ohio
I think he
State.
did both.
Teddy
I think
Bridgewater. here
Saban
it
did
is.
both. I think Saban had one stint in
Yes.
Miami and one stint in Washington.
And of
that
course,
was it.
the guy that from Ohio State that went to
Oh,
Jacksonville.
Urban Meyer?
Yeah,
Oh,
Urban
geez,
Meyer.
I never liked that clown.
Urban Meyer.
Never. I never
Oh,
liked
then
that
it just
clown.
shows up when he's
Awful.
coach of the Jaguars. He's
Yeah.
at that bar, just with his hand on that chick's ass or whatever. Just what chick is grinding up against him, and he doesn't take the team flight home after the loss or whatever, and he just fucking takes a different flight and goes and just gets hammered. in his
When
bar.
it comes to college football, if I
That's when
look
you just
deep
hire
enough
a
into a
hooker
guy,
and go eat her ass in the bedroom.
What a
Or in the hotel
dipshit!
room.
I like to think I can usually tell the difference between a recruiter with a couple aces already preloaded in their fucking hand because
Yeah.
they're at the Ohio State University and an actual quality coach. And
Yeah.
I never felt like Urban Meyer was anything more than a recruiter for a freaking team that already had a stacked deck in their fucking favor. You know, that's always what I felt. I felt like that's what he was at Florida, and then I felt like he carried that over to the Ohio State University, and that's why he accepted those jobs. It's because they already had built-in advantages of the talent being better than most others that people have access to, and your likelihood of getting that talent. And that's all you have to do. Just get the most talented players that you can to be on your team.
Yes.
You got a whole fucking staff to actually take care of X's and O's and
So-
coaching and shit.
I
Sell the
I mean,
university.
but that's what
Sell
a
the
recruiter
university
is.
to these 16 and 17-year-olds.
That's
That's
not
all
what
you
a
have to
head
do.
coach's job is.
Well,
though.
now
That's
it's
what
college,
A college football
well,
head
now it's
coach
in.
can
That's
be
what a
that.
head recruiter's job is.
well, yeah, and now it's in with the fucking. I mean, there's all the fucking.
I mean, that's a
the-
literal position. What you're talking about.
But is
And
there?
It's not.
yeah,
the
But
head
do
coach.
these coaches not still make their own personal
They have
visits
they have
to their top
they have
recruits?
general managers
where
now.
Nick
I'm sure
Saban
they
actually
do.
goes to
I'm
8
sure.
guys'
But
house
they
a
have
year
general
to
managers
recruit
now.
them.
They legit
you
have
know?
general managers now
I'm-
that are the equivalent of general
their
managers.
their role in selling the university, their
Sure.
role in selling the program.
I'm sure that
That
the
I guess
top-
is a better way to
I'm
put it.
sure that all head coaches.
It's so much money though now.
I'm sure that all head coaches visit their top recruits.
Right. And they're not the only ones though that are visiting those recruits,
Right.
and that's where we
Correct.
need to hire someone because
Right.
it's college.
Well, there's a collective that you know what it's like now. The suitcase that used to be under the table, now they can fucking just fly it there.
Yep.
And so that's, I mean, I want to see Nick Saban, but if I'm that
So
kid,
did you
I want
hear
to
about
see the big suitcase.
I just
and
think-
Nick Saban on Zoom.
Did you hear about the new private jet negotiations?
Not at all.
So there's a few kids in college that are negotiating private jets for their families to come see games in their NIL deals. So
Good
it's
for them.
Yeah.
I'll sign with your company, right, for X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
But part of that deal also has to be you have to allow my 7 family members of private, and it's not unlimited. This is the cool thing, is I've heard it's like super reasonable. Meaning, like, let's say your kid plays for fucking Wisconsin, right? And you live in northern Minnesota. They're not necessarily going to pay for a private jet to go to Northfield or North Branch or even Crosby or even Lino Lakes, right?
Yep.
But they'll do the private jet to Blaine. So if your family can get down to Blaine, they'll take 7 of you on a private jet to the University of Wisconsin to see your kid play Big Ten college football. And I'm like, that's okay.
I respect
That's
that.
actually like way more reasonable than most of the deals I've heard.
I
You
like
know what I mean?
I like working some.
There's still money
values.
involved.
I
But
like working some personal values into
Right.
the whole thing. Like
Right.
I think that's great. But as far as like just my general attitude or opinion towards it
sucks.
is, I would say this
NIL
to
is
everybody:
ruining college football.
get every drop of milk out of the cow that you can.
Yeah, but
and I would never blame you for it.
the flip side
You
of
know,
that,
as long as the cow's giving you milk, take the milk. You
The
know?
only thing I would say is that, and I heard Ben Lieber say this take, and I agreed with it verbatim, so I'm going to regurgitate it as if it's my own because
Okay.
it basically would have been my own.
Sure.
The problem with NIL and getting everything you can while you can is we're teaching young men between the ages of 18 and 24 that as soon as you don't like something, you can just complain about it and leave and go get paid something more somewhere else, which might be true in the short term, but that is not what builds character or wealth, right? These are not what. This is not a
The market's
good
gonna-
idea in the long term.
right? The market's going to
agree
teach
with
them.
that.
Grass
though.
is not
I agree
always
with that.
greener, and you might make 5 times as much money one year, but make half the connections, get a shittier
Yep.
education,
Yep.
and
You're in the transfer
sacrifice
portal with a new
millions of
NIL.
dollars.
Right.
You know, because you're like, well, I'm only getting paid $50,000 for the University of Minnesota, but I could go to Louisville and make $250,000. Cool, cute story, bro. But you stay at the University of Minnesota, you actually get a degree. You're probably not going to the NFL, and here you can actually become like a neurosurgeon. You know what I mean? Versus like an eye doctor. You know, so it's like you gotta.
How many of
but
these
we're not
kids?
teaching these
Well,
kids things,
Right, because these
anymore.
kids aren't looking
That's-
to the
that's-
And I get it.
education.
I
I don't.
get it,
I don't think that's.
I don't think it's what's better for
think-
them in the long run.
I don't think that's
They
the
don't realize
Athletic
the opportunity they're
Association
throwing away.
of National Collegiates' responsibility. I think that's the individual university that each student is attending on what they are taught and not taught. I agree with everything you said, with the exception of the word choice of taught. It's what they are learning, yes, but it's not what they're being taught. There is
Yeah, fair
a
enough.
difference. There is a difference between what
I
you're
also think
learning
there
and
needs
what
to be
you're
a
being
cap.
taught.
think-
And like
I
I
think
said,
they
I
need
think
to
it's
salary
the
cap these
university's
kids.
responsibility
I agree with that
as
as
far
well.
as what a student
Just for the
athlete
sake
is
of fair
taught,
play.
Yes.
not the National
Right.
Collegiate Athletics
Because-
Association.
Yes. The
That-
NCAA
that's just my personal
is
feelings
a
on
fucking
it.
is pretty ridiculous.
It's a
As-
monster cash cow.
It's a monster cash cow. I mean, I think everyone's starting to realize that the conferences can make the money. They can do everything the NCAA does. And now that they've lost control of legislating the money, what do they really do? You know, you don't control the grades. That's the institution. Now you're not controlling the money. So why do you even have your paws in anything? I guess the question that I would have: what function do you serve other than some bureaucracy
to
to
profit,
fucking peel off
to,
the money? Right.
To profit
Right.
through the illusion of regulating
Right.
responsibilities.
But it's, I guess, and so then it goes back to the point
Well,
of
it used
regulation
to be, it used
is
to
not
be about
good.
actual education.
Right?
Like we're
No,
giving
right.
you an education.
It's just not a good thing.
Right.
right.
And anybody that comes saying that they're regulating but they're here to help, They're not fucking here to. You're not here to help.
Holy
If you're here
shit,
to fucking
it's almost
bring
midnight.
in.
We gotta wrap this up.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Typically speaking, when you could do it yourself.
Well, it's almost midnight,
All right.
boys. We got to wrap this up. Greg and I got a show coming up November 9th.
November 9th.
Skyway Theater. I'm playing early, Studio B. Greg's playing later in the night in the main room. Scotty, what do you got coming up?
We'll be at Torgy's in Austin on Saturday this weekend.
Torgy's
just
in
for a
Austin,
party,
Minnesota.
just for a good old time. Have some drinks, listen to
What,
some music.
you got a cover on that, bitch?
No.
Free show?
Next year,
free.
let's play it. Let's book something together. And I've already talked to
I would
Dennis's
love that.
band to do something, and we'll just slap our bands together. We'll do some goofy fucking mix of all the music, and it'll be a fucking huge party.
I would love it. Book it.
Let's do something outdoors, maybe
Yeah.
at that outdoor stage at the Caboose.
Like in the spring or some shit.
At the Caboose.
Whatever. The three of our bands get
Love the
Dennis's
Caboose.
band. You know,
Let's
whatever.
grab the outdoor stage at the Caboose.
Fuck it. I mean, whatever. We'll just throw it all together because we all get along, and that's the
Let's
most
do
important
something
thing. And
outside,
it'll be
though.
good. Fucking yeah.
Let's do something outside.
We could make whatever happen.
Hell yeah.
You know.
Hell yeah. I'm
Yeah.
down. Let's do
Be
it.
fun.
All right, man. We're down.
Cool.
Love you guys.
All right,
Like,
much love.
subscribe, share.
Thank you for having us, man.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Love you guys, man. Let's do this again
Love
soon.
you.
Maybe,
Yes.
maybe for playoffs or Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Like, subscribe, share. Let's get to 500 so we can get fucking the producer paid.